Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. I'm Atlas, joined by Chronicler here for the final day of Week 8. Can you believe only one more week remains of the regular season here in Spring 2023? It's just nutty, but we've got two pretty important games here today. And we could say it's probably time for the Blue Shells to come out if they are ever going to, especially if any of these teams are KT fans.
Ever the optimist, Atlas.
Mm-hmm. I am.
That's it.
Yeah.
Well,
Do you have anything to add? No?
I personally generally try to be as optimistic as I can be, but with the performances of the teams playing on the day and how they've looked recently, it's definitely Blue Shell or bust.
Exactly. Let's have a look at the standings here. Bring that one up onto your screen and have a look at where these squads stand. As currently, D plus Kia sitting in second place, but that could definitely change, especially with their match against Genji coming up next week. Bro as well, they're out of the race for playoffs, but that 7th place is still something that they could fight for. Pride here on the line for both Bro and Kwangdong Freaks, who are both playing today up against DK and Genji, respectively.
And both of them very tough matches, and this is really important. That rank 2 gets you straight into round 2 of the playoffs, which is where you want to be.
Yep.
And if you're a KT fan, you want one of these two teams here to lose today, because if they both win, KT will not be able to because Genji and DK are playing each other. So if that actually does end up going through, then one of the teams will end on 13 wins. And as a KT fan, you'll still be happy with a third or fourth place, particularly with how the team looked at times in the split, but that coveted second place won't be available no more.
Absolutely, and third place is actually very important because it means you're going up against either Live Sandbox or any of the other teams, right?
Oh, yeah.
So if you have that third place position, it will mean that that first round is theoretically a bit easier given current form of our top 6. So let's jump into our first match here today. 5-match and 10-game winning streak, D plus Kia. They have been just whipping everyone in recent matches, and they're going to need a 2-0. In fact, both them and Genji are going to be fighting for these 2-0s because D plus Kia are only 1 point ahead of Genji right now, and coming into their head-to-head at the end of the season, that is going to be very, very important, especially if either of these teams is going to drop a match before that. Bro has to end the 5-loss streak to finish strong. That's exactly right. Of course, this team made it to the playoffs in spring last year. They then faced D plus Kia, in fact, and went 0-3 in the first round. But still, it is important for Bro to keep their heads high because summer is coming up pretty soon, and that is when you really need to make that big run.
And as we can check, the head-to-head, unsurprisingly, going to be wildly in Showmaker's favor. Doesn't really tell us that much about the individual performance of these players, because there were times in this split that I'd be like, ooh, Showmaker hasn't been looking too hot, but recently it seems like he has kind of refound some of his joy in the game, has been getting weirder with his picks as well, but has been making random noises, which to me I think is a great sign when you're a Showmaker fan, and it does mean that for Karis, his performance needs to step up a little bit.
Definitely does. His Gragas hasn't been performing super well. It's been what he's jumped on the majority of their games recently. I hope that they move away from that sort of style and go back to something that they're a little bit more comfortable with. As D plus Kia, we will welcome them to LoL Park here as the first team, the team on the side of side selection, the home team. Atlas, that's what you were looking for there. Managed to figure it out in the end. They're going to take a bow, though, and last time around it was a 2-0 in favor of D plus Kia, but, you know, there was that time, spring 2022, where Bro were able to get a win against this squad, and for some reason that's stuck in our minds forever.
And the main reason why you'd be afraid as a Bro fan, if you do know fear, which a lot of them don't,
no.
I've been told.
You have to be bold if you're a Bro fan.
Exactly.
That's how it goes.
That when you look at a lot of the matches, yes, Genji and T1 are still remaining for D+, but they have also dispatched Humble Life 2-0, KT 2-0. So it's not like they've only won against some of the Eastern side teams.
No.
They are a force to be reckoned with. And we're really going to have to see a miracle not unlike spring last year when this team was on the verge of making playoffs and they got the 2-0 against a D plus Kia, who at that point were also in a pretty similar position, right? Like they weren't the best team in the league, but they were pretty close. And they still got 2-0'd by Brion.
They did. D+ Kia and Genji. We're going to have our eyes on these guys the majority of today, as their matches next week are very, very important for playoff seeding and things like this. But Bro as well, we'll keep our eye on just to make sure that they're getting better moving towards summer. Of course, no playoffs implications, but still, they can be that blue shell. And any sort of trip here for D+, or in fact Genji in our next one against Kwangdong, is going to tell us a lot about their matches next week. It's difficult for Genji as well, Hammer Life Esports, as well as D+, and then T1 and Genji for D+ Kia on the other side. So very important to continue with the good form, pick up these 2 zeros. We'll see whether D+ Kia can do it here today, or whether Bro have been cooking something up for us.
And what I mainly want to see from Bro is not even necessarily draft related, although I do like their priority on the Xayah and Rakan, given that you pay the necessary respect to Def's Caitlyn, Def's Lucian, goes without saying. And that is that they need to fix their inactivity. And they actually did that in the second game that they played last series, where in game number 1, we actually talked about it at large on the desk as well. They were struggling so much with playing proactively when they were playing against KT. And I'd be happy, even if Bro are able to pick up wins, if we can just see that live again. It wasn't the cleanest series, but anything but that first game against KT, where they were unable to pull the trigger, where they were missing, I think, the type of reactivity that this team really relies on, at the very least in team fights. I'm not expecting Bro to suddenly start, barring some Fiora picks, start doing amazing setups or clean 1-3-1, but the team fights was where they always excelled, and that's what I'm going to be looking at here today.
Yep, I agree. I do think that, some of these Xayah Rakan compositions have been really, really strong. I think they are dangerous to pick into D+ Kia, given Kellen's proficiency at a certain Renata, who is... it's difficult to play Rakan if they're champion, as we saw yesterday, and also difficult to pick it at the early stages of the draft. I wouldn't actually mind if Bro went for straight towards their solo lanes and made sure their top side of the map was taken care of. As our first ban, as we hop into pick and ban, is going to be the Varus, the Annie, the Ashe, and the Caitlyn, almost the obligatory red side bans. As there is the Rakan. The T1 has also been banning away a lot. D+ Kia have jumped onto that hype train as well.
Yeah, now Brion is already in trouble because you can't get rid of Ashe, Caitlyn, and Lucian.
That's true. The Lucian is probably going to get through.
And that is something that, with the Rakan ban in particular, I think is going to be a big problem, because as we have seen countless times, if you are the weaker team, you are not going to get away with Zeri Lulu anymore into the Lucian army.
The thing that as Caitlyn's going to be banned, as it obviously has to, I do think that this is kind of best case scenario though, because at least it's kind of fair if they locked in the Lucian, but they're not going to. They're considering an Elise here for Canyon, bit of a grin on his face as well.
I do like that.
Oh, I like this a lot as well. Renekton banned away, and the Jace does give D+ a lot of options because it can maybe flexed.
Could also... Oh, okay.
And
well, I was about to say, it could also be an indication that D+ are going to look and try and maybe flex their bot lane a little bit more, try and tap into a similar vein like T1 have, with really diversifying...
Wukong Nami? We're going to see the Wukong Nami locked in? Yeah?
No, I don't know if trying to...
Henna's Draven?
Yeah, I don't know if that's the answer. I don't know if there's great answers. I wouldn't mind like a Gragas pickup, but this is what I was afraid of. This is what I think makes sense if you are Brion, because this is one of the few picks that they have been successful on, right? Like the Zeri Lulu, even though statistically it is not good, this was what worked for this team early on in the split, but as the matchup has progressed, we've seen that you can get away with the Zeri Lulu, provided that you are the better team.
In which case, 0-10, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it is. Because in that case, you win either side of the matchup. But if you're worse and you're playing into Deft's Lucian, it's tough. But I don't really want to harp in too much on the bot lane, because I also think this is like an evil that you can't avoid. Because if any Ashe or Caitlyn comes through, we're going to say exactly the same thing. So I do think that this is just a result of ending up on red side and not having side selection, particularly against D+. I'm really happy that D+ also go in this aggressively on the Lucian army, because let's be honest, they're ridiculously good at it.
Yeah.
So makes complete sense. And then the Jace here is both a highlight of how versatile D pluses, and now are you going to ban Renekton? Are you going to ban Nidalee? And if that happens, there's still Elise on the map, right? So there is so many options for D plus here to go into. I do think it makes the draft very hard to kind of pan out here for Brion.
Well, Talia going to be banned first here by D+ here, but the Viger ban is a very interesting one. Of course, Showmaker liking that champion a lot and actually having a great game on it their last time out. So Bro doing their homework and they're going to take that one away. I also love the Jace pickup. Just opens so many doors for D+, and you can't then go for any counter picks because we know that Showmaker loves to play it, as the Elise ban does have to come through.
Renekton was actually done by D+.
Yes, it was.
So they don't need to ban that. I do wonder if today's the day we see Showmaker's new...
Ooh,
you knew his new dish.
The Moonstone
I do love
Ezreal?
Gragas is really good into Jace. We've already seen that come up as a counter. The AP variant makes it really hard for Jace to play out the game. So do you think that's a great bet? Yeah, I'm talking about Moonstone Ezreal.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one. Maybe it's like Canyon's Lilia time. They just lock in Ezreal Lilia.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I don't think that it makes the comp good, but it does make me happy.
There's not a lot of CC there. We've seen a lot of teams win games based on the amount of CC their composition has.
Yes.
D+ would have close to 0 if that was going to be locked in, but you never know. Maybe you just don't get hit by the CC from the enemy team.
You can go like Nidalee Scion here, if they do want to go in that direction. That's a throwback.
That is a bit of a throwback here. Is Syndra for Showmaker. Kellen, what are we locking in for Canyon, though, is the question. I think it's probably Viego, right?
Yeah, this
or Vi.
Yeah, Vi makes sense. Into Zeri, self-explanatory. Not a pick you're going to be extremely excited about, but Vi and Syndra together have an incredible amount of on-demand lockdown and burst. But Syndra has just not been that good.
Speaking of not being that good.
Well, also, yes, the Victor gonna come through here is going to solve some of the range issues that Brion...
Oh my goodness. Okay. So, it's, can Akali, Zeri, and Lulu all escape their 0 and 10 loss streak, as well as Bros?
Well...
loss streak.
I'm gonna say no. I didn't love the Victor.
Do we love this less or more?
I actually probably would have liked the Victor more.
No.
Okay, let's
It's dark times, isn't it, when you're saying that you'd like a Victor more than almost anything. Yeah.
Well, except for the Rise matchup. That's the one where we're always happy. But the problem is Brion is always going to be on the back foot because the players are struggling. And with the current amount of like must-ban champions, particularly against teams with overpowering bot lanes like D+, there is very little space. So you're always going to end up with, in this case, the bot lane matchup, which is pretty dreadful. But what I'm more worried about is that the rest of the matchups also don't feel that great. And that is something that I think ideally you want to try and look for angles there, because on red side in particular, Cassante into Jace is fine, but Karna's going to be able to just play his game nonetheless. We haven't seen Cassante really have the biggest impact outside of teamfight specifically. But I do think that if you make mistakes in that lane, you can fall behind on Prio. And the mid lane is self-explanatory. Even post-6, Showmaker Syndra, even though the pick is not in the best spot, I do think can have a consistent Prio. So then, if you don't have Prio in lanes, or maybe in top lane, how are you going to play out the game as Brion, particularly into Deft's Lucianami?
It's really, really difficult, plus the range issue that they're running into as well, with the fact that everyone is basically melee on this Brion side. They do have scaling in their favor. See whether that's going to be enough as we hop onto the Rift for Game 1. Okay, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. For anyone who bet their channel points on Brion for this game, I salute you. Absolutely incredibly done. Well done.
Proud of them.
Very proud. Very proud. I don't know whether you're going to be seeing an influx of channel points. However, if Bro managed to win, I imagine that the odds would be definitely very, very good for you.
I don't even know if that's still true because of the amount of Brion fans.
That is true. Wasn't there a guy bragging about the amount of channel points that he's lost betting on Bro?
Yeah, well, that's that makes sense. That tracks.
Yeah.
Because that's not what it's about.
No, it's not.
If you're a Brion fan.
It's about Bro Leaf. That's all you need. And we'll see whether that Bro Leaf is going to be rewarded here today in our first game. Because the reason we're saying it is because Bro's chances here, as far as the draft is concerned, makes me a little bit worried.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the extraordinary loss streak that Akali's on, the extraordinary loss streak that Zeri and Lulu are on together, but then also the fact that it's Canna's Jace, it's Showmaker's Syndra, and it's Deft and Kellen's Lucian Nami, which have been... have they lost yet? I don't think so, right?
Boneblading, I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like no. I feel like they're still up there. It's at least it's not Canna's Renekton, you know. That's nice, I guess.
Yeah,
Boneblading, yeah, it's
9-0, okay. Just a 9-0.
That solves the issue.
Oh, and Henner, like the Zeri Lulu is on a 0-9.
Yeah. So
in a row
balance.
of all teams. It's not about Henner and Efforts. Zeri Lulu, which has been one of their more successful lanes. Of course, we've spoken about this at length, the fact that Henner came into the season on a very high Zeri win rate.
Yeah.
That's I don't know whether that really means anything. Here we go. Yeah, 9 losses in a row.
Yeah, and some of these losses are, you know, you can look at the team and go like, okay, that makes sense, but some of them not so much. Syndra currently on a 12-game loss streak, though.
Hey, there we go.
But a lot of those games are Fiesta cars and things.
Well, Deft is going to look for Henner here, who does have to use his barrier, and will have to go home, I think. I think he's been encouraged to leave the lane.
Yeah, crucially, they already got the early heal from Effort on an earlier trade where they got the level 2 advantage. And things are not looking good. So the one upside is at least Akali or Syndra is getting a win and breaking that streak.
Yeah, there we go. 0-12 or 0-9 is the question. Akali needs to catch up, so hopefully we see Syndra pick up the win, and then everyone can be on 0-12 eventually.
Sure. You know, can create some cohesion there. As this is a humongous wave. Now, it is a cannon wave, but as the cannon dies, this is still going to be a pretty substantial amount of minions, as Effort does not get the cancel, and most notably, experience lost, and a lot of damage being done to the turret. Now, Deft, triple longsword here.
That is so many swords.
A lot of swords. And something else that, Umpty is a level up, but still doesn't have mid lane prio. So Kara is only on half health, and that 2v2 is still not looking too on. And that's another part that I do want to talk about. There are teams where you see this lead, you see this Akali, and you're like, level 6, they're going to find all-in. They're going to start snowballing one of the two. And then with the amount of skill expression and mobility the two champions have, there is definitely an opportunity to kind of overpower your opponent, right? Like by just looking for continuous all-in, setting them behind in tempo, and then snowballing the map. But for Brion, I find it hard to imagine as Kana going in aggressively here.
Yeah, Shock Blast is going to miss as Umpty's going to come forward. They should be able to grab this first blood, and Morgan is going to pick it up. Nicely played here on the top side. A little bit, maybe a mistake in the play there from Kana, but not entirely sure. We'll need to check out the replay.
Yeah, my guess is that Kana knew that he was going to die, so he just tried to trade with Morgan there. They were aware that Lee was on the top half of the map, if I'm not mistaken. Umpty did get spotted.
Oh, goodness me. Henner just got home, just got back.
Yeah, well, he does have a refillable pot.
Hey.
So that was a good buy.
It's empty, but I guess he can fill it back up again
when he goes home again. Yeah.
Value.
Yeah, it's not. This is also so just to give kind of an idea of how bleak this bot lane is looking. This is a Doran's Blade and a refillable pot being invested in an attempt to not fall behind the lane. And you're already looking at a 15 CS deficit, and it's got to be more.
Hey, but at least Morgan's winning.
That is true. And that gank on topside I actually do think is quite relevant. But we've also seen consistently that if you trade a top lane lead for a bot lane lead, one is more impactful, and it's not...
It's the top lane, because Morgan is there.
No. Come on, Atlas.
Look, I'm just saying. He is definitely the heart and soul of Bro. And if Morgan's doing well, us Bro fans, we're happy.
Can't believe you do the general like that.
Oh no, Umpty tells Morgan what to do.
But he's not the heart.
But he's not the heart.
He's the brain.
He is.
Okay.
He's the general. You said it yourself. All right, D+ continuing to push, and this is sort of how it's going to go. And it's not great news. Bro knew that this was going to happen, though. This isn't going to be like a surprise for them. They just need to try and hold the fort as best they can. Canyon's moving over. Umpty in the area, though. Good position here from his Lee Sin. And while he's 0-3 on the champion, I think that Umpty has actually had some pretty good performances on the Lee Sin. As Deft is going to be spotted on that ward, like shifts in the night. Our junglers do go past one another as Deft could be caught out of position here. Moves back towards Canyon, who's Vault Breakering forward. We've got a fight in the mid lane as well, actually, as Showmaker. He has to flash to get himself out of the way, and now Karis, he can rotate over. The flash comes through here as Deft stands his ground. Henna trying to do the damage, and he will be able to take down the Lucian. A double bubble. What does it mean? It means a dead Vi in the river, and Bro have found it.
And that's a disaster for D+ there. What happens is Showmaker gets all in mid, and they are unaware that Umpty is also there. So as a result, Deft hasn't backed there yet as we're going back to this topside play. And as mentioned, I'm 99% sure Kana knows at this point that he is already dead. If he hits that Q, he probably trades 1-for-1. Takes down Morgan, but good sidestep from Morgan. Kana, unfortunately, will be able to hit it. But then here, crucially, Deft and Kellen want to back. They right now don't really have the mana nor the health, and then this is where things really go awry. Canyon Qs early, which allows Umpty to actually take the train towards Deft. And if Deft takes a more defensive pathing, maybe flashes over the wall, I think they could survive, but maybe a miscommunication in mid as well, because if Showmaker is fine there, you can win that. But because Showmaker was already completely chunked out, had to back, was underneath his turret thanks to Karis' all-in, that is a big early lead for Henna. Yeah. That is going to also kind of put a stop on the snowball that D+ were looking for towards the bot side of the map, and an early Drake here. So amazing setup here for Breon in the early stages of the game.
No, really, really good. And I do want to go back to what you were talking about with Showmaker and Karis and the like communication there, because that was actually happening while they were going for the play. So it wasn't even a communication thing. It was just a really good time for Karis to go for that all-in. So just beautifully navigated across the rift here for Bro in their mid and bot lane. The General coming in clutch as well on his Lee Sin. Definitely good news. I mean, still kind of a disaster here in this bottom side of the map, all things considered. But you'll take that. Henna grabbing 2 kills. Should be able to salvage something here moving towards the mid game, especially late game, if Bro can hang on. And they currently have that kill lead buffer, slight gold advantage as well. So great news for them.
And a relevant Drake.
See more out of DK.
Yeah, and a relevant Drake. So Breon still is going to have to execute as
Morgan walking it out. Nice.
The mid game, because that is where I do think that the D+ composition still has a large edge. But winning first skirmishes generally is a really good way to not only get some confidence, which is something that I think this Breon team was sorely lacking, but also as we do see, like Deft went for an early snowballing build, right? And he will still be strong, but it does delay his mythic spike pretty considerably. And if you can get like a 2 Drake gold lead, if Breon somehow can finish maybe a Rocket Belt on Karis, allow Umpty to drop his Herald somewhere, and then get an early lead, pick up a Gore Drinker, and then fight really aggressively for that second Drake, you buy yourself so much time. And might allow Henna to like reach a critical breakpoint. As Canyon's looking for a play here, but I don't think right now the Breon bot lane is going to walk up. The lane is pushing away from them though, and until Umpty is here, they will not be able to really get a lot of experience here.
Well, they are just going to pull the trigger. Henna going to get bobbled as well. Great follow-up as we'll see whether they can actually get the kill onto Henna here. One more. Oh, effort blocks the Vault Breaker. You love to see it. Absolute best friends performance here on this bottom side. And Henna makes it out.
That is a big save. And Henna walking away with his life is good, but it doesn't really change the situation that he will have to back again for what, like the 4th, 5th time this game.
Refillable value, Chronicler.
Well, kind of, yeah, but he's still going to lose a ton of plates, and it still will allow D+ to keep that pressure, but the rest of the map is not looking too hot, right? Kana, even though he's okay in terms of CS, hasn't really been able to get back after the early pressure that Morgan received. Umpty has been getting a lot more done, and that's also part of Canyon getting taken down earlier on. and being very preoccupied with making sure that his bot lane is in a good state. So yes, there is a small lead for Def, but that's not enough. They need kills. They need to actually start taking down people. And oh, Hannah.
Oh dear. Tidal Wave is going to come through, but Hannah is just going to skate his way out. And more refillable value. He's spending a lot of time at home, is what I'm kind of seeing.
Oh, with the calling, I don't know if he can stay here. Oh, they thought he already backed, so Hannah's going to be fine. Gets away with his life, and Brion, like, hanging on would be enough. But currently, they're sitting on a pretty substantial gold lead. Now those items start to come through, and if they can pick up a second Drake here, if D+ don't find a big scatter or a 100-0 with Canyon and Deft, then they're going to be in real trouble. Deft also doesn't have his guild force for this.
Yeah, it's actually a really big effort now just hanging out in this mid lane. And Karis doing absolutely fine here as well. A wave down currently, as we can see, but was able to put a lot of pressure onto Showmaker. And Umpty is going to take his chickens, now move on over. Showmaker at full health at the moment, flash available as the Rift Herald is just going to pop down here. And Shelly is going to try and guarantee them a Drake as well. 14 seconds until that one comes in. DK going to have to deal with this. Maybe a little early to guarantee any Drakes, but Canyon not looking too interested with getting over there. As Deft and Kellen continue to have control here on this bottom side. But, I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but Bro currently, it's possible for them to perfect game DK.
That's not an overreaction at all, Atlas. I mean,
they're on perfect game pace.
Yep, they definitely are.
Yep.
They are going to get this dragon. That is, as mentioned before, an amazing way for Brion to buy time and not be threatened with as we get to the later stage of the game. As Canyon will be able to make his way out, and that's Inferno as well. So
yeah.
There are two sides to this. It is really good for Brion because they don't have to fight on the next Drakes, but I assure you that D+ will. And if D+ starts stacking Infernal Drakes, it does take away of some of the issues that their composition might run into the later stages of the game when it comes to having enough threat, having enough scaling. Because if you have a Jace and a Syndra with Infernal Soul, then you'll be fine.
Yeah.
But that is if D+ can actually contest, and thus far they haven't won a single fight yet.
Exactly. In fact, everything has been going Brion's way. I have a feeling that the perfect game might be kind of over here on this bottom side, given the fact that DK could probably get this turret eventually. They do want to actually be able to grab this plate as well, as they are going to be dropping in like 12 seconds time, but looks like the defense here from Bro is going to be good enough. They'll manage to deny that one. So everything continuing to come up Bro here in this game.
And I gotta give credit to Brion for the control as well. They've had really good bot side vision control throughout the entirety of this game. So even though Hannah keeps getting chunked, keeps getting to go back, due to the 2 kills that he got, that's
maybe his refillables empty, so he wants to go back anyway.
Okay, well, I was saying he was doing as well as he could, given the circumstances.
No, the perfect game!
Come on, Atlas, we both knew that wasn't happening.
How dare you? Questioning my bro leaf over there. Unbelievable.
Atlas, if you can look me in the eye.
I just did.
And say from the bottom of your heart, we're having intense eye contact.
Yeah.
You guys believe us.
That you thought
that you thought that Brion was going to get a perfect game.
I thought that Brion were on track for a perfect game.
Okay, but that's not even remotely the same statement.
No, and I thought that it could happen. If D+ continues to not get any objectives, it would have been a Bro perfect game, Chronicler. I don't know what else to tell you. And now it's been ruined by this bottom outer turret falling down.
Yeah, very unfortunate.
Yeah, and first turret blood going over to DK as well, and so that will get them towards gold parity, as we can see. But Bro not going to give up, surely. They want to make sure that they continue to have a Rift Herald monopoly, and that is going to happen here as Umpty locks that one down. And this mid-game should belong to DK. With the composition that they have looking down the line, right? You got Jace, Syndra, Lucian, pretty good. You know, one-item champions. But so far, we're not seeing too much happening as Canyon moving towards this bottom side, and we'll see whether he can change that one. As Karis slinking away.
Yeah, paying good respect.
Nothing can happen, yeah.
There is no vision control, right, here towards the bottom side of the map, so Brion is fairly safe there. D+ can't actually go for that. The breaking point for me will be this next fight, because if D+ are able to set up and take control of the river, walking in for Brion is a nightmare, because one of the big things that the Brion compositions lack is reliable hard engage. You can get great flanks, like if Karis, or Morgan makes it into the enemy backline, you're going to feel great as...
Morgan going for a bit of an all-in here, or an all-out, one could say, as he does ult him into the river. The boot back with the hammer is going to come through, and he lands the Q as well. Morgan not going to be able to get over the wall, though, as he's got Ghost. So Canna is going to be able to make it out, but he gets the flash. And Morgan's looking scary here on this Cassante.
Still big win. Means that Kana wanted the flash available for that upcoming fight. And if Brion do have control and they are able to deny vision and set up flanks, this is going to be really hard to play out for D+, because champions like Syndra and Jace, if the enemy actually gets on top of them, good luck, right? You're not going to be able to keep yourself safe, even with the ability to disengage with Hammer, even with the Scatter the Weak. If there's an Akali or a Cassante on top of you, that's not going to do too much. And it all comes down to, can D+ leverage the pressure from Deft and Kellen, who have hit their one-item power spike here, to actually get full control of this river? Because if they can poke, if Brion has to walk into scatters, then D+ can start stacking these Infernal Drakes, and that's, I think, their best way into a surefire win in this game.
Absolutely.
If they don't...
Yeah, it's a bit rough. Bro, kind of, yeah, it's a bit of a low roll, isn't it? Having this Infernal Soul on the Rift.
Well, they can also get Soul.
That's true.
Win, so.
But D+ are kind of spiking exactly when this third Drake is up and available. And that is where things get a little bit rough here for Bro, as Morgan's going to turn up. Uses his teleport there, still has the Ghost available, and as we can see, there's a plethora of summoner spells on both sides.
Control.
Yeah, this is what you were talking about, the poke damage to come through, as Deft is going to cull Karis away, and now Morgan looking for that flank angle.
That's a big ultimate gone.
Yeah. They're going to pull that one out of the way, as now Morgan just dashing around here. They managed to find the Q onto Deft, and he immediately explodes! Bro continuing to just win out on all of these skirmishes, and that is going to be Soul Point, Chronicler! Do you believe yet?
Well, they might very well get the Soul Point here, Atlas. They do need to... Kane doesn't even have Flash. Oh, I love this pull out. Making sure that it's as hard as possible to steal.
Yeah, and they have to go for it. They have to try and get in there, but they're not going to. And that is going to be Bro locking it down. That is the Infernal, and I thought that it was going to be so difficult for Bro, but instead, it looked comfortable. Morgan walks in, meanders towards his target, and says, sorry, Deft, you're not playing the game today. Doesn't even give him a chance to flash. As Karis tries to get out of there, and they will lose this outer turret in the mid lane. But the only objective that DK has been able to pick up this game has been turrets. They're going to need to do more than that. Well, actually, you don't technically need to do more than that.
And that culling not going the way of D+, not actually getting any meaningful damage is big. And then it comes down to Morgan, right? Gets the knock-up and wins the team fight for them. Because then the follow-up can come through from Karis and Umti. And it's exactly what we're talking about. If Cassante can actually get on top of your backline, you're in deep trouble. Deft also had his flash available, so that is a moment, a rare moment of weakness for a player that has had an exceptional split thus far, and also credit to Brion, because now you are one soul point away from an Infernal Soul. You have a 3-0 Zeri that is looking poised to completely take over this game. You can trade for a Baron on the next Drake as well, right? Like if D+ gets a Dragon, who cares?
Oh dear. Showmaker in trouble. He doesn't have a stopwatch as the Shuriken backflip doesn't land, but it doesn't need to as Umpty. He's tanking the turret and not going to fall down. Calculated everyone. No one's killing Bro. Not this game. It's not happening. 0-5 now.
They're unkillable.
They are. And we thought that these were the most takedownable champions, right? Especially in mid and bottom lane. But it turns out it's much easier to lose on Syndra, who does have that 0-12 right now. But it's 9-0 for Deft and Kellen. This would have been 10-0 for the Lucian Nami if they were able to win this game. And right now, it's next to impossible. It's not next to impossible, guys. There is still a chance here for D+ to come back. And they are only 1,000 gold behind. But these Drakes are where we really do have to give pause.
And what I'm more worried about than what we're looking at in terms of compositions here is that D+ look like they are kind of unsure, kind of behind the curve in a lot of these plays. Showmaker getting a kill there would have been absolutely huge, right? But between the heal, the wild growth, and the effort shield, not trading a kill there is very, very painful. And like a single dark stack or seal on the stack on the dark seal, thank you.
There we are.
Could have been enough to get a kill there. Like it was so close. And those type of moments, I think, are kind of hit your confidence. And D+ with this composition, like they need to be whip sharp. This is still a comp that at any point can see Hannah, kill Hannah, right? Given that he's either isolated, out of position. Same for Kara, same for Umti, same for anyone but Morgan, really.
Yeah. I mean, they've tried to do that a couple of times, though.
Well, that's the point. If that isn't working, this composition is going to struggle immensely, and that's what we're looking at right now. 1 minute 50 until this Drake comes up.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Brion are wildly favored with the game state as is, and D+ are kind of going to need either some substantial mistakes from Brion or some immense team fighting to get their way back into this one.
Yeah, I think they have to win the next fight, is what I'm sort of thinking. Otherwise, it's going to be dire straits here for DK. A great band, but also a difficult time to be in if you're in dire straits on the Rift. And the Baron, up and available, been around for a couple of minutes now. No one really considering it at this point. We do have Bro with some vision in the area, just to make sure they know that DK aren't heading over there. And, man, it's just, this is a look that we've seen from D+ in the past, but I wasn't expecting it today, especially not after their more recent series, which they looked very proactive, very powerful in. This is sort of a return to that slumping DK that we saw, at least in this game. And look, we don't want to go too far when it comes to what's happening here. But, all right, that's an interesting item choice here for Deft for his third one. But cool, going to be able to chunk through the shields. Kind of like it.
Yeah, my call is that they know they need to win this fight all or nothing. So like it's not as much about the Serpent's Fang as it's about just finishing an item and making sure you get the biggest possible spike. Because if they lose this, the game is pretty much over. Showmaker very far forward here.
Yeah, Canyon is going to dive on top of Effort. As Tidal Wave is going to mean that the Lulu is just dead. And DK understand. They make it a 4v5. They should be able to guarantee themselves this Drake. Bro, they don't have to fight for this, though.
That's the luxury. They can give this up. They can make sure that the next setup is better. They don't need to go in here.
Does Bro ever give up? Do they ever give up? Do they ever surrender as Morgan is looking to try and lock and make it down? The scat of the week is just beautiful. And Karas, he's trying to get the heck out of this one now. Henna's going to be taken out. Deft survives this time as the General is looking to escape. And Bro didn't have to fight.
They should have.
But they wanted to.
No. They should have. There is times when you need to lose the battle to win the war. That was one of those moments.
Yep.
As Effort gets taken out immediately, Canyon with a really nice flanker, making great use, great vision toggles as well from our observers. And as long as they 100-0 someone, you're fine. And Effort is also one of the biggest contributors to making sure you don't get 100-0. As Morgan, again, finds the exact same angle, this time on Showmaker, and it's only because of that scatter that this fight isn't an immediate kill on him. But Deft is not getting threatened, Kana's not getting threatened, and you are down a member. So, Brion trying to go all in and win the game right there. Instead, D+ are able to pick up a few kills, which definitely will help them in their attempt to try and find their way back in this game. Yeah, but
very important here for D+.
I still think Brion is
oh, 100%.
It doesn't really change the game state due to the fact that it wasn't a decisive fight win, but at least we still have a game.
We do. And Bro just looking to grab some vision around this Baron. It's about 4 minutes until the Drake is going to be there. Canyon gets over the wall. But now, with one Infernal apiece, it's a lot of extra stats here on both sides. Next one is when you're going to get a little bit nervous here if D+ can collect themselves another one. But Bro probably going to start a fight around this Baron beforehand. That's what I'd expect. Blue Trinket going to be used just to get vision of the Purple Worm. Immediately, Umpty says, no, you're not allowed to have vision. Not this time. You must be like me and be blind.
Yes.
Funny Lee Sin jokes, everyone. D+ looking a little bit lost, though, as we can see. Not exactly able to walk into Fog of War and fight for this vision. And Morgan is very scary. No one can really face check him, as Def wanting to farm in this mid lane. He's going to be allowed to, at least for the moment. As Bro also not being super decisive. We do have Showmaker in a side lane, just looking to push this one out, and Kana can do the same thing. Serpent's Fang can be utilized here to remove that humongous shield that Henna has available.
Yeah, Kana hit a powered shock blast, and it just took down Henna's shield a little bit. That was
so you need Def to go in first, and then you can land the shot. I don't know.
Yeah, barring
but then he's got so much lifesteal.
Yeah, barring a Canyon ultimate or Showmaker finding a scatter, Henna ain't dying. In the team fights, if everything goes according to plan, and effort is alive, because that was what wasn't the case in the previous fight, and that's why Henna was pretty easy to take down. But now with BT and shield well finished, going to be monumentally hard to take down. I do think that Kana picking up a Cyrilus very quickly should definitely be a big boon. Same for Showmaker, who is looking to build towards a bit of a split identity there. I wonder what he'll actually end up finishing.
It might be in like Nomicon and Rabbit,
Death
which
Cap,
I kinda like, but could also be Shadow Flame, as we can see.
Yeah, we'll see, because he did go for a particular order there as well. Deft also looking to go what I assume will be Lord Doms here next, but we have also seen Lucians often opt into Cyrildas because of the way it synergizes with the ultimate. And 1.5 minutes till we have a better idea, because if Brion lose another decisive fight the way they did there, that's when I start to get a little bit more worried. And that was a fight that they didn't need to opt into, and I think this is the type of moment where you also, when you're Brion, are kind of weighed down by what has happened in so many previous games. But they look way more active. They look way better.
And they also, they don't have, like, none of the onus is on Bro right now, but they were still making plays. That is not the Bro thing, that is not the Bro way. Generally, it's do as little as possible. But this time, it was do more than you even need to. So I love it. I love the adaptation here from Bro. This is what we want to see. As 45 seconds on the Infernal Drake. That's Infernal Soul, remember, guys, for Bro. I want to remind everyone that until that bottom lane outer turret fell down, Bro was on track for a perfect game. Currently, not the case anymore. But what a turnaround here from this squad. Against DK, no less. And remember, what the conversations we were having was DK needs to 2-0 this.
Yeah.
They definitely can't lose this.
Well,
that means that KT could potentially be overtaking both them and Genji if things go right.
Oh, yeah.
It's crazy.
KT fans are looking at this match with bated breath.
Absolutely. And this fight could decide so much of it. Morgan going to wander back into this one. He's taken a little bit of damage. But he's fine as, this ward is going to be taken out. Karis on a beautiful flank here. As Canyon looking to make his way over as well. Vision all available. Showmaker and Def now possibly in an awkward position. Is now Morgan. They're looking to collapse. As Karis misses the backflip and Def gets himself into safety here off to the side. But this Drake is down very, very low as now Karis getting dove on by Canyon here. The bubble goes wide, but Canyon just puts down the Akali. Morgan going to be taken out as well as now Henna. Can he find it? Is this the Zeri angle? As Kellen has to get out, Deft is going to die as well, and Henna, he's just too big! And now they've got an Infernal Soul on top of everything. Bro's going to win this game. They're going to win this game, Chronicler.
They're going to do it! Brion there, the fight starts off pretty disastrous as they were unable to take down Deft. He's able to slide away, Morgan and Karis notwithstanding, but in all that chaos, the one person that needs to be checked goes unchecked as Henna not matched, no one threatening him, and that's what gets them the win here, right? And again, look, Deft getting out here looks like that should be the game-winning play, but Wildgrove keeps Karis alive. They're still relatively healthy, and D+ have no choice but to go in here. And so much damage goes down. Deft is not able to get that much damage on. Morgan tanks so much, and then Showmaker, he's used all his cooldowns. What's he gonna do here? Henna, still full health, still with the backup of his Lulu. unmatched in this fight, in these longer, chaotic fights. That's where the Zeri excels. Already was fed. Now even more so, Infinity Edge done. And that is with a Infernal Soul as well.
Absolutely gigantic stuff here. As damage dealt, still going to be Showmaker and Deft in the lead, but it does not matter. Infernal Soul, it's only 1,000 gold, 2,000 gold, about that, but this is so much power for Bro. They should be able to take control of the Baron area now. And D+, just looking so confused about what is happening in this game, as so many are, honestly. As Morgan might face check, I hope this isn't a game-losing moment. As he just dashes, it's fine. He's absolutely fine, guys. I don't know why I ever doubted him.
As Lord dumped off.
Oh god, if at first you don't succeed, and they are going to ult him up this time around. Can he actually go all out as Deft? Just keeping him at arm's length, and that is going to be the culling just to make sure that he goes down. Oh no, Bro. It cannot be this. This cannot be the way.
I don't think it matters. It's only Morgan, and 3 ultimates are down.
You say only Morgan.
Yeah, they still have the fed Zeri and Lulu.
He's the heart and soul.
Come on, Atlas.
I'm trying to stay positive, Chronicler, but we've been burnt before. Us Pro Believers have been burnt before.
Still there. I don't think D+ can do this, but they're trying to force a reaction. They're trying to force a mistake here from Breon.
Yep, Canna
on the flank.
This side here, exactly right. Umpty going to be discovered as that control ward is there. Q is going to miss. He was hunting for Canyon and Deft there as they do peel away. They don't want a 50-50 this one, and it makes sense. He's going to move back to this mid lane.
Oh, it's so tough for D+, because maybe that was the angle. Like 50-50, I'd hope you win. And then if Breon try and fight you and lose, you can try and salvage a game from there, but they didn't want to take the risk. As... yeah, Morgan is going to get taken down here. False sense of security after he gets out the first time in this trap. And then that right there, that calling is, I think, one of the main reasons why D+ are not able to actually go for that Baron. Because with a calling, your turn is so much faster. You can lock someone down for just a second. The calling will blow them up. Not going to be the case. Stopwatches for Breon across the board.
Yeah, everywhere. Morgan doesn't have one. Neither does Effort, but all of the carries ready to get work done here.
Oh, Anathema as well as for Morgan here. Love that. Incredibly efficient buy.
And they're just starting this up. Vision is going to go over to DK here, but can they actually walk in is the question. Look at how quickly this is going down as Canyon. It might actually be a 50-50 as that's a huge knock-up onto Canyon. He is going to have to press his ultimate button as Umpty is going to go down very, very low, but now Karis getting massive in this fight. Henna still at full health, but he hasn't been able to auto-attack as the gameplay button is going to be pressed. Canna makes his way out here, and Bro, they're going to back towards this Baron once again.
They can't though, because Umpty is dead. Umpty does finish his GA, and if Showmaker hadn't thrown his ult into Umpty with that stopwatch, that might have been a scary situation for Breon, but now it just means they can't do Baron. But, you know, you give up a stopwatch, that's fine. Umpty's just going to have GA for the next fight, and then D+ is not going to be able to 100-0 him and let that lead to a win. But you can also sense, like, D+ are still team fighting extremely well. The gold is still very, very close, even though Breon will be ahead just by the virtue of their Infernal Soul.
It's very funny that it's only 1,000 gold.
It's so close. And Canyon goes up into the skies here, but that crucially, I think Umpty's kick actually gets cancelled by Canyon's ultimate. So he's unable to isolate, and then Umpty does stay alive there up until he goes back in, right? Because of his great stopwatch usage, which they trade 1-for-1 for Showmaker. And
I just learned that Baron is actually a Bro Lever. It's pretty cool. Getting that massive, it's like the biggest knockup I've ever seen.
Baron is nobility, as is Breon.
Yep. Speaking of which, Morgan just looking to stand in front of DK here. We've seen this moment. They're going to go for it once again. Canyon this time very far away from this pit, and it looks like they're going to have to give this one up. They do have vision. Oh no, don't tell me. Okay, he's not going to be able to make it in. Level 16's picked up for both Henna and Umpty in that moment. They have Infernal Soul, they have Baron, and in 25 seconds, Exodia could be assembled here for Bro. See whether they can get control of this Dragon Pit. As Karis, no teleport, but he does make it back home with the Empowered Recall. DK, one last fight. As Umpty does have GA, he can face check.
All or nothing.
Absolutely. This is complete dire straits for DK.
Are looking amazing. They have the soul. They have the Baron. They don't even really need to go. They can just head towards their bot side wave, start shoving. Karis and Morgan both have TP available. And I would much rather see them do that than try and go all in here on a possible flip around this Elder. Yeah, there we go. Karis, head towards that bottom lane. Just start pushing. Force D+ to make a mistake.
Yep. Deft is going to grab a red buff before they go for this fight. As Karis does push that wave in.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, he can just stay there. Showmaker going to return the favor by pushing this wave out into the mid lane. As Bro, they've started up the Elder once again. Elder getting confused, wondering where to go.
Showmaker has TP. Gonna go for a back here, try and finish an item.
Yep. Can teleport back in whenever he would like to. Control ward all over the places, yeah. The Void Staff now completed. Karis on the flank angle. As the Rift Scuttler is going to go over to DK.
No poke found just yet.
This is Exodia here for Bro. So hard to lose if they do manage to lock this one down.
They have to turn though, they can't risk the flip.
They cannot. As Morgan down to 50%. Here's the culling from Def, tagged by the Q from Umpty, but Umpty isn't going to go in on it. Down to 4K. Oh man, is the flip actually going to happen? They're holding its health bar as Tidal Wave is going to be used. Effort down extraordinarily low, and Bro, can you do it? Can they lock this one down as now DK's going to hold on to it. Morgan down so incredibly low as Henna is going to hold the flash out from Canyon, and Def is executed on the back line. The Elder's getting in the move, and the Bro are just winning the fight. They don't care about Elder, they don't care about Exodia. All they care about is winning this game, and they will be able to do it. The dragon comes down from the heavens and smites the Nami away. That is the ace. And if you lost faith in Bro, lose your faith no longer. LCK faithful, they will take game number 1 against DK.
And this means no matter what, D+ is going to lose the lead that they had in game score. This is going to put them closer.
At least until Guangdong managed to take down Genji in our second series. Look at the Bro leave here in Lowell Park. Bro immediately, they jump out of their seats and they are straight back to have a chat to Edgar about how this one went. I don't know how they did it, but it looked gorgeous. This is where
Atlas,
the winning streak of Deft Solution ends, at the hands of Henna and Efforts. Zeri Lulu.
Incredible. And in true Brian fashion, I actually had a hard time voting as well. But you know where my heart went?
Well, your heart went to the heart and soul.
It did.
Brion.
It did.
Absolutely.
And we can talk about the Syndra still not being able to get anything done. We can talk about the issues that D+ ran into kind of harrowing back. But this is all about Brion. It is the improved form of this team that we haven't seen in quite a while. They were playing proactive, they were playing aggressively, and it is Morgan zoning, Henna's team fighting, Karis, who might even end up picking up PG just because he found Def there. Like, him 100-0ing Def there meant that there was no shot, there was no chance for D+ to get in on that final fight. Man, what a wonderful first game here for Brion, and what if they do it again? What if the 2-0 of last spring comes back to haunt D+ Atlas?
That's exactly what it is, Chronicler. It has to be. Because history does not repeat itself for no reason. It does not repeat itself. In a 2-1? No. It cannot be. The Bro Leaf must continue. But this particular part of the broadcast cannot continue. We're going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space and game number 2.
주면 좋아.
야야 상무 저로 버스 타자 나고.
다음 볼게.
아 버스 타지 마.
여기까지.
버스 타지 마.
한 배.
와이프
한 배.
나는 개피 나는 개피. 너무 쓰레기다 우리. 오케이. 야 반대 집대라 너. 집대라.
야 이거 파울 싸움이야.
수화성 나온다 이거.
가야 돼 이거 싸움 봐야 돼.
아
하자.
야 바이부터 와봐.
대리.
바이부터 와봐. 바이부터.
잡는
야 루시안 나왔어. 바이부터.
가져왔어 이거 뒤.
데이스
빠져,
데이스
데이스
갔어.
야 상무 어머니죠.
데이스 잡았어.
야 미드 가자.
어떻게 끝나.
야 미드로 와. 오케이. 마지막에 너무 이상하겠는데 잘해보자 그냥.
아니 괜찮아.
세븐네. 잘 걸었다 마지막에.
라인업 좀 보내면 어떻게 했다.
내가 근데 그냥 바텀 뺐으면 됐을 것 같은데.
나도 바텀라인 계속 했으면 됐을 것 같아 홍조야.
네, 그러니까 뭐 쫄지 말고 하던가 그러면.
그러니까 그게 내가 봤을 때 상호 입장에서 싸움이 자신 있는 건데 야 홍조 네가 사이드 세게 했으면 됐을 것 같아.
맞을 듯? 내가 아칼리라서 근데.
너가 무조건 텔로.
이렇게 얘기 많이 하는 거 좋아.
근데 잘했어 다들.
얘기 많이 하는 거 되게 좋아.
좋았어.
그냥 뭐 이렇게 하는 거지.
오늘 컨셉이니까 우리 이거.
가보자.
다행이다.
나이스. 다음 잘해보자.
상호는 컨셉대로 해서 준비 잘한 듯?
Hello and welcome to the Giga Chad, Giga Chad, Giga Chad, Giga Chad, Giga Chad, Giga Chad. Yes, Bro did win game number 1, and so you must get your Giga Chads out in chat. That is your only job right now to do exactly that. But Wolf, you're joining me today. What did you think about this one? That was crazy.
This has historically been a trap game for Damwon in the past, right? D+ Kia now, of course, with the rebrand, but once again, we see D+ falling at the hands of Bro. In the first game, at least, when we take a look at the draft itself has some really normal parts to it, obviously, and then things get a little bit weirder in the second phase. So Lucian picked up here for Deft, and as the casters mentioned, you can't give Annie the Ashe, the Caitlyn, so it feels bad to give, but you have to. And Zeri is actually the best answer to this. Doesn't feel great because you're playing against Deft's Lucian, and they did lose really hard in the laning phase. But the rest of the draft comes along pretty strangely here for D+. Prioritizing the Jace really early, like that for lane prio here. You're probably going to have it default. You can flex it. But then the Syndra comes through, and you're like, all right, well, what are they going to pick into this? We do have a lot of mid bans. And then the Akali is chosen, and you and I really didn't like this pick when it was in the draft. Like, you're not going to have lane control in any of these 3 lanes. And it didn't ultimately end up mattering because they got through the mid game so easily and they out-team fought D+ basically at every turn. They out-macroed D+ at every turn. So the Akali is actually really strong in the late game, shuts down the Jace. Cassante played extremely well by Morgan, and they just kept 5v5 fighting, and the composition of D+ ran out of time, ran out of steam.
Absolutely. I think they had to get a bit of a snowball going, and they did not, and then their mid-game kind of fell flat, which is where they're supposed to be strongest. So DK coming out here a little bit sleepy perhaps in game number 1, and Bro absolutely took advantage of that. As we can take a look at highlight number 1 here and show off some of the ways that Bro were able to win these fights.
You look at some of these fights here, and you'll see that as D+, you're trying so hard to collapse and tunnel on getting one single pick at this stage of the game, because we're getting late into the game. This is at 23 minutes here, and it's very difficult, even with a pick onto something like a Lulu, to actually then follow up and win these fights, because tools are used, right? And when you see the collapse coming through here at Morgan, Kars misplays this, but the rest of the team here for Breon actually doing so much damage. Kars gets out, and then Hannah in a position to win so many of these later fights. This is the one fight that D+ wins where it looked like, okay, maybe they're gonna get back in this game. A bit of a misplay there from Karas, right? Not collapsing on the Showmaker. But the next fight that we take a look at is where things go back into the control of Breon once again.
Yeah, and I think we can jump straight into that second fight because the first one, kind of highlighting how this can go wrong for the side of Bro, but if they played a little bit better, absolutely can make it happen, as here is the second highlight where they absolutely do a great job.
Yeah, and this fight goes very poorly for Karas at the start of things. He actually gets the wild growth but doesn't get any knockups, actually misses his shuriken onto Deft, and they still can't win the fight because there's an insane front line here with this Cassante that takes so much damage. And then Henna, look at that overheal shield on him. He's going in 1v4 while they are holding the Drake aggro. Umpty is on the dragon, and they just don't care. And Breon played with such confidence, and why we showed that last fight too, where they end up losing it. They were losing the fight, they lost their Lulu, and they still forced the fight. They didn't play it out perfectly. Carlos on a different page than the rest of his team. But it feels like when the pressure is off now here for Breon, their playoff chances are done. They just play so much more aggressively than we saw from them all season long.
Yeah, we can take a look at the side selection and see where we are going to have D+ here. They will go for blue once again, and you were kind of questioning, I wonder if DK's going to do something a little bit less standard in their minds, because D+, they're a very difficult team to draft against, and they have a lot in their arsenal.
Yeah, I think they just drafted for lane prio in game 1. That's why the Syndra and the Jace were prioritized like that, and it should have worked out, right? And Deft absolutely did his job extremely well. Despite 2 early kills for the Zeri, he got so much control of the bottom lane, got the whole turret, but I think maybe some more team fight compositions could come through here for the rest of the series for D+, because they were getting outplayed by Breon in basically every single objective fight.
Yeah, like I was saying, I think they just looked a little bit sleepy, a little bit slow in this game, and that is not how you can play that composition. Could also see a world where they say, well, I think our execution was off. Let's run it back and maybe play it a little bit better this time. This is a series where we expected D+ to just come in pretty hard, but they did not. So let's take a look at the POG here for game number 1 on the side of Breon.
Yeah, a few different choices. It could be actually Umpty going to pick it up. You and I were talking about, I originally was going to vote for Karas, and then I was like, no, I think Henna deserves it because he did so much in these fights. But also the early game control here. by Umpty is what really got Morgan ahead, because Morgan gets a ton of armor here. This lane becomes a lost lane, unfortunately for Kana, so your draft priority on the Jace doesn't work out there. And then this skirmish is where 2 kills go over to the Zeri super early on, where Karis has actually taken Showmaker down extremely low, and Umpty is able to identify that lane state and then forces this fight here. And we get a Zeri moment super early on in the game where she picks up 2 kills. So despite Lucian doing so much, as the Dragon gets the assist there, despite Lucian doing so much, it didn't matter in the end. Wow. Lots of split votes here, 1 going to Karis, a few votes to Morgan, I think also well-deserved.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a very nice team win on the side of Brion. And let's see if they can do it a second time, because, I mean, that first game pretty clean from them. As we are done here on the space, let's go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Amazing breakdown on that beautiful bro win in game number 1. We'll see whether they can do it again. As D+ stay on the blue side, as they mentioned, and I don't expect to see too many differences in this draft for DK, but I do hope that the Syndra is kind of left on the bench, because it's just still not really doing anything.
That's my take as well. If you consider how close that game was, with Hannah getting a double early and then a triple in a later fight, for D+, there's no cause for alarm. They should be able to bounce back and go for a largely similar draft. But I do agree with you, the Syndra just doesn't have the same oomph that it used to have. We're seeing that even what it used to be really good at, which was securing early priority, not really that big a deal, right? The threat of the Akali was clearly enough to already put it on the back foot as early as that first skirmish. As soon as level 6 is hit, we see Karis go in, and that is what started the snowball in Brion's favor. But besides that, you're going to run it back with that Lucian army, and I don't think anyone is going to be upset about that, even though it wasn't enough to win that game. What I am wondering about is, are we going to see a substantial draft prioritization swap here from D+ when it comes to the bans? Are they going to try and deny more from Brion? Not from the start, at least.
Nope, it will still be the Varus ban. Very understandable against Hannah just in general, as Gragas is going to creep into the first round of bans. Still going to be the same ones from Bro, I would hazard a guess, as Annie, Ashe, Caitlyn are kind of illegal to be let through, especially against this team.
Yeah, you can do some crazy stuff by leaving multiple of them open, as the Cassante ban. Respect being paid here.
Yeah, and I do want to say, you were in fantastic company with your Morgan vote. You and Jonah Strong, true Giga Chads here.
Yeah, I'm never sad when I'm matched with Jonah Strong. You can't be.
No, and you also can't be if you're voting for Morgan. This is the thing. I don't think you can ever get an 11 out of 11 if you're any other player on Bro, because there always has to be respect given to the Lord after every Bro win. Lucian going to be locked away first up yet again, as we expected, and we'll see whether Bro just jumped towards exactly the same option here. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess. Although, bottom lane was still very, very difficult. And now, the Rakan left up and available. Effort, very, very good at the champion, and we have seen Xayah Rakan creeping in as an option, but I still don't think that it wins.
No, we saw T1 give a great example yesterday of why you don't do that. And it's something that Huni was extremely vocal about, is that in the Xayah Rakan lane, they should be punished. Xayah Rakan's laning is never what it's been about, and this is both understandable from Brion and as big of a risk as it was in game number 1. Because even with the double kill, they had to divert all their resources to make sure that a Brion bot lane turret didn't fall like earlier than it did. And it was still the first turret that went down. It was still an incredible amount of pressure that came through. And yeah, this I'm completely on board with for D+, and for Brion as well. I'm not shocked to see no changes here. Where I do expect to see a shift is as we get to the second half, because the mid lane in particular was a big problem for D+. And do note, Renekton this time around still available, and that might also mean that Brion will look into a possible Renekton ban to deny the Renekton Lily can ban one of the two. Just to make sure. Renekton Elise, another combo that you generally don't want to play into.
No, you definitely you cannot leave both of those champions up. No. But Bro will definitely pick the Renekton if it's left up and available.
Because of the Lord.
Because the Lord does like his crocodile, as you can understand. So DK probably going to be banning that one away. I think that it's too comfortable as a blind pick here, and gives Karis the counter pick that he really wants. So they do get rid of that. And the Elise ban comes in now. we follow up with... I'm actually kind of curious. Do they ban the Akali? As crazy as that sounds.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. Akali is one of those picks where we have not been the biggest fan of it, and I think for very good reason, as understandably the Elise is going to get taken away. But with how the D+ draft already is built, they are going to be lacking the amount of point-and-click CC that you'd want to have when you're playing into an Akali. Brion also don't have to care about D+ playing Akali, as yeah, there it is. Because if you try to play Akali into Lee and Lulu, like you're not going to have a good time at all.
No.
That is going to be a very, very unhappy Akali. So I actually think this ban makes a ton of sense. Will mean that we're going to probably see the Talia and although this might be this
Yeah,
is
where is it going?
So we'll see what actually ends up coming through.
Just Vladimir it. When in doubt, pick the Hemomancer.
I mean, I really like Vladimir, but I don't think he's in a great spot, and I don't think we should pick him.
Okay, Wukong's going to come through. No more Vi. I actually felt like Canyon had a pretty lackluster game on the Vi. So I like the fact that he is now going to have a lot more teamfight utility.
Yeah, we also saw Canyon going for the more old school build, where he goes for Sunderer, Cleaver, and Conqueror, and I do think that build has really lost a lot of its power after the nerfs to Camp Out Chainsword. That, though, is a Showmaker special, and this is SD plus that it gets. I think a way better angle than the Syndra that we saw previously, able to poke together with the Jace, while still having a mixed damage profile. Soul AP here as well for Showmaker, which allows the LeBlanc to do a lot more. Still tough to play into champions like the Lulu, I do think. You do need to respect.
All right.
Boy.
That is the Lord Zorelia.
That's volatile.
That is.
Oh, okay, so on one hand, I love the gusto from Brion. On the other hand, this basically forces Umti to play towards topside. Because if you don't play towards topside, and Canyon gets a stray gank in and Morgan falls behind, this pick does nothing, right? Like, it's extremely good in the 1v1, obviously, but this also means that this should be, in theory, free reign for Deft and Kellen on the bottom half of the map. Because if they have good control with Showmaker and the Lucianami, which is to be expected, they have Prio, they can keep track of Umti, then Umti has... The only choice is then to play towards Morgan, which I do think you should, because if Aurelia gets fed, the game gets very hard to play out for D+. But that might mean we see that classic topside versus bot lane trade again. And I don't know if you're getting a double for free early on this time around. But if they snowball, and if the bot lane can hang on, then man, the Brion comp is looking amazing.
It definitely is. Oh, we'll see how much the Bro Leaf is going to carry through into this game. Make sure you get your channel points out there. Support your boys. All right, if you are a Bro Leaver in the chat, get rewarded because they could do it again. And if they do it on the back of Morgan's Aurelia, what a story to tell. However, I do think it's going to be very difficult now with Showmaker on his LeBlanc, which he's very, very comfortable on. I think that the assessment needs to be very similar as what we went in with in game number 1, and we'll see whether Bro can once again find a way to navigate themselves towards a mid-game without too much of a deficit. Very excited to see what's going to happen here, Chronicle. Let's hop into game number 2. Oh, the Brion fan chants really starting to elevate here in LoL Park. All right, let's see whether they can do it again.
Okay, Karis. I see you.
The Electrocute
Yeah.
Azir.
Yeah, I do think it's good tech into the LeBlanc for obvious reasons. LeBlanc excels in these very short bursty trades. Showmaker going for first strike as well. He did go bone blading, Karis didn't, which does mean that the Showmaker, I don't know if it's Showmaker's the inventor. He's the first one I heard talk about taking bone plating in the first strike to deny that crucial gold.
Oh,
Is definitely fun. No other big surprises here with rune setups across the board. Everything where you'd expect it to be.
Yep. Bottom side should still go very, very well for DK as Deft drops a drive-by ward as they head back towards this bottom side. I am curious as to whether or not Bro are going to be able to once again hold on. We'll see how many times Henna goes home as well in this early game. Because, of course, spent a lot of time in the shop in game 1. Didn't seem to matter. You get a double kill and everything just kind of feels fine. As the Zeri, I guess.
Yeah,
whether they can orchestrate that again.
Yeah, that's bailout for a lot of champions in a lot of situations. And it's something that, as mentioned, shouldn't expect to see here. Double Scorch, of course, for D+. We know how they play this lane, which is relentlessly aggressive. Both junglers are starting on the bottom half of the map, and that kind of confirms what we were talking about before. Canyon is not going to win the 2v2. Canyon and Kana are not against Lee and Aurelia. Yeah. But you at the very least need to make sure that they can't dive Kana, they can't set him too far behind early on, because if that Aurelia starts snowballing, you're going to be in deep trouble. And I don't think there's confirmation for D+, but their assessment should be that most likely we're going to see Kana be the focal point here. Also went for Doran's Blade, which provides you with a little bit of extra health and sustain to try and stay alive. And he did also get early control of the lane here, which might help him to get a crash so that he can actually play a little bit safer. Because if he goes down early again, like he did in the last game, the result will be very different from just like Cassante not dying in.
Yeah, no, exactly. This is absolute snowball potential from Morgan. We know that he does find a lot of success on these split push type champions.
Hasn't gotten the crash.
All right, let's see whether Canna is going to survive this little visit from Umpty. He does have a ward.
Really can't die here. Very important. There is a ward, and Bro also have no insight on Canyon. They don't know where he is. And don't want to take a bad 2v2, because it also works the other way around. Although, even if Aurelia does fall behind, a single stun into post 6 ultimate can definitely turn the tables on that.
It's 10-7. There's been quite a few players that have tried the Aurelia into the Jace and have been less than successful. Of course, Jace has been in a decent spot here in LCK for quite some time as Canyon takes himself some shellfish, as now on a ward is Canna as the flawless duet. Let's see whether it lands. The flash comes forward as Canna is not going to be hit by that one, and the Q misses as well. Beautifully played here by Canna, as now Canyon is moving up towards his top side. No flash on the Lee Sin, remember, as in goes Canyon, but the safeguard is going to be there. Morgan able to keep his jungler alive, as now Karis going to get snared by the chain. Otherwise, it's going to be okay. So, no flash on Canna, but no flash on Morgan and Umpty either.
Yeah, just
so a positive trade.
Just be good and you don't die there. That's the lesson. As Kana sidesteps the flawless duet, even with the slow coming through from Umpty, then is subsequently able to flash away and dodge the Q. Really nicely done there. Playing with fire is the D+ top laner.
Oh, 100%.
If it ends up working out, you're not going to be too sad. And the obvious losers on this play are Brion, not necessarily just because of what happened to the top side, but more notably because Umpty is now very far put behind, because he did skip more camps and he didn't get the scuttle, so we'll hit 4 here. But Deft and Showmaker have been able to just relentlessly harass their opponents, and they are aware of where Umpty is right now. He did get spotted, so this is very reminiscent of game number 1. Triple prio here available for D+, and gonna make it harder for Brion, although Morgan post first back, and once he hits 6, Kana is going to have a much tougher time. Oh, that's such a big cancel there.
Yeah, another wave is going to parade forward here. Of course, with teleport, you're not going to miss out on too much. But there's no cannon here, so he's at least missing 1 or 2. As Canna is just going to say goodbye to these minions, gets another crash, and Morgan is going to miss nothing, so he's fine.
Yeah, going to be able to pick up the Vamp Scepter. Some might jokingly say that already has full build now, but let's not kid ourselves. We all know that that's when Blade is done.
That's true.
Yeah.
Just need that one.
Just need Blade. Yeah, then you are. And the early presence, this time around though, do know Deft not going for the Dirk. That was something that they went for last game, which, particularly with Hannah, also investing a lot of gold early on into trying and survive the lane with refillable and whatnot, didn't end up actually paying out for D+. And actually Hannah obviously got paid back with a great amount of money.
Yep.
As Umpty looking towards a topside play here. D+ should be aware of this.
Yeah, ward is going to be there in position, so Umpty not going to steal the Grump, just going to back away. And Canyon gets the ward over. So topside focus here, both teams. And the more they know about where Umpty is, the more DK can just continue to put the screws in on the bottom side.
Yeah, look at that. Look at Deft and Callie.
Yeah. Their forward percentage, you know, a stat that we like here in the LCK, is going to be quite high in this particular game, you could imagine.
It will be, yeah.
I think ever since the lane started, they have not moved back towards their part of it, except to go home. So, yes, pretty good start. But it started like this last time, as Warrior Trickster going to be available for Canyon as Karis moves on over. Canyon trying to get out, does manage to flash, as Showmaker's diving on forward, finds the chain. Umpty one more auto and he's going to go down. The Q is going to miss as well as Karis. Can he trade one back? First blood going to Showmaker is so huge, but if Karis gets a kill here, could be big as well, but no. Conquering Sands is going to miss. Meanwhile, there's a fight here towards his bottom side. Henna lit on fire, ebb and flow pretty good, as now Karis wants to find Canyon. Can Canyon find this? He's down so incredibly low. Showmaker moving on forward. The chains will land, and I don't know whether it's worth it as Showmaker picks up the kill, but there is at least one to be gained for Karis there as well.
I'm going to say that's worth trading the 2-for-1 here as, ooh, yeah, Hannah and Effort are playing very aggressive here. The short trades actually did go into favor as we saw earlier, but this is a disaster for multiple reasons. It's a 2-for-1 trade, which by itself is kind of rough, but Kariz, one, doesn't have his TP available, and secondly, Showmaker is the sole AP source on D+. You got full AD, you got Wukong, you got Jace, you got Lucian. You desperately want to try and itemize armor here, but now you're going to have a monster Fat LeBlanc that's going to chunk everyone that comes even remotely close, and this game looking very different here, and that is a form of Canyon and Showmaker that we have not seen in a decent amount of time.
Well, at least not since their previous series. That form of Canyon and Showmaker was not there in game number 1 here. The bros kind of hypnotizing DK, but it seems like they've snapped out of it, at least for now. As we're going to check this one out once again from Showmaker's perspective. He's very good at LeBlanc, guys.
나 봐줄 수 있나?
이거 볼게 그냥. 오케이. 뛰는데?
Look at this. Uses him to taxi so he can smite the cannon.
Yep, so he can get level 6 and then manage to find the kill.
Still ends up going down, isn't able to sidestep.
짜릿하다 이거.
He's having a bit of a giggle about it as well. Very, very cute. Does show that, and as you can see, Showmaker, a big smile on his face as well. So not letting the last loss get to them. And of course, if they do manage to still win this series on the DK side, they will still, even if Genji gets the 2-0, they'll be even against them for the head-to-head. And honestly, head-to-head doesn't matter that much because they're going to face off against one another.
That makes it so much better. If they're going to be even on score.
Yeah, exactly. And then they go into battle.
Yeah, now that does require
T1 would have to lose to DK as well.
Yeah, or if that happens, Genji just also has to lose against Hanwha, and then we're still cooking.
To be perfectly honest, that could happen. We saw what Hanwha were able to do against T1 yesterday. There's certainly a lot in the tank for that.
Yeah, it really does work in mysterious ways.
Oh, absolutely. As Henna's flashing forward, they find the tidal wave as the culling is just soaked by the Zeri. Good defensive play here for DK, but I love the gusto out of Bro. Just flashing forward, no fear.
If Deft has Ignite there, maybe they can even get the kill on Hannah. Not gonna end up going for it. Also, do note, as mentioned, Deft is just shy of his Guild Force spike right now. Not actually going for the Dirk, which is another one of those items that, while it can help you get and play your lane more aggressively, gonna be enough as, Kana.
Yeah, looking for Morgan here. Just going to get the most value out of the W he can.
I hadn't actually considered this, but this might actually be also one of the matchups where going for Gordrinker makes the Aurelia's matchup way worse than it would have been otherwise.
Yeah, you kind of you don't have that blow up the Jace option as much.
No, I do still expect Morgan to win the all-in when he has his blade available, which should be shortly. And I don't expect Kana, although with the current wave state, like things are not looking too hot. To still be fine. But Gordrinker specifically in these type of matchups definitely is going to help a lot. We've seen it with the Akali as well, where if one champion's win condition is kind of relying on winning hard all-ins, Gordrinker does a great job of making those a lot harder to find.
Yeah.
And we mentioned this Aurelia is very binary. If you don't get a lead in an Aurelia lane, you are not going to provide nearly as much as the Jace when it comes to mid to late game team fights.
Yeah, winning becomes a lot more difficult. However, it's not over yet for Morgan by any means. Wants to get that blade before he really has a lot of strength. But the more he starts bleeding and the more plates that go over to Canna, I 100% agree with you. It does get difficult, and Umpty, he knows.
Round 2.
Yeah. And now Canna looking to push away Morgan. Vanguard's Edge comes in. There's the flash, but the flash immediately used by Canna. Still, it does not matter. Umpty's going to be able to lock that one down, and we are all tied up as far as the kills. Morgan feeling great after that assist as well.
Oh, and an effort. You are going to get dove.
Oh dear. Tidal Wave is going to come forward as Canyon's in there. Finds the Cyclone as Henna gets the ult off. Can they actually make this? Well, no, they cannot. As Effort left underneath this turret. I have a feeling he's going to die. Distortion's a good ability, guys. And Karis might just die as well. Blade completed here for Morgan. His Effort is on a merry jaunt through Summoner's Rift towards his demise. And that is the turret finishing him off. No assist for Canyon. And so Effort at least gets that.
Yeah, it's as good as you can do there when you're Effort. And even with the bubble not hitting there, yeah, you know Umpty isn't there.
Is Barrier, was it off? No, was it off?
I think it was available, yeah. But even, like, I think even with Barrier usage there, the core issue is that you know that Karis can't join, and you know where Umpty is. So I don't think you ever are able to survive there. This is, even with a great flash from Kana, not going to be enough, as the Q is, or the ultimate still hits, so still the opportunity for Morgan there to take his target down, as, yeah, do note here, with that bubble missing, this feels like it becomes a little bit closer, but even with the barrier, Kellen and Deft, I think, can still take a decent amount of beating there. Kellen has flash available as well, so could go for an aggressive play, and that's the cost that you pay. It's something we talked about in Champ Select, and it's coming true here right now. And
oh man.
Yeah, the fact that Karis has just been kind of locked in his lane is a big part of this. Showmaker having so much more impact in this game.
Showmaker is actually the biggest change here for DK in a gigantic way. He is playing so incredibly well. I haven't seen a chain miss. It's actually nutty. As Umpty's back to do it again. Worked pretty well last time. May as well go for it one more time. But yeah, it looks like with Cannon's Gore Drinker, he does just teleport back in, so we'll have to go home now as well. So certainly good news.
Effort and Hannah might just die again.
Well, the dragon is going to go down first.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm talking, like, if they don't just vacate the area.
Well, Bubble is going to connect.
Oh no, look, Showmaker and Canyon are coming. I think. Maybe not.
Is this another one of those,
I feel like
look at the mini-map, they're winning type moments, or?
Okay, they're fine. Taking control again, just going to take the Drake, not going to overpush it. They did know that Umpty backed, so could be expecting him to make his way over.
Morgan alert, taking the turret down towards that top side. Certainly good news for that Aurelia side lane win condition. Not sure whether it's going to be enough to mitigate the Inferno that is the rest of the map. But if Morgan's winning, we all know that Bro Leavers are happy.
What type of Inferno would you say it is?
There are different types of Inferno.
Yeah, Dante's, Disco.
Oh, probably Disco.
I like that.
Yeah. I like that one a lot as well. Glad you gave me that option. Dante's Inferno, that sounds a little bit sinister. As Canyon not going to be able to help with Shirley here. And Bro will be able to lock that one down. Umpty misses the Q, but it doesn't really matter. I don't think they were going to engage on anyone as Kellen looks for a bubble. But the Whimsy is going to get Effort out of the way of that one. And Tower falls on this bottom side. Showmaker in a side lane, a little bit frightening here. 2-0-0 on the LeBlanc. As now Deft moves towards this mid-outer turret. Tidal Wave comes through the wall. They get the knock-up onto Effort. Bubble is fantastic onto Henna, but he's going to survive for the moment. Oh, Showmaker lurking off to the side. Q is going to be avoided. Really nice sidestep there from Showmaker. But Bro not going to give them the angle to find that little engage. As Karis picks up this wave on the bottom side. 3,000 gold, though, is the lead. DK managing to snowball this one much better as Polymorph comes in, and Canyon is just going to get 100 to 0'd. He looked like a ragdoll.
He was! And gets taken down. Very nicely C-chain there. Turret is still going to go down, but I think that was going to happen regardless. Nice little capitalization there from Brion. Canyon feeling a little too safe with Cyclone and being Wukong. Slippery character, but not going to be enough.
He didn't have a chance to press any of his buttons then.
No.
Apparently?
No. Did not. And now...
All right, Deft is going to throw a culling at Henna. He doesn't tank it too well, but it looks like this turret should still fall down. Another wave going to come through. And DK, they lose out on that one. So the gold going to be pulled back about 1,000.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to that Kana not being able to hit the Shock Blast on the stun targets. That would have been big because that probably would have given them the burst, so that Kenyan doesn't even need to go in here. But
Actually,
also,
couldn't do anything.
No, there was no, well, he shouldn't have been there.
Well, yeah.
That was the main thing. But his team was shoving in mid, and he was looking. Did take some control of the jungle there, and I don't think he knew about the ward in the brush at the back of the red, so was going to get taken down by that. And it's, I think, pretty big for Breon that this is a Cloud Drake, because Cloud is not nearly the sure-footed win condition. What is a big win condition is Showmaker being as fat as he is, and I do think that that is going to remain a big problem, because as we can see, a lot of armor being built on Breon's side, which is good.
Yeah.
That's very valuable. But it also means that Showmaker, particularly with First Strike, a rune that scales absurdly well, is going to be very happy. Once he finishes Shadow Flame, he is going to chunk people.
Yeah, a lot of elimination will be happening here. Henna, we saw, actually did come online pretty massively after the Bloodthirster was completed. We'll see whether Bro can play around that spike once again, but he is a very long way away from it this time around. Last time, remember, it was a 2-0-0 Zeri, now a 0-1-1 Zeri. So
now if
the way that it's
like, if he looks at him angrily.
Yeah, it's like a sideways glance is probably all Henna can take here.
I wouldn't even know what a full stare would do.
No, that's just death. You thought that Cassiopeia was scary.
Well,
this LeBlanc is a little bit.
She is.
Well, yeah, she is. And she does.
But there is
only
only
the eye, you actually do turn.
There is only one correct answer for scariest character.
What's that?
In League. Well, I'm wondering, like, what do you?
Nocturne?
I'd say Fiddle.
Oh, Fiddle, yeah.
Fiddle
kind of is.
Have you heard Fiddle's voice lines?
Yeah, no, he is frightening.
He's actually like, even playing him, you're like, oh, Fiddle, can you calm down a little bit? Can you chill?
And I don't know why I said Nocturne, because of course, like, he's got the spooky Nocturne skin,
well, of course.
Which is so adorable.
Yeah.
But I guess Fiddle's got some cute ones as well.
Canyon is on a ward.
Once again a Q is going to land. Warrior Trickster going to be used this time, and Umpty gets himself out of there. No harm, no foul. 13 seconds until this Drake is up and available. This time DK managing to pick up the first two. Wanting to get to a soul point themselves. Bro occupying the bottom side of this. And there is this outer turret still available. So that while they're there, they will be able to grab that. Ignore this, ignore the mid lane. No. We want to talk about this even battle between Bro and DK. Bro with all of this control. Teleport to come through from Showmaker.
Oh god, he has Shadow Flame.
This is so scary. If he mimics a distortion into the backline, it is terrifying. Polymorph now on cooldown for the next few seconds.
Chase is here.
Yeah. Can he find the Shock Blast as they dive forward? Bit of a reset there on the Drake as Umpty out of position now. Showmaker is just keeping them all at arm's length. Umpty lands the Q onto the Drake once again. They're looking to try and burst it down as Henna dives forward. The flash out from Depth, though, gets himself immediately into the back, and they're trying to time out the ultimate here from Henna. As Umpty's still alive somehow, but they have to give up the Drake. And don't worry, guys, no one died.
Well, not yet.
Yep, no one died yet. Cut the video. Cut the video. Cut the video. As Canyon dives forward. Morgan, can he be the hero is the question. As Showmaker dives into the backline, but Effort will survive for the moment.
Umpty?
Don't worry, no one
behind enemy lines.
Oh, can he do it? I mean, they don't really have too many. Oh, the Empress Divide is gigantic. And they wipe them out. It's 2 for 2, though, so far is the flawless duet coming through. Showmaker is still alive, guys. And Bro walking the wrong direction. So Morgan is likely going to be taken down by the turret. Never mind. This is still going. We're still going. Still going. Umpty's still running as it's the execute for Morgan. No one kills Morgan, everyone. As that is the ace. And DK, they get the Drake. They managed to get the ace in the end, but the Empress Divide was sick.
They looked real close for a second there, Atlas.
Yeah, didn't things look really cool? Things looked really cool in that fight. The DK just kind of won in somewhat of a landslide.
Yeah, the big difference here is that Hannah can't play as aggressively because of him not having the same resource that he did in game number 1, right? In game number 1, that won him the game. But this time, D+ is more than ready with the very, very nicely done kite deck there. and then using the range of their Jace and their LeBlanc. And then this is where, obviously, you're like, okay, well, this is looking great. They're looking good. They're going to get corralled underneath this Sun Disc, but then Karis out of nowhere. The problem is that Kana and Showmaker are still full health, and they don't really care about the Sun Disc.
Instantly popped.
Yeah.
Like, just went boom.
Well, he knew that going in. He was a courageous man.
Oh, yeah, he was. And Morgan gets the execute in the end.
But Showmaker doesn't die, and they don't get the dragon, and they do like lose the fight really hard.
Yeah. So while everything was really cool and fun and stuff, this is still a very comfortable
still bad news.
Gold lead.
It's like a Michael Bay movie.
Oh, but man, talk about a bro power spike. Bounties now available. So now all they need to do is win themselves a fight, claim all that bounty gold. They've got another Zeri composition. They've got an Aurelia in a side lane.
The Hanwha Life angle.
Absolutely. Ignore this. Ignore the fact that Showmaker is mega fed in this game and likely going to be a large reason why Bro will struggle to actually win. But here we go.
We don't know.
Morgan clearing a minion wave.
There's Umpty.
Is going to turn up. He's on vision. Kanna going to move towards his team. Mini stun into the wall there as he flashes out. Hannah dives back forward. And Morgan, can he do it? The answer's no. That's a double. DK will be able to thwart them.
Yeah, that's Gilforce. That's Gore Drinker. I knew it started with a G there. Value.
Gale Drinker.
Gale Drinker sounds kind of dope.
Yeah, I mean, they did both of the items, so it's kind of cool.
Gore Drinker coming up huge there for D+, able to keep him alive. He's sounding the horn!
Let's do Baron. Okay, 23 minutes into the game here as Deft is going to move on over and help Canyon out. Showmaker is going to distract them. And Henna and Effort are going to get an outer turret in the bottom lane. All right, keep the video down there. As Karis going to get the flash out from Showmaker, very nicely done. But still the Baron is being taken, guys. So if we look towards the bottom lane, if we look towards the top lane, we're like, oh, got a flash, got a turret, nice, the Baron gone.
The more conditionals you have to add to any statement, the less the statement should be made. Oh, I know this is
silly, am I not allowed to do it? Oh,
no.
Can't help it, Chronos, I can't help it.
Yeah, I have to look for the angles. That's your job as Kana. Yeah, with the help from Lucianami there, actually baiting out very nicely. Knew that reinforcements were imminent and stays alive with the extra tankiness.
Oh, is the Aurelia going to get 100 to 0? Flawless Duet does come through as there's a distortion. Great Wild Growth to come through, but he just pops back again, and that is the culling that's going to take down Morgan. Morgan not able to get the execute this time, unfortunately, as DK really taking the bull by the horns this time. Not going to be a repeat of 2022 by the looks of things. In round one, of course, Bro in Spring, we're able to get that 2-0 that we do talk about quite often. Not going to happen this time as Henna. Oh my god! Explosion of damage. And he's going to have to go home. Something that we were saying a lot last game. This time feels a little bit more dire.
So that's the difference between finishing your Bloodthirster at like, I don't know what it was, like 18 minutes or 25 minutes. It's big. And
what do you do when your quick blades are on cooldown, by the way?
Not be quick? I don't know.
It looks like it's on cooldown and available at the same time, which is kind of true, I guess. As Effort just pops. Bye-bye.
Bye, Effort.
Bye, Effort.
Yeah, so, again, I want to pay attention to how
Showmaker is just running this rift, isn't he? Oh my goodness. That was like thought of so much time in advance. As Canyon hops on over and is just going to emote spam a bit here because he's just having a good time, guys. He's just having a good time. This inhibitor turret is going to go, and it looks like DK with this Baron should actually be able to end this game. It's kind of crazy to talk about. There are only 3 members of Bro here, though. And Henna might be able to do something heroic. Karis does have Emperor's Divide, but oh god, Morgan doesn't have his life! Showmaker is just popping anyone. Yeah, he gets eye contact with as Henna is going to ult. Can he actually find the fight is the question as in dives Canyon. They look for the backline, does Karis? It's not going to work out. And there they go. There is the ace. And DK get their revenge after a difficult game 1. We are going to be going to that decider, that game number 3, and we'll see whether Bro can do it again. As Umpty, he spawns, he dies. The present is being put up into the sky here by Kellen. The Nexus will fall, and DK will tie up the series. And not only was the Lucianami lane a great
great source of power for D+. This time around, everything else also worked. Kanla didn't die to the early gank.
Yep.
Showmaker played a champion with a fair amount of agency, and he got 2 early kills, and then the game was just kind of done. And D+ bouncing back in a major way, and this is to me the biggest difference between how this roster looked at the start of the split and now. Because a loss like that first one can really be kind of tough to deal with, and now they're unfazed, unbothered,
Yep.
and
Looked a little bit like Gorilla was a little stressed,
Yeah.
but you can see some happier faces here in the D+ camp. They're still not going to be happy with the fact that they even dropped a game in the series, to be perfectly honest. So it is going to be a difficulty, at least getting maximum happiness out of it. But after a game like that, I think that DK fans should be feeling a lot more satisfied with their team's performance here today. Having a look at the damage, Showmaker is going to do the most, as we expected, but Deft very close behind. And as we can see, bit of a ramp here as far as the gold, no real issues.
clean game by D+. Good individual play, love the composition, played out very, very aggressively. Just what you'd like to see, Atlas.
Absolutely. So now it is time to go to a short break and see whether we can find any bro leaf within ourselves as we head towards the deciding game number 3. Space will be before that though. Stay tuned.
좀 걸려볼게. 타워 쳐봐.
나이스.
네, 나한테 좀 오래 걸렸다.
아질주?
살짝 봐줘.
야, 오공 제리 궁켰다. 제리 궁켰다.
나 한번 띄워줄게.
아지르 노플. 아지르 노플.
아질 로플.
나이스.
나이스. 왜? 아니 왜?
뭔가 제이스.
억과 놈들이야.
죽여. 여기.
죽여.
나이스.
나 억과 당했어.
한판 잘하자.
예방 괜찮아. 단판 잘하자.
팸 보고 있어?
나? 아니 난 그냥 안 보였어.
관중석 그냥 보는 중.
공 다리 볼게. 공 다 빠지긴 했다.
아리. 아. 야 천천히 봐. 아리 다시 야 제리.
대리. 야야 이거 쳐. 야 오공부터.
야 제리 노플.
아리 잡고. 아리 나이스.
아니 앞으로 가.
나이스. 롤러부터. 용하다 용.
이번엔 보는 건. 야 제리 누구? 야 천천히 해봐.
정호.
야 오공 볼게.
맞아.
야 천천히. 야 이겼어.
아, 내 전판 내가 잘하긴 했어. 내가 그 통나무 들고 있었어. 너랑 나랑.
배치기 먼저 할게. 2초.
아.
천천히.
잡았어. 빼.
나 토스 가면 볼게. 바로스. 바로스.
아.
넘겼어. 바로스 맞아.
야밀 가는 중.
봤어? 빼봐.
아.
그만.
내 위치 한번 봐봐. 나 바로스 토스 앞도 볼게.
미드.
바루스 하죠.
바루스.
미칼 쏘고
바루스 나왔어.
밟아. 미칼 없고.
야 바루스 그냥 풀 슬랭. 바루스.
나 없다. 미칼 없어.
야 제리.
괜찮아.
야 마마. 야 들어오네 봐.
마오.
야 제. 야 끝내.
아, 이게
끝내.
미드.
아 끝났다. 아 행복하다 진짜.
재훈아, 하이파이브?
하이파이브.
박 사장 MVP야.
나? 오. 4연승에 부두셀? 잘해보자. 존중하면서 게임해야 돼. 얘네도 이럴 거 없어. 그 이럴 거 없는 친구들 굉장히 무섭다. 저 마음 잘 알지. 어?
여거 바텀 여 비비빅 웨이브다.
야 그냥 나 비비빅 웨이브나 미드라인 다 버리고 갈게.
비비빅 먹으러 와. 볼만한데? 정하고 치고. 와, 이거 설계한 거야, 거는?
거짓말 치지. 워럭난 거잖아.
아, 볼만해. 나이스. 그 궁합 죠 거냐? 버려.
나이스. 타워게.
킬러 더블. 다음 웨이브 포키 한번 보고서 클리어되면 우리 끝내. 아, 끝내고 싶다. 이 잡았어. 나이스. 포스. 나이스. 더블. 아무도 안 맞고. 유지.
나이스. 잘했다.
나이스.
선 1대1 할까? 그릇. 뭐 할까? 나 AP 할게.
저 AD 열 듯?
아 크리샤를 했네. 아. 먹어. 선아 이거 어떻게 할 건데? 이 패시브 어떻게 할 거냐고.
아, 바텀 오면 다이브가 오면 잡아요.
그대로 가.
아, 그대로.
죽일게.
그냥 빼세요.
야. 간다. 가비.
Hello and welcome back to the space. That was game number 2. That kind of was what we expected DK to do in the first game, but they were able to get it done on the backs of Showmaker's LeBlanc that he did out for this one. Let's take a look at the draft, Wolf. What did you think about this?
I mean, the draft really was very similar in what it was trying to do here for D plus Kia in game 2 to what they did in game 1. But the LeBlanc was kind of the X factor here because Showmaker got ahead early and pushed Karas out of lane and then basically had impact all over the map. We were a little bit concerned about this Aurelia pick, and we knew it was going to be something weird. We saw the coaching staff like tapping Morgan on the shoulder. We were like, oh, here it comes. Because you can play around topside in this draft and try to punish the Jace. We've seen a few teams try to do it with Camille. Keen comes to mind, right? This Aurelia pick is very common, but it's very telegraphed, right? So Canyon can just path topside too because your bottom lane is already set and ready to go. And even though Canyon is a little bit late, they mess up the gang. So the flawless duet doesn't hit, the Q misses, and that's the end of that. Kana gets ahead in the lane because he has ranged into the Aurelia. And so your Aurelia win condition dies so early on in the game. And we put this in yellow before that happened, even because we were like, it could work. It's a risky pick. It did not in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. You were saying, just pick Ornn, right? Just get something that's in lane. You already have Azir and Zeri. Just sit there and scale and just try to play that game, but they did not. Let's take a look at the first highlight, which is going to show off Showmaker's couple of kills.
This was a call that, was extremely greedy here to go for, but it's Canyon's move, right? And he actually decides that he's going to smite in mid to get level 6 to actually continue. And it looks really messy here, and it was extremely greedy, but they played it out so perfectly. Look how low Showmaker is, And Canyon's like, if we get 6, I'm going to get my ultimate. We're actually going to be able to win this fight. So he actually goes past Karis, fights, gets 6, and then turns us around. And this is an extremely greedy play, but it's basically the game-winning moment because Showmaker gets fed from here and can continually push Karis out of lane. So it's one of those moments where, like, if I'm watching this as a coach, I'm like, oh my God, they're going to throw. But then actually it works so well, just barely. And, like, how can you blame Karis for thinking he can win that? It's not his fault, but Showmaker just outplays him, and 2 kills on LeBlanc that early. What are you going to do?
Yeah, and it's rough. I mean, you're already playing Azir into LeBlanc, and it's Showmaker who, he didn't look great on Syndra, but we know this guy can play LeBlanc, and he's playing it into Azir. Like, there was, right after that, we saw an Emperor's Divide just hit thin air because the LeBlanc just dashed his way. It's really rough. Let's take a look at the second highlight here, as we did have a fight on the Drake, and this was essentially DK solidifying their lead.
Yeah, and I mean, Showmaker gets polymorphed here early, but he can still do so much damage, and there's so much more agency in this draft here for Def too, because there's no flanking Akali, he's not under any threat, so Breon here trying so desperately to prevent this Drake from going over because it's so critical here for D+. Umpty trying to stick to the Drake, but so much damage is taken here by the time they actually decide they're going to look for a wild growth onto Karis. And this is when things get interesting, right? They do back away and set up a Sundis turret here. D+ get this Drake, and Karis is able to set up a really cool Emperor's Divide here. And because all the health bars are low, it doesn't end up being the winning moment. Morgan also kind of messes up this engage a little bit. But I appreciate, once again, this is another highlight I want to show where Breon are willing to do aggressive stuff. Like, old Bro doesn't do this. Bro who's fighting for playoff doesn't make plays like this. And yeah, they still lose the fight. But it was a heroic attempt by Karis, Umpty coming back in the collapse. And they're almost able to make it work. If they were in a closer game state, I think this looks way better for them. So this is the winning moment ultimately for D+, but still great effort by Bro.
Yes, definitely a great effort by Bro. And guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's take a look at who gets it here. The LeBlanc of the game. It should be as Showmaker gets his 7th.
Yeah, Showmaker, really good game on the LeBlanc. Got an advantage and felt like he was just a little bit uncomfortable playing the Syndra, and the game state wasn't what they wanted it to be in the mid-game after losing that fight. But on the LeBlanc, he gets this early set of kills, thanks to Canyon, right? He and Canyon both set this up. I think Canyon might get some votes too because he played really well this game. But once this moment happens, the rest of the game is kind of on lock for him. Like, it's his playground. You can see all over the map, constantly threatening the side laners. And the Aurelia's behind, the Azir is even further behind. Bro just don't have any agency because this LeBlanc is everywhere all the time.
Yeah, that kill was when we realized the game was over. And, 11 out of 11.
Wow, 11 out of 11.
Makes sense. I mean, maybe you throw a vote to Canyon, but the way that Showmaker played his lead was kind of insane. So good to see that Showmaker's back. He's playing hard in that match. Definitely does not want to drop this one to Bro, so really got to hand it to him and the guys that they do turn this one around. As I said at the beginning, this is what we expected out of DK. We thought they would just come through and take out the 2-0, but Bro are really putting up a great fight today. So we are done here for the second segment of the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Absolutely fantastic breakdown of that game number 2. Showmaker, well-deserved 11 out of 11, although I did want to throw one over to Canyon purely for the trumpet used to signal the Baron. That was very, very awesome. Yeah. I liked it. I got some big-time Lord of the Rings vibes. It was just great. So definite, honorable mention for that. But Showmaker really turning it around, and I think that the reference to game number 1 where he was kind of invisible on the Syndra really does show that when there is agency given to Showmaker, DK looks so different.
And that didn't always used to be the case, because if you go back to some of the matches earlier played this split, that's where I think D+ particularly was struggling. Showmaker's round 2 has been such a marked improvement over what has been kind of an up and down split for D+, and we say that as they are still sitting in second place. So, some of our teams, we just hold to very high standards, and D+ is definitely one of them. Do note, as mentioned before, that this one loss, even if they end up winning this final game to Breon, with Breon going to blue side, we'll at least have a swap up in the draft. D+ are no longer going to be ahead of Gen G.
They're going to be tied, yeah.
Oh, I'm so excited for that matchup next week. That's going to be amazing.
That's only assuming they can 2-0 Kwanda.
Which maybe today is just the day of blue shells. And also assuming that D+ win,
Yeah,
which is not a given.
absolutely. No gibbons here. As the Ashe and Caitlyn actually banned on the blue side, which is quite curious. Not wanting to play that one. Cassante now able to be banned on red because of those 2 obligatory bans being taken here by Bro. And the Lucian also taken off the board. Are we looking down the barrel of like a very
We're banning
pick? I hope
Pharos,
not.
so that might be the case. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know whether I ever
It might be a Zeri first pick.
Zeri first. Yeah.
And then like Sivir, Lulu. Or you go in a completely different direction, you know, and you go...
Draven Karma.
yeah, Draven Karma, or you can...
Oh, the Renekton first
God.
pick! Oh, that is exactly what Bro needs.
It's better than Zeri.
Yeah. Just get the saltwater croc into that top lane or into that mid lane. You never know. Have you seen Effort support Renekton? He often hovers his brother every single game.
No, I'm not entertaining this, Atlas.
Yeah, no, don't. The Draven is being considered though, and this would be it would mean that the Zeri is kind of impossible to
They're
pick
going to
anything into.
Draven, Kalista. Don't even have to pick Kalista. You probably go Lee here. Oh, Draven Lee,
All right, yeah, I like the Lee Sin.
and you can Kalista it up. Now the one risk you run into is a Renekton Nidalee,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I don't know to what extent I believe in the Brionne Renekton Nidalee draft. I think you need a very specific team, and generally that team is D+, to make the Renekton Nidalee work.
True.
Now Lilia!
That's the Umpty special.
That is the Umpty
Do
special.
you know what his win rate on Lilia is this season? 100%. Zyra Khan picked into Draven with Renata available, by the way, guys. This is what we like to call in the business a no-no. Big-time no-no. This is also Kellen's Renata, which is probably one of the scariest versions of Renata that exist. Yeah, big no-no time.
Yeah,
no-no time here for Bro. No-no time.
Come on, Atlas. I'm trying to do analysis.
Keep it together.
I'm getting distracted by your incessant use of no time. Yes. Yeah, the existence of Keria kind of forbids us from saying Kellen is the best Renata, but he might actually be at tight first place. His Renata last year in particular was a thing of beauty, was one of the large reasons why I think D+ were as dominant as they were when Renata was at the forefront of the meta. Exceptional positioning, really good feeling for the early all-ins, and yeah, you're going to bend the junglers, goes without saying, and the Zyra Khan is good given that you are not playing in a lane that dunks on it, because we've seen it with Lucianami, we're now seeing it with this, and I do really think you're going to run into some serious issues here. This GP pick I love. Yes, there is the potential for Karis to pick the Renekton, but then you have Morgan not on Renekton, you have Karis on Renekton, and I don't think that's a great look. This is a little bit more risk-averse. It's not as interesting.
Yeah, that makes me a bit sad. Zion's kind of cool, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. I hope that he does go for the Comet variant that can lane quite effectively.
Is it Aesol?
Oh.
No, it's Showmaker, so it's probably R5 Cassidy.
I want the R5 Aurelion Soul for that late game win condition for your Draven composition, you know? I think it's fine to completely sack any mid lane control for the first 20 minutes of the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm speaking your language, Atlas.
Absolutely you are.
Oh, I love
Galio?
Yeah.
It's the burly comp around Feathers Lady. I kind of like it. I think that this fits into the Bro playstyle.
The one downside is that we do know that Showmaker has pulled out a lot of tech playing into Galio.
Arivi.
He actually went for, I remember this very vividly, the Conqueror LeBlanc with a longsword start.
Yeah, I remember
that was amazing. It's going to be Ari instead. Ari Vi. Showmaker really does have some of the most fun tech when it comes to rune setups and itemization.
Ooh, he's got a giggle on his face as well.
It's Moonstone Ezreal, of course. Oh, no, that's way better. Oh, yes, please.
God, this is...
Lysandra Lee.
Lissandra would be a lot of fun, but Talia is going to come in, and of course, Talia
really
also
good.
kind of ruins the day of everyone.
Yeah, no, it's Talia's really good. I love the Lissandra.
Yeah.
And I think the Lissandra has the added benefit of playing extremely well with the Draven for obvious reasons. The benefit of the Talia is that I do think Showmaker is one of our best Talias. And Brion have a short-range dive comp with, you know, Hannah is the only one that kind of wants to hang back, peel back, and then go for big Feather Storms or Blade Callers. But the rest of the comp is all-in. You're playing an all-in comp into Renata and Talia, and that's and Science. Not great news. Now, if you can blow up Deft if he's out of position, then that's like the one win condition that you have. Same for Talia. We've seen that you can kind of reach critical mass, but I don't think things are looking too hot for Bria on your draft when it comes to the draft.
Yeah, the no-no section of the draft really was where it all
no-no time.
But no-no time was not to be underestimated. It's definitely big-time danger. But DK definitely coming out feeling very happy about this red side draft. And bro, they got the Ari Vi, they got the Renekton for the Lord, they've got, you know, Efforts Rakan is something he's most famous for. Henna has played a heck of a lot of Xayah. This is mega comfort. As long as you ignore all of the answers that DK has, that's the biggest problem here for bro, unfortunately, because this draft really does kind of do a number to it. Still, weathering the storm is going to be aim of the game here for bro, and we'll see whether they can as we hop onto the rift here, guys, for game number 3. Okay, here we are onto the rift for game number 3, the decider between D plus Kia and Brion. The bros at it again. Morgan on his Renekton. Umpty on his Vi to pair so beautifully with Karis's Ari.
There is one thing we do need to talk about.
You interrupted me. I hadn't done Henna and Effort yet.
Yeah, okay, you go first.
No, that's fine.
No, don't make me feel bad.
The
Don't
wind's
do
been
this.
taken out of my sails.
Don't do
now.
this.
No, I can't even sail anymore. I'm just adrift in the ocean. You've left me here, Chronicler.
We're both going back to marine analogies.
That's all I got.
When does the fish come out? What's it with you and the ocean, fish, Atlas, and boats?
Well, I mean, the wind was out of my sails, and that's where it began. Oh, no. Anyway, Henna and Effort are on the lovers duo. They're towards the bottom side.
The reason
DK have an answer for everything.
why I interrupted you so rudely is
sorry.
because we needed to talk. No, that's entirely on me.
Yeah.
We need to talk about Morgan's emote
Ah. Oh.
from the preseason event.
Oh my God! It's
If you guys don't know yet,
the Morgan hands emote.
yes, there will be an emote in an upcoming patch, and they have been released. If you remember the season kickoff event, there was a 5v5, and it was won by Morgan and his team. And they all got to make an emote. And there will soon, in this game, in League of Legends, be an emote of a Renekton looking at his hands in the iconic Morgan pose.
It's so good. Have I actually? I don't know whether I've told everyone that I managed to get the Morgan holographic,
The Holo Morgan card? Yeah.
collector's card. Now have the whole set of the
amazing.
Lord's trading cards.
So do I, for Croco.
Yep.
You know, it hasn't been my boy's best season, but I'm expecting him to bounce back.
Do you know who
He'll be
Mega,
okay.
Do you know who Mega Brained it? Outside of Valdez, who got Carrier, which is obviously always a great choice. But Wolf getting the BDD one.
Oh yeah, that aged very well. And
That
he
aged
has a
extraordinarily well. And
he
he
has a
asked for
persona
the
pose.
Yeah, I know.
So badass.
It's actually super dope. I was very impressed because Wolf asked for the BDD one like
during
last
Nongshim.
year. Like it was the Nongshim era of BDD, which was not the greatest. Certainly looking huge now. We're gonna have a look at this this bottom side of the map where bro, you know, doing what they have been doing all series long, which is being shoved in underneath their turret over and over again with not a lot of ability to play the game. But Handshake is going to connect here, and DK have, more tools to make their life really awful here if nothing is done about this bottom lane.
Unlike last game, where it was a volatile carry matchup, we have Renekton versus Sion, so both junglers are, unsurprisingly, pathing towards the bottom side of the map, because why would you ever path towards top? In general, but in particular
Oh,
for
it's
this
a
matchup.
cool skin here for Morgan, opting for something a little bit different, a little bit new. Ruthless Predator.
Nice. I think he got the cancel on the shield there. Well done.
Very cute.
Making use of that empowered W.
Uh-huh.
Well, back away from top lane.
Yeah.
It's not interesting. I'll let it go.
Yeah. We tried having a conversation about it, about what was happening, and I don't really know whether I want to do that again. As Deft is just continuing to keep shoving towards this bottom side. Umpty spots that these Raptors do come back available, but there is a ward in their own Raptor camp, so DK now know that they can play as aggressively as they like here towards this bottom side with no hint of a Vi making her way over. Still good counter jungling here for Umpty, as Vault Breaker is going to not be able to kill all of the popcorn chickens. Denying camp's not really a thing so much anymore, but still, Umpty just going to make his way out after getting what he wanted. And we do have teleports back into this mid lane here. Karis taking the spellbook actually on the Ahri, not something that we see all the time. As Canyon just walking towards him. They do manage to get the knock-up, and is Morgan just going to die? Yeah, he is.
He had flash.
That was a very, it was, yeah, bit of a sad time there for Morgan.
We bit unfortunate, yeah.
You want to expand on it?
No, not particularly.
Okay,
he had flash. He opted not to flash. And with the health that he still had available, I don't think that he was guaranteed to get taken down there. And I think with the wave as it was, he was also, yeah, he was very aware that Kane was there. So just need to flash this Q. As anyone who's ever played against Sion knows,
Yeah, that hitbox is
is
huge,
not
man.
accurate. That is, you can't just walk outside of it. Nicely done by Kana there as well. Good setup. And now the kill also went over the Kana, which doesn't mean that Morgan is at any threat of dying unless Canyon visits again, but post-Dominus, like, not to be expected. But it does mean that Kana probably never is going to die, at least in the early stages, in the non-team fighting stage of this game.
Yeah. There is a Hextech Drake on the Rift. It is going to be taken down. Next on going to be an Infernal, so our solo Drakes this game, very, very good. Means that we do have a high chance of a soul that is not super valuable. But still, these are solo Drakes in the early game for DK when they have so much early power is certainly very, very good for them. So high roll on the red side. As Effort and Henna actually able to walk into this lane now that the Renata Glass is home. So they should be able to get themselves a bit of a shove. And they are currently relatively even. Deft is going to eat through this wave though, and so therefore it is going to look a little bit worse as the dust settles.
It's
but
very
not the end of the
temporary.
world.
Yeah. But this is to be expected. Zion Rakan scale insanely well, so falling behind against the Draven. In CS, that's not the problem. What you really have to be careful about is at any point in the first like 15 minutes of the game is Deft getting a kill. Because right now the lane's tough, but it's manageable.
Yep.
As Deft is going to go back, and oh my, yeah, that is Sheen and Dirk. So he's going to continue doing what he has been doing.
Oh dear. A bit of a jump scare there for Effort, but he grand exits. And he is going to be absolutely fine.
And it also means that we need to keep a close eye on what happens to Showmaker, who, by the way, went for Glance. Very nice here. Well, he has Glance. Didn't go for it, but has it available right now. Incident, Vi, and Ahri makes it a bit harder for them to set up that 100-0. Yep. We know the unit that 2v2 is notorious for and has been for like 10 seasons. Well, it hasn't been 10 seasons, but close to.
Yep, very long time. Ever since Vi sort of came into the meta. She hasn't been there for... I mean, Vi was never really one of our main meta champs, and did sort of make her way in more recently. Pretty cool. As, yeah, Karis just going to be hanging out here towards his bottom side, stand aside there from Deft. And, yeah, bro, continuing to struggle. Good handshake.
Dirk and Acid Reaver is... It's very painful.
Yeah.
You're not going to have a great time. Deft also doing a really good job of continuously sidestepping. We do see Effort with hitting his Qs, is able to kind of keep sustaining, but this is what I'm worried about. The moment that Umpty shows, they gotta abandon here. Even with Featherstorm available, like, I don't think that's enough. You can't risk giving Deft a cash-in. I just can't do it.
This is the classic Showmaker Talia angle of I'm in a win bot lane while I'm winning mid lane. And he is currently doing both of those things. This entire minion wave is going to disappear into the open maw of the turret. And DK, like, what are Bro ever supposed to do in this scenario, right? Like, there is just no real option, no real answer.
There is nothing. No. Yeah, you just have to weather the storm. That's all you can do.
It's looking real rough. But Deft's going to move back towards this bottom side, look to try and grab this plate. Not going to be able to do so just yet, but it is only 9 minutes into the game. And Umpty will show up. I think he's spotted on a ward as he heads towards his red buff. As, oh no, Handshake comes in. There is the Whirling Death as Effort has to try and get out of there. He does. As Canna is getting chased underneath the turret. Nice little knock up there as Morgan gets into turret range. Oh no! Oh, he's going to survive for now. But that was dicey. Canna.
Have his Q.
Yeah, just wandering through. And the flash has to be used. Well, it's just some top lane stuff happening, I guess, guys. Nothing to see.
Connor, it looks so good, man. He did such a good job.
Gentleman's agreement. If you flash, I will flash, sir. Is what he's saying.
Take the win.
Oh no. Well, now Morgan is just going to slice. He's going to dice. Soul Furnace does come through there, but it looks like Morgan's going to get the solo kill revenge. What a weird turn of events on that top side of the map.
Yeah, very confused as we hear Caster Jun shout Monekton, which I love. That was great.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, Connor had won that, and then in the classic top laner fashion, he's like, I can win harder.
Yeah.
I can get more done.
And he went home, right? As both of the top laners had the same idea, but one of them was a Renekton.
Yeah. Not quite working out there for Kana. Very unnecessary death. Not going to mean too much in the grand scheme of things, as setup has been done here for the second Drake. Deft has gone back, picked himself up a Coalfields. Crucially, doesn't have a cash-in yet, though, and that's the main reason why this game is still very manageable. And there is a teleport almost available for Morgan. And if Brion can get a decisive fight, use the Vi and Ahri very aggressively, use the power, the 6 spikes of really anyone on their team, but most notably the Renekton, there is an angle here for Brion to like take control of this game early, and I think they need to.
Oh dear. The Rift Herald did not decide to charge. She's getting very confused as, they just turn it into a catch! And the charm is going to connect there as well. The kick does go off, so they go 1 for 1. And now the hostiles take over the handshake. Kellen is just running the map right now. Whirling Death gets the cash in, and it looked so good. And then everything went wrong for Bro.
Oh, Brion! It was all an elaborate bait.
Oh, yeah, that's a big old cash in there for Def.
Oh no, that's a 3-0 Draven there effectively. Even more, it's like 3.5.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a 4-0 Draven, kind of.
Yeah.
He has the kill.
Yeah, it's like 8. Yeah, that is. So, the idea by Brion, I quite like. So it's a misplaced Herald, which happens, right? Like if you put Herald inside his charge range, then it will always go for it no matter what, and you would have been fine. But not getting those 2 plates doesn't lose you the game. You know, it's unfortunate, but it's okay. You can come back from it. What is unfortunate is that this is Talia. It's Talia. You cannot dive in full front the Talia, and then Kellen with this flash Renata ult. Like his Renata ults are insane. Deft's like,
thanks guys.
Free kill.
Yeah.
와 망했죠. 달리야 답없죠.
Showmaker is pretty happy today. I think very happy with picking his Talia as well. Of course, they have the 2 best Talia players on this team here, do DK. Showmaker and Canyon, both of them very, very good at this champion. And Showmaker gets to play this time and is very happy about the situation.
You can't deal with my Talia. Well, no, they could not. Essence Reaver done now for Deft. He's going to do gruesome things are in the bot lane. No opportunity at all.
Handshake is just going to push.
Look at that!
Whirling Death. Oh, okay, sidestep. He's fine.
he
Just clearing the
lives.
wave. Just clearing the wave. It's fine.
He lives. Woohoo!
It's gonna be fine now, right?
Right?
Everything's okay now, right? Hostile takeover. As that's the Feather Storm, and now
You gotta leave.
yeah, sitting duck.
They gotta
underneath
leave.
this turret, and they do.
So, do you want to? Is this where you start pulling out the new marine wildlife analogies? Or are we going to give it a rest? Are we going to look for
We're just gonna give it a rest for
a
now.
different avenue of analogies?
It might. We might have to. Yeah, just give the fish some space. So it's definitely been a lot of that.
You want to talk about that?
No, it's all right.
Are you
I'm
okay
not
with it
even-
as well, or was
I'm
it
not
the
even-
fish's decision?
I think it was the fish's decision. He was just he was had enough of the analogies. I don't even go fishing ever. Deft is going to take the full.
I never
turret.
have in my entire life.
He missed the last plate, Chronicler. So if you're a Bro fan, that is a positive. And Bro actually got a few of these plates. Canyon misses the Q here as it's a fight over a Brambleback effort in position. Showmaker going to be able to get a Battle Dance out. As Karis is fighting Deft on the bottom lane. You don't really want to do that, as that's a bit of a faceplant as, oh dear. The Draven's very strong. That's my analysis.
Yeah,
What
good
did you
analysis. He's almost 2.5k gold up.
Yeah,
You can't.
It's 15 minutes into the
Can't
game.
walk near him. He's going to 2-tap everyone that isn't Renekton. Even Renekton, I'm not so
Renekton's
sure.
not going to have a great time either, I don't think.
Well, he won't have a great time, but at the very least he can... Oh, and Hannah is also feels forced to go for Kraken here into the front line of D+. But it also means, like, without Guild Force, Xayah loses, I think, so much playmaking potential in team fights with repositioning and using your feathers. Yeah. So things are not looking good for Brion. The upside, if you're a Bro-Leaver,
Def doesn't have his stacks anymore.
No, that's not one, and you know it's not. But this is a Camtech Soul.
True.
Which that helps a little bit. And yeah, that might
Oh, that's it.
just be yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, I really try to. It's
Well,
like
I would add
both Showmaker and Deft are fed. You're a melee comp into Renata and Talia.
your Nexus is still alive. Henna is not likely to be the same. As Showmaker just gets over the wall, Henna does have to heal. Charm is going to miss. And the Whirling Death once again from downtown! Deft picks it up, and Shirley should be the next one to fall. And Morgan is just going to slink back towards that top side. Canna is going to meet him. And yeah, DK can just kind of do whatever they want, as Umpty is going to be spotted, knocked up, kicked over the wall, queued, and is going to bust his way out with his cease and desist, but Kellen catches him and says no. Sorry, my friend. And hands off keyboard there from Umpty. Unfortunate scenario. But kind of what we expected coming out of the draft, and man, You love it when a plan comes together, right? Like, we talk about the fact that Kellen's so good on the Renata, and then he's given that opportunity, and instantly, he's playing so beautifully.
Game 1, but a distant memory here for the Bro-Leavers.
Yeah.
Perfectly done. And Umpty being here, yeah, not going to feel too great about that one with the Herald being taken very, very deep into enemy territory. Gets taken down. No recompense for him or his team.
Yeah.
And
hands off keyboard up. That one, understandable.
As I was saying, one of the big downsides when you have a fed carry on the enemy team, or one of the possible answers is that you can isolate that carry, try to burst them down, or you can itemize against them. But you can't, because both Showmaker and Deft are like monstrously fed.
Yeah, Deft's Infinity Edge is what I got a bit jump scared about.
Yes, but that's like that alone is also Showmaker with the classic. That's a classic summoners combo right there.
All right, Q is going to connect onto Umpty, as Canyon not going to follow him, as Morgan is living his best life here towards the top side. No one else is there, and that's what's going to make him feel good. Hopefully he's not looking at the minimap, because that's where things are kind of going wrong. They do at least manage to remove the minions. That's a good news story. Soul Point going to be picked up here by DK. It is unfortunately a Chemtech Soul like you were alluding to before, so Bro not going to be too worried, I guess.
Well,
yeah, it's still real bad. We're huffing a little bit here. as Karis picks up the wave that was delivered to the inner turret in the bottom lane by Showmaker, as Shirley hops into the mid lane, guided by Def, will immediately charge down this outer turret.
You got a Hail Mary. I like this, but D+, no.
Yeah, effort immediately spotted. And Canyon heads into the fog of war as well. They're going to look to see whether they can taxi Shirley forward for another one, and she does get the secondary charge. Canna, I think they took down his turret, his shield, but he didn't lose any health, so it's a happy sign. Speed up fruit, all of this mega fruit hanging around here. The mega flora, as we like to say.
I don't have a lot here because barring Deft being by himself, I don't think you're ever, like, if you kill him, you invest so much. This is a great opportunity for a catch, though.
Oh, there we go. Vault Breaker comes on in. Let's see whether Showmaker needs to break his stopwatch. He doesn't actually do it because he knew that he was dead. So that is another kill for Bro.
Good shot, though.
All right.
Big win.
We beginning to believe yet?
No, not even remotely, but that is a big kill.
Yeah.
Good start.
Canna? There he goes. Okay. Sunfire Cape's got his back. It's fine. As Morgan trying to get himself out of there. Def running around. Look at this Draven. Just happily wandering casually up the mid lane as we're going to have a look at this kill into Showmaker once again.
Getting taken off guard. I feel safe because they do have a ward in the Tri-Brush, but the entirety of Brion able to make their way around that by heading over the walls. Featherstorm is forced, and I wouldn't be shocked if D+ just start up Baron.
Yeah.
When it spawns. Because as I mentioned, barring like a situation like that where you can single out a target, how do you kill Showmaker and or Deft? Because if you just...
Well, we saw how they kill Showmaker.
Yeah, that was in a 1v3.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's how you do it.
No, not a 1v3.
No, you just get more people.
No, there's only 5 people.
No. They're going to need more than that.
Well, that's the problem.
Yeah. Well, don't say, you never say never.
Okay, then where are you going to get more people, Atlas?
I don't know. There's Lore Park's full of people.
How are you going to get more people into the game, Atlas?
Oh, that's going to be the difficult part.
That's a tough. That's a tough thing.
I don't quite have the level of ingenuity that that Bro has. I don't think so. I can't come up with it, but that might be the only way.
Yeah, it's difficult, and we joke if D+ do miss position, the punish potential from the Brion comp is amazing, but you're talking really bad miss position. Also, look at the builds that we see here. Kars has gone for a full utility build. Yeah. So it's not even like the damage from Kars specifically is going to be that threatening because he went for Lucidity Boots and he's gone for his Spell Book and then Everfrost and Zhonya's. So his pick potential is great, but he's going to...
Featherstorm still on cooldown. And the Q is going to land there. Canyon immediately grabs himself the flash, and Deft just says goodbye to the turret. Featherstorm going to be back up relatively soon. So that's
maybe you can
a bit
get
of
Quick
news.
Blades.
Yeah.
You need to 100-0, at least Deft or Showmaker, and then you need to get the other one.
Yeah.
That's the only win condition here, but a deep flank. Callan is there though. It makes it so much harder, even if you do find an ult. Callan, as long as he's the bodyguard, you're not getting, as long as he's bouncing, you're not getting into the club.
And Umpty was in the Croco brush, but is going to vacate, moves up towards his top side, continues to get some counter jungling done as effort. This is his grand entrance to escape. 4,000 gold, the lead here for DK. And Def probably getting up to a few more stacks here. Oh, slight miss on the cast minion there, but Showmaker probably still has enough money. Down a couple of CS against this Ahri, but it's not really a huge deal. Compositionally, it's okay. Henna taking half his health after Whirling Death. Prevents the back at 37 seconds to stall.
Oh, he can't finish Quick Blades.
That's a disaster. Flash forward from Canna. Okay, going to be interrupted. Seismic Shove doesn't really find it there. As Umpty off to the side. Him and Morgan now grouping up. Can they lock down Canna? He's got such a large health bar, and look at Showmaker just standing beside him, and in goes Kellen, finds the hostile takeover. Umpty and Morgan just battling against one another as Deft will finally turn up, and Showmaker's just going to scoot towards Henna. He's now completely singled out as into the backline they go. Kellen tries to find some of these bailouts, but they do manage to lock down Deft. That's a huge one. Morgan is massive in this fight, but the Ari is going to be taken out. It's now Showmaker or bust for DK, and he is going to be enough here. Morgan against the world as DK now look to lock down the Soul.
That's probably as good as you're going to get when you're Breon. On the plus side, they take down the Drave and take his stacks with him, and a big shutdown goes over because this is a messy fight.
Oh, it is.
This is D+ saying we're ahead. We can do whatever we'd like. As I'm Callan's Renata, man. Like the buffered R into flash to make sure that there is very little counterplay available, and then nice turn here. Everyone goes on top of Deft. Deft isn't able to actually use a stopwatch until he is already down, but with Showmaker still alive and Canyon being there, you know, the front line being there, Callan being there, you're just not going to have the resources to take him down, and that's the problem that we talked about earlier, the fork that D+ puts you in. You can kill probably one of Deft or Showmaker, but the other one is going to win the game.
Yeah.
And right there, kind of see it.
And
Showmaker,
also, I think that Deft came out of Showmaker and was... Deft came out of Showmaker? He came out of Stopwatch, and then the bailout wasn't actually used in time or something, or wasn't actually up. And if it was, then Deft maybe just kills everyone after that as well.
And
so it was even closer to being even worse.
there are moments where denying a cash-in can win you the game, but if the Draven is already 2.5k gold up, it's not... That's not enough.
No. Yeah, the damage has kind of already been done. Still, good news to have denied some of those stacks, but they do lose the Soul. And the Elder is going to be on the map relatively soon. Exodia an option here as DK just walk towards Baron and start hitting it with abilities and autos. And yes, bro, they now know what's going on. That it's down to 50% health.
Yeah, you got to flip.
Yeah,
try and win the fight.
As Cannon just standing in that front line. Morgan trying to get in there, but there's double smites, not a flip, because the Unsealed Spellbook is going to be inside that pit. The kickback onto Effort, but he does survive. Henna trying to get some work done here as Umpty dives into the backline, trying to be the hero, but it does not work. He just walks over so many rocks. Henna is free hitting, though, as the Crocodile takes down the Scion, but there's the cash-in for Deft. Not exactly the most massive one as Showmaker. Okay, he gets charmed. It's going to flash. He's fine. Absolutely fine. As Deft now running towards them. Henna, oh my god, that axe did so much damage. He gets into the pit. That's another kill for the Draven. And the Q is going to connect. Karis goes down. And D+, they grab themselves an ace. And we'll see what they do with it. As the Baron's already been taken, I think they'll just push some turrets.
D+, tour de force here after dropping game number 1. They are taking over the Rift here, and textbook from D+. Kana is zoning Umpty away. As long as they know where Umpty is, they don't have to be scared, and they have double smite, so they're not going to be feeling too threatened regardless. And here we see the conundrum that
look at the
Breon finds themselves in.
Well.
Oh no, I'm on to photo Showmaker, even with Callan playing as well as he has.
Yeah.
Because here you see the problem. Like, they have to try and all-in on Deft, but there is too much front line. Oh no, Kana died.
Yeah.
Oh no, the tank. Sad. Showmaker is clearly having a good time as he goes in and barely stays alive. Just make sure that Hannah and the rest of the team are funneled towards the top half of the map. And then Canyon with the flash blind Q to end it all.
And then I think smote his foe to death because Resonating Strike
did
go off due to the fact that the charm connected. So a little bit of Q play there is all right. They're going to try and jump onto Canyon here as Gordringer does a lot of work. Safeguard gets him out. He doesn't have flash, guys, and he looks like he's just having a good time.
No!
Does he survive? No, he does not. Okay, Callan moves over, doesn't get in range to bail him out, and DK are here on the bottom side.
If Callan has flash, I'm pretty sure that Canyon lives there.
Yeah, right?
Callan can flash bailout and ult, and then maybe Canyon just gets a counter kill. Going to stifle the push here mainly means that Breon will not be able to pick themselves up a bounty or two.
Huge.
It is quite nice. Karis is TP as well, so the problem is that it's just Canyon.
Nexus for outer turret mid?
I don't think they can end without Canyon.
You only get 50 gold from a Nexus. Let it be known.
Maybe they do try to end though. I'm not on board with this D+. I think it's just fine. Just heal off.
Alright, Unraveled Earth now going to be on cooldown for the next, well, not very long. Got a lot of ability haste. And Showmaker will find the flanking effort. Ward was there as well. And another wave. Canna, 50% as Umpty going to be moving in. So it looks like they're going to take your advice, Chronicler, and back away. Canyon,
Yeah.
sheepishly back towards this mid lane.
A little bit of health wasted, but really what D+ were looking to do there was get Kana under 0.5% of his health,
Yeah.
so that he would have access to the power of the Chemtech Soul.
Oh, true.
The extra damage and the damage reduction.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I didn't even factor that in.
You should have.
Crazy. Absolutely huge value. Very, very cool. Another thing that it does, pushing in as well, just to say something that they're really actually able to get done, is being able to guarantee that no vision can be put down around this.
Yeah, they're getting
Drake.
Elder.
And so DK spending time inside the enemy base towards the bottom side just means that they are able to prevent the ability for Bro to actually move in and take some semblance of control. Showmaker is just waiting for some people to turn up so that he can shove them seismically as he's just occupying one brush after the other. Oh, is it Effort? Is he going to be
Someone
the
needs to walk
unlucky
in.
target? Oh dear, there's the shove, thrown through the rocks, and Effort just, I think he would have just been walking and then noticed that his screen turned grey.
What can you do? You need to. Someone needs to walk.
Yeah.
You need to try and check. You can't give over Elder, but you can't really win this either.
Umpty and Canna are fighting as there it is. They tried for it, but there's a beautiful ulti that is going to come through from Kellen to say absolutely not. They tried, it was heroic, but it did not work out as now Morgan running for the hills, trying to get himself back towards the base. Whirling Death avoided there by Karis just narrowly, and it looks like DK won't even need an Elder. They are just looking to win the game right here at about 30 minutes in. Deft feeling very happy walking towards 2 turrets, and he can definitely do that because he's mega fed. Umpty going to dive on top of him here as Showmaker puts up a wall, and Deft is going to be able to kite out the Vi. This game is well and truly over, but Bro, hold your heads high. You were able to take game number 1. Didn't quite work in games 2 or 3, but you can do something like blaming the draft for that. And it was still a great performance from this squad that we didn't have very many expectations for. In the end, DK were too good, but Bro gave us an entertaining series.
And most importantly, Brion look way better than he did before. And that's something that I do really want to hone in on, because this team has struggled a ton with productivity. And all they can do now is look forward to what summer might bring. And if summer is more of this Brion, then I think they'll be just fine. They might be able to make a shot of playoffs again. Because if it was the Brion we saw at the first half and even in the last couple of weeks, then it would be a lot tougher. Still going to be a unfortunate loss. And for D+, it was one unfortunate game met by 2. No, we are way better. And we're going to show it in the most dominant of fashion. Kellen and Showmaker in particular in that final game.
Yeah.
I don't know who will end up getting it, because both of them made those exceptional arguments.
It's those 2 votes that are absolutely fine. Big strongman Canna on his Scion having a really good time. He was used kind of as like a shield for Showmaker to stand behind and just kill everyone without being able to be touched. It was actually really good tank play. Out of Canna, he has in the past struggled on tanks, so it is good to see him having a good performance there. As Acorn getting involved as well.
Kenyon looking around sheepishly.
Oh, very, very cute. The polar bear himself out in force today. Did get caught that one time in that mid lane, so I don't think he's going to be augmenting his POG points in this particular game. It actually might just be the Showmaker double POG.
Yeah, could be. I wouldn't be shocked if it's Callan. As mentioned previously, I think his Renata is so sick, and seeing it come back into the meta is something that D+ fans are going to be very happy about.
There's your man on your screen right now. And yeah, Kellen was always so good. He's just like, no, I don't want to do anything. I'm just going to go back, accept my POG and move on. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know who is going to pick it up. But at the beginning of the game, it really did feel like Kellen was just owning everything. This moment right here would be enough to give it to him, to be perfectly honest.
Well, that's the best part. Is like every moment you're going to see is going to be a combined highlight of the 2. Yeah. Like, it's actually amazing. I'm hoping we get a close vote here. We'll see. It might just be Kellen. I wouldn't be shocked either. But Showmaker's positioning with this Talia, I think, some of the best that we've seen. There's a reason why D Plus are one of the most fair teams when it comes to this Talia, because even though we haven't seen it in quite a while, Canyon is, I'd argue, still more than happy to pick that one up if he does get the opportunity. But the current jungle meta does not favor junglers that don't do anything before they hit an item. Level 6 is the most we can do. But we'll see how that develops as jungle is getting more resources on the next patch. And the loss to Brion is impactful for specifically the fight for second place, and might provide an opportunity for Gen G. But as long as D Plus keep winning the series, the rest is not really going to matter.
Exactly, and it all comes down to Gen G versus DK in the end anyway. DK might be in a position where they have to win against Gen G in order to secure that second place, given the fact that Hanwha and T1, two very different teams as far as who they're going to be facing. But having a listen to DK here, and it's so weird actually, because after this series, you should be thinking, oh, DK are looking a bit shaky. They dropped a game to Bro. But I'm actually not. I actually have more faith in DK after this, because their ability to mentally bounce back after a loss is something that I think we were most critical about. And this, the next two games were not even close, and that rebound worked out very, very well for them.
We've also seen every single top two, even T1 dropped a game to Nongshim. Individual games, I don't think are going to mean too much. I'm wholly on board with you. What matters is how the series plays out, and that's the reason why T1 is in first place, and that's also the reason why this D Plus revival in the second round robin has been immaculate. I'm saying revival not because they were not good in round robin 1, but they were not even close to this good.
Yeah.
And this is what we expect from a team with these caliber of players. Great game, great series here for D+, even with that loss. And Brion, I think also, Brion fans are happy with whatever they can get, and they got
100%.
quite a lot today.
As a member of the Bro Leavers, I 100% had a great time watching them play, and I think that their added level of gusto really is a great look for Bro. DK just better in the end, but I don't think that you can be too sad about it. It is time now to throw it to the space to see what they thought of this series.
Thank you, casters, for that wonderful cast on the day. As Bro, unfortunate, they tried their best. They believed in themselves, but it wasn't enough. And DK, they do get the win. It is a series win, not a 2-0 that they were looking for. This game number 3, kind of what we expected from the beginning of this.
Yeah, we really did, and this was just another example of Def playing strong side AD carries all 3 games. This time the Lucian is banned because they had side selection Brion did after their first loss. He just insta-locks the Draven after the Renekton comes through. Doesn't even matter, doesn't care about what he's playing into. And he carried the game, right? Along with Showmaker, set him up several times. Canyon had a good game too, and it just shows the versatility, I think, of D plus Kia. And what we saw in games 2 and 3 was also the same plan for game 1. There was a few hiccups along the way in that early game where Zeri got 2 kills early and stuff like that. So it didn't go according to plan. But I don't think we learned that much about the depth of D plus Kia really at all in this series, because it was just get depth ahead, tempo-based composition. We're going to play the mid-game incredibly well. Things went very well for them in games 2 and 3 with drafts like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to see once again that Kellen is very good at Renata Glass, and you should not leave that, well, I mean, it's not super meta, but it was nice to see him play it again. As let's take a look at highlight number 1. We are going to focus on a couple of the earlier fights in this one where DK got ahead.
And Chronicler pointed out in the cast, the Herald was dropped in an awkward spot, so in order to try to force the charge here, you have to really group up, and this gives D Plus a team fight here that as Brion, you're trying to avoid team fights on the stage. You don't want to give any cash-ins over. Oops. And you're trying to avoid fighting.
Only 825 gold.
Only 825 gold, right? But because the Herald isn't placed properly, they actually have to team fight to escort its charge. And D Plus are like, oh, we're loving this. Like, you guys are trying to avoid every team fight you can get, but to get that plate gold, they were forced into a really awkward fight and spot, and the punish was great from D plus K. They got a massive lead after this play.
Yeah, Kellen's angle on the ultimate as well was perfect, right behind them. It seemed like they didn't really have great vision on the bottom side of the map, so they kind of just got caught out, as you mentioned. So let's take a look at the second highlight as well. This is where they really sealed the deal early on in this game, even though after this, there were a couple of messy fights.
The second Hannah steps on this control ward, Showmaker instantly shoves him, and he thinks he's going to get out. The heal is committed. Good block here from Effort, but then Deft says, sorry, man. Such a great angle. That's the second kill, the second cash in Deft picks up this game. And from this point on, yeah, there were a few team fights you could argue they happened, but they were not really fair fights. They were not going to be fights that Brion could ever win. They end up getting more out of this, but the key part, of course, is that Def gets the kill. They get this Rift Herald, and they're also going to pick Umpty off here because he's trying to make something of this. But man, this was the moment where D plus Kia won the game because there was just no coming back from the lead that they had, and Zaya is no longer able to even safely farm on the map.
Yeah, it's kind of incredible what you can do if you have Deft on your team and you get him that far ahead as well. And, you know, as you mentioned, we did have those messy fights afterwards that we are not going to highlight here. But essentially, you know, Bro realized, like, okay, we need to kill this Draven. They went all in on the Draven multiple times. And then Showmaker just got a bunch of kills instead because they were very far ahead. So pretty straightforward stuff from D+. And, yeah.
I think that there'll probably be a split vote on POG between Showmaker and Deft. I was really split myself. Like, it was really hard for me to choose. At first, I wanted to vote for Showmaker, then I switched it to Deft. Then I was like guilty. I wanted to switch it back to Showmaker, but I left it at Deft. So I think both of these players played incredibly well. It's kind of a chicken and egg type situation where Deft was set up by Showmaker to find success. He found it, and then Showmaker helped carry him and push him across the finish line.
For me, I would have voted for Kellen.
Kellen also was a good shout.
I don't know, it's hard because like Showmaker and Deft, it's a little bit of boom boom damage, but they both played very well as well, whereas Kellen is like, well, he presses R button really well. And it's, you know, obviously helped get through that lane. I think that Bro, Henna, you know, at times he has really improved this season. Like, I really love watching this guy now, but there are times where I watch him and I just feel kind of bad because, you know, it feels like sometimes he's the only one doing anything on this.
Yeah, it really does feel that way sometimes. I wonder if Brion can find their footing going into summer. Obviously, this is a better showing than we expected, but I think more so than Brion really leveling up here in terms of their play overall, we didn't see that. We did see a little bit more aggression, which I am very happy about, but I think it was a bit of a misstep from D+ more than I'm going, oh, this is it. It's a good step in the right direction, but I think we still need to see more.
Yeah, absolutely. It was kind of funny. One thing that Atlas mentioned as well is the fact that it feels like we have two of the best Taliyah players on this team, which is pretty nice. We don't see Taliyah jungle very often nowadays, but could have been the way it goes. But let's see if Showmaker does pick it up here as we're going to take a look at the POG for game number 3 on the side of D+. And it will, in fact, be Showmaker on the Taliyah.
Yeah, he had some great setups. His reaction time to grab Henna was fantastic. You know, this play here, more of a team effort and kind of an awkward mistake, unfortunately, from the side of Brion, but this is a great trap set up by Kellen too. Like, everybody's involved in this, but Showmaker makes the first move. He's able to get the second cash in for Deft, of course. In the subsequent play, the second Henna gets on this ward. Just beautiful play. Like, he was waiting for anybody to step on his trap he had set. And in the later team fights, which I don't know if we will watch or not, he helped clean fights up when they did collapse onto Deft. So he played both aspects of Taliyah, the late game team fighting and the picks.
You see that Showmaker is now in third place, tied with Closer and Viper with 8 POGs so far. Let's take a look at the votes as 9 out of 11, but 1 for Kellen and 1 for Deft. So I feel like it's pretty much perfect, right?
Yeah. Good game across the board for D+ Kia, looking good leading into playoffs, and of course that really important match against Genji.
Yeah, and guys, we do have T1 and DK here at the top, of course, as T1 in first and DK as well, sitting in, I believe, second.
Yeah, right now with this extra win because they're 1 game ahead. It's a really close race, and as the casters were mentioning and talking about, obviously getting only +1 in this series here for D+ Kia is not what they were looking for, and it might actually be really important, depending on how the results of the rest of those Genji, KT, etc. series go, that they did only get a +1 here. If they end up losing top 2 by 1 game, you're really going to be kicking yourself after what happened in this first game of the series.
Yeah, and I believe they will face off, that is right.
Against Genji, yeah.
Yeah,
on Saturday.
That'll be fun. But guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We're here joined by the POGs on the side of D+ Kia, or just one POG, which is Showmaker, the solo POG, picking up 2 POGs in a row. Congratulations on the big win. Showmaker, how do you feel about this win? Yeah, well, today we lost the first game, which is a bummer. So I was a little bit worried, but we played much better in game 2 and 3, so I'm so relieved. Yeah, for the past 5 matches, you guys were getting 2-0 wins, but this time around, Brian was able to actually, pick up a win in game number 1. So how did you feel about that loss? Well, to be honest, even though we lost the first game, our team, D Plus, is not a weak team. So we knew that as long as we just pick ourselves up together, we'll be able to win the series in the end. So, Showmaker. So, with that loss in game number 1, Syndra is now sitting on 13-game losing streak. And we all know you are an incredible Syndra player, but you also were not able to get a win. I personally really like Syndra as a champion, but I'm so sad to find out she's actually on a 13-game losing streak. I should be the one breaking the losing streak, but I'm so sorry for Syndra for extending her losing streak, but maybe next time I will be able to break her losing streak. Unlike the first game, in game 2 you decided to play LeBlanc, the famous Showmaker LeBlanc. Tell us about that pick. I was looking at the comp and Bro decided to go for a blind pick in the mid lane, so I thought LeBlanc was the right pick. And the LeBlanc was able to exert so much pressure all around the map. Your LeBlanc was just unstoppable. What did you focus on when you were playing LeBlanc in game 2? When you're playing LeBlanc, you have to play the limit, you have to just go in and take aggro and come back. And when you're playing against Azir, actually LeBlanc doesn't really win lanes, so I also was paying a lot of attention to the laning phase. And Showmaker, your Talia is undefeated so far this season, 3 wins in a row. What do you think of this champion right now, or your own performance on Talia? Well, to be completely honest, Talia was not one of my comfort picks, but Kenyon is good at Talia, as we all know. So when we actually just lock in Talia, this could be a huge advantage for us because it can be a rotation. So I decided to practice Talia in order to always confidently swap that for a mid lane. And at the early game of game 3, we had a huge team fight around the Herald. Bro players are grouping up towards that Herald, but you are able to just block them completely. So tell us about this play. So when you were playing Talia, starting around level 9, your Q cooldown is so low, so you can actually block that Herald. It's not my first time executing that kind of a play. It actually happens pretty often. And Showmaker literally said, there's no answer to this Talia. Yeah, so I think I pulled it off in other games too. And then they decided to just pop the Herald in front of me, so I was able to just delete that. And you looked super happy in your player cam. We were super happy to see you as well with that outplay. How did you feel exactly at that point? So it's not a big play seemingly, but if you actually take a deeper look at it, I denied the Herald, so it does mean a lot. And the opponents were playing Ahri Vi comp, which can make a lot of ganks in the mid lane. What did you focus on playing into that comp? So I was able to get the last pick actually after Ahri and Vi got locked in. I don't think Talia is the best pick into that comp, but still I needed to round out our comp, so I just decided to maybe I can take the weaker matchup, but still I can just hold on through the laning phase and we'll be able to win the later game. D plus Kia, the competition for the second place is still going on. What is your mindset for the rest of the regular season? We did, have an accident today. But I'm so relieved that we won in the end. And next week's schedule is pretty rough, but we will do our best to prepare for those matches. And playoff is just around the corner, so I will make sure to do our best in the playoffs as well. And this will be the end of the interview from Showmaker, the solo POG on the side of D plus Kia, and I'm gonna pass it back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that wonderful translation. As Showmaker, he's like, yeah, anyone can play Talia like me, but I don't agree with him. Let's take a look at the standings here after this victory for DK.
Yeah, and DK have a really tough schedule next week, playing T1 on Thursday, Genji on Saturday, and those are the teams they need to do as well as possible against to make sure that Genji and KT don't creep up and take that second place spot away, because it is so critical. So only getting +1 today might not ultimately matter if they can get those wins next week.
Yeah, just beat T1 and Genji. Going to be pretty difficult, as you mentioned, but yeah, it'll be interesting to watch that one. As guys, we are not done today. Of course, we do have Genji up against Kwangdong Freaks for our second match tonight, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about a half hour for that second match.
네, LCK 단합대회 오신 여러분 환영합니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 오늘 진행 맡은 성선입니다.
배혜지입니다. 반갑습니다.
저희 둘만으로는 사실상 이 단합대회라는 느낌을 살릴 수가 없습니다. 그래가지고 LCK 대표하는 10명의 성들과 함께 안녕하세요. 야, 정말.
아, 눈부시다.
사실 오늘 이렇게 모신 이유가 있잖아요, 우리가.
맞습니다. 오늘 본격적으로 LCK 단합대회를 하려고 하는데요. 이렇게 정글러 10분을 모시고 함께 하려고 합니다. 아무래도 저도 정글러인 만큼 굉장히 또 떨리고 설레고 그러네요. 오늘 많이 배워가도록 하겠습니다. 잘해요.
아, 그래요?
브론즈에서.
오늘 이 10분을 모신 이유가 서로 거의 뭐 대화도 약간 애매하지 않아요?
그렇죠. 예, 아무래도 그렇죠.
따로 만나본 사람 있어요, 여기서? 누가?
저 윌러 선수라고.
윌러하고 둘이요?
솔직히 기억은 잘 안 나는데 아마 만났었을 거예요.
그게 뭔 얘기야?
만났었을 거예요.
윌러는 만났었어요?
저도 만났던 것 같긴 해요.
아, 굉장히 남자끼리 만나면 보통 이래요. 존재가 없는 만남들.
이게 뭐죠?
여기 계신 분들은 팀을 바꿔도 같은 팀이 되기도 약간 애매하고
그쵸.
그런 상황이라가지고 오늘 끈끈함을 끌어올리기 위해서 우리 알사에서 협찬해줬어요. LCK 단합대 정글로 모임을 제가 한번 만들어봤습니다. 사실은 제가 사전으로 좀 물어본 것도 있잖아요.
네, 맞습니다.
그죠?
지금까지 서로 이야기도 한 번도 안 해본 선수들이 있다고 하더라고요.
있죠.
웬만하면 피넛은 다 해보지 않았어요?
두 선수 빼고는 다 해봐가지고.
역시
핵인싸.
누구를 안 해본 거예요?
저 실비 선수랑 그리고 윌러 선수 저랑 나이 차이가 많이 나다 보니까.
나이 차이가 많이 나요? 윌러 선수가
네, 근데 저 서운한 게 있는 게 저번에 경기할 때 제가 생일 축하 드린다고 먼저 말 걸어드렸는데
그러니까 이제 저도 그거를 알고 있는데 넣을까 말까 설 문제 고민했었습니다. 네.
인사는 했는데
그죠.
그때 약간 어색해가지고
네.
대화를 치지 못했으니까
고작 그 정도로 제가 안착한 거 아닌가라는 생각에 적질 않았습니다. 네.
아니 오늘 잘 만들었네요. LCK 단합대 이렇게 정글러 모임에서 다 같이 이야기도 하고 좀 친해져서 가면 좋을 것 같은데요?
아니 그럼 배지 아나운서는 좀 대화해봤어요?
저는 인터뷰하면서 대화 나눠본 선수들도 있고
누구요?
근데 또 만나보고 싶었던 선수가 실비 선수 만나보고 싶었어요.
원픽인 이유가 있을까요?
제가 그 라이브 봤는데 유튜브 영상 봤는데 너무 귀여우신 거예요.
정말?
그래가지고 네 한번 네.
입꼬리가
입꼬리 얼마나 그래서 한번 네 농심 레드포스 또 인터뷰 나눠보고 싶다 생각했었어요.
원픽 받은 느낌 어때요?
이 말로는 표현할 수 없는 느낌이에요.
그런 느낌으로다가 오늘 준비한 거 아니에요?
네
우리가?
맞습니다.
네.
그리고 또 들어오기 전에 좀 친해지고 싶은 선수 있는지 이런 것도 좀 설문조사 해봤었잖아요.
아, 그래요?
그랬더니
네.
피넛 선수가 가장 인기가 많았다고 하더라고요.
아 진짜? 압도적으로 2표를 받으면서
진짜?
왜냐하면 나머지는 별로 없었대.
뭐야?
압도적인 2표로
그렇구나. 야.
매기는 거야? 그만큼 다들 그랬대요. 두루두루 했으면 좋겠대요. 두루두루 이렇게 썼는데 누가 꼽은 거예요, 피넛 선수라고? 둘이? 이유가 왜요? 왜요?
저는 피넛 선수랑 원래부터 계속 약간 친해지고 싶어 했던 사람이라서 그래서 했던 것 같아요.
저도 원래 동경하던 인물이셨기도 했고
존경.
저희 팀에 이제 전 동료인 덕담 선수랑 라스칼 선수가 있어가지고 얘기를 많이 들어서
그러니까 좋은 얘기를 들었으니까 그랬을 거 아니에요. 왜 웃지?
네, 맞아요. 좋은 얘기를 많이 들어서
좋습니다. 저 영광이에요.
사실은 저희가 단합되면 여기도 회장을 뽑아야 되는 거 아니겠어요?
그렇죠. 모임장이 필요합니다.
이게 이러면은 뭐 2표나 받았는데
네.
피넛이 해야 되지 않겠어요?
두 표면 할 권리 있는 거니까.
그렇죠. 피넛 선수가 선발됐습니다. 네, 회장의 임무가 막중합니다. 저희가 오늘 준비된 걸 좀 드려야 돼가지고
한번 우리 피넛 선수가 선물을 한번 드려주시면 감사하겠습니다.
그럼 될까요? 네. 이거 하나씩 나눠주면 되는 거겠죠?
그렇죠. 이러면서 아이 컨택 한번 해주고 이렇게 딱 이렇게 아이 컨택 하면서 아이 컨택 하면서 이렇게 이런 느낌 아이 컨택 하고 이런 불을 못 맞춰서
고생 많으시네요.
선배님.
네.
화이팅!
어떻게?
하나, 둘, 셋, 화이팅!
지금부터 좀 본격적으로 얘기를 좀 해봐야 되는데 약간 이 어색함을 풀기 위한 우리가 코너가 있잖아요.
맞습니다. 그래서 몸풀기 코너를 준비해봤는데요. 저희가 전자칠판을 하나씩 나눠드렸습니다.
대박이다.
최첨단 시스템. 여기에다가 저희가 퀴즈를 드릴 거니까 정답을 적어주시면 되겠습니다.
그러니까 첫 번째는 주관식으로 드립니다. 주관식으로.
오.
첫 번째. 정글러 근본 챔프는 뭘까요?
근본?
근본. 이거는 정글러의 근본이다.
커즈 선수 이미 다 썼어요?
네요. 무조건 바로
한
나오죠.
번에 딱 나와야 돼, 이거는. 하나, 둘, 셋. 와우! 리신
리신이 많아.
마스터이!
변질자.
왜 마스터이부터 들어올까? 왜 마스터이예요?
마스터의 챔피언이 이제 또 상당한 피지컬을 요하거든요.
네.
또 알파로 포탑도 씹고
역시
데미지.
어린 피다.
그렇게 마스터이가 이제 진짜 근본이 아닌가 요즘.
아, 요즘의 근본이다? 그 마스터이 보면서 오너 선수 약간 이상한 미소를 짓던데 왜요?
아니 저 친구가 마스터이를 좀 많이 좋아해가지고 저 만날 때마다 계속 마스터이 얘기하고 막 그러거든요.
개인적인 생각을 좀 너무 짙게 녹였다 이거는?
네.
그런 느낌. 캔유는요? 캔유는?
뭐 약간 상식?
상식이다!
야,
상식이네, 너랑 상식!
상식.
여기서 공격을.
상식이라는데요?
건보 형이 말하면 그게 정답이기 때문에
급하게 리신 쪽으로 하고 있습니다. 리신 쪽으로. 그리고 두 번째. 아, 이건 정글러한테 진짜 되게 힘든 질문일 수도 있는데 나를 가장 힘들게 하는 라인은? 잠깐만.
캐년 선수 고민이 깊어 보여요.
자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
오!
미드, 바텀, 원딜, 탑.
미드 탑, 미드 탑.
차이. 탑. 대부분 바텀 하면 이렇게 쓰는데 대놓고 원딜을 찍어 쓴 이유가 있으면 뭐가 있어요?
바텀이라고 쓸 수도 있는데.
바텀도 아니고 그냥 원딜을 찍어 쓴 이유가 있으면 뭘까요?
약간 나중에 가면 원딜들이 자원을 좀 많이 먹잖아요.
네.
그것 때문에 그냥 원딜 좋았습니다.
일단 그런 상황이니까 케어를 하는데 여러 가지 어려움이 있을 수 있으니까 영재는요?
탑 썼습니다.
왜요?
동조 형이 1분에 한 번씩 영재야 이거 바텀 탑 봐줘야 돼 이러고 영재야 탑 타이고 와야 돼 이거 영재야 상대 정글 언제 맞춰줄 수 있어 맨날 불러가지고 게임할 때 화가 너무 많이 나서 탑으로 적었습니다.
눈빛 왜 이래? 눈빛 왜 이렇게 무서워?
영재야
터지면 누구 썼죠?
네,
왜 미드 썼어요? 왜 미드 썼어요?
보성이 때문에 썼는데 보성이가 자꾸 좀 피해가는 느낌? 그러니까 저한테 뭔가 덮어씌우는 느낌? 좀 같이 할 수 있다 생각하는데 그래가지고 이제 미드 적었습니다.
저희는 그냥 포지션 쓰라고 그러는데 갑자기 선수 이름이 실명으로 나오니까 대부분 탑 쪽이 많았다. 탑 쪽이 좀 많았다. 이런 느낌으로다가 저도 탑이에요. 자, 이어서 이번엔 심플하게 OX로 갈게요. OX. 요거는 여러분들께서 어떻게 받아들이실지 모르겠는데 가끔 나오는 말이에요. 제가 말하는 거 아닙니다. 정글러는 피지컬이 딸린다. 몇 명이
비웃음을.
이러네. OX. 평균적으로 말씀하셔도 돼요. 평균적으로. 하나, 둘, 셋. 그래. 뭐 이런 걸 물어본 거래. XXX.
역시.
XXX
와, 트리플 X. 저기는 5번이나 쓰셨어요.
오너가 정말 온몸으로 웃더라. 왜 이렇게 온몸으로 웃었어요?
롤이란 게임을 잘하려면은 어쨌든 피지컬이 있어야 된다 생각하는데
맞아요.
정글이 피지컬이 없다는 거는 좀 이상한 소리가 아닌가.
그 이상한 소리가 어디서 또 나왔을까요?
또 이제 뭐 숟가락이나 이제 다른 뭐 라인전 하는 사람들이 그러지 않았을까.
그렇게 일부 이런 얘기가 있었다. 크로코는요?
한 번씩 그 AI랑 싸운다고 무시를 하는데 항상 이제 본인들이 황족인 줄 아는 그 라인들이
그거 대놓고 얘기하는 거 아니야?
그 라인들이 항상 힘들어하길래.
이거 실비도 이런 생각했어요?
저희 팀원들이 항상 AI랑 싸우는데 왜 이렇게 시간을 많이 쓰냐고.
AI랑 싸우는데 시간을 왜 이렇게 많이 쓰냐고?
그냥 라인이나 올 것이지 왜 좀.
야, 말이 이상하잖아. 라인이나 올 것이지? 이런 거는 좀 고쳐줘야 되지 않겠어요?
너무 오랫동안 롤이 너무 오래된 게임이라서 이 라이너들은 3대1이에요 제 생각에. 정글러랑. 그래서 어쩔 수가 없다. 네.
그래서 약간 이런 시선에 대해서는 약간 고칠 필요가 있다. 그럼 네 번째. 요거도 참 이건 참 여러분들 스트레스 많이 받는 내용이에요. 강타 싸움 지는 건 팀원들 때문이다. OX. 자, OX. 하나, 둘, 셋. OX도 있고 약간 섞인 것도 있고 O가 좀 과한 것도 있고 여기 또 좀 묵묵하게 커즈도 O로 했네요.
좀 억울해가지고 말해줬는데도 이제 말 안 들어줄 때가 있어요 라이너들이.
누굴까? 구체적으로 묻진 않겠습니다. 저희가 지켜드려야 되니까. 오너도 X였네요?
네, 저희 팀은 아무래도 잘 들어주기 때문에 제 말을.
내가 어떻게?
장난이고 어쨌든 설계 정도를 할 수 있다고 생각해서 어느 정도 한 60%는
6대 4 정도다?
6대 4?
근데 이 부분에 대해서 약간 섞이는 분이 있어요. 클리드가 OX가 동시에 있단 말이에요, 이게.
극악의 상황에서도 말 안 듣는 선수들이 있다 보니까 자기 힘으로 해결해야 될 때도 있다 해서 그냥 반반인 것 같아요, 저는.
극악의 상황일 때?
네.
요거에 대해서는 영재 선수도 할 얘기가 좀 있나 봐요, 5 쓴 거 보니까. 나 미안한데 아만 해도 왜 웃겨, 난.
아니 제가 생각을 해봤는데 오너 선수의 얘기를 들어보니까 팀 차이가 맞아요. 제 말을 안 들었죠.
안 들어줬어.
팀 차이가 맞는 것 같아요.
광기인데 약간 형제가 오늘 광기인데 몬드 선수가.
맞나 봐요.
나 눈빛 너무 좋아. 마지막 질문 할게요, 마지막 질문. 현재 정글러 입지가 너무 좁다고 생각한다. 게임단에서 하는 거 말고 그냥 게임할 때, 보통 게임할 때. 자, 하나, 둘, 셋.
오, X.
X 세 분, O가 7분이네.
오, 5가 압도적인데요?
어.
나 이거 한마디 꼭
어.
하고 싶다.
어.
이런 분 있으세요?
좁지 않다?
윌러 선수 손 들었어요.
네.
지금 정글의 입지가 좁다고 할 수밖에 없는 게 이제
네.
바텀이 라인저다 힘들면은 가서 땀도 닦아주고 옆에서 밥도 먹여주고 그래야 게임을 이길 수 있기 때문에 이게 또 정글의 입지가 비교적 좁지 않나 생각합니다.
자꾸 그런 것들을 내가 내 손에 의해서 많은 걸 해줘야 되니까 좀 어려움이 좀 있다. 그럼 X의 대답 좀 들어봐야 되잖아요. 아니, 캐년은 좀 약간 이해가 되긴 해요.
네?
지금 괜찮은 것 같아요, 정글러들이?
윌러 선수 말이 맞는 것 같긴 한데 또 그렇게 하는 것도 또 좀 정글에 좀 중요한 역할이 될 수도 있으니까.
잠깐만요, 다시 한번 들어볼게요. 예? 내가 잘 못 들은 것 같아가지고. 미안해. 우리 뭐라고 잘 못 들은 것 같아서. 다시 한 번만. 뭐라고요?
생각해보니까 저도 약간 5인 것 같기도 하고요.
생각해보니까 5로 간다. 생각해보니까 5인 것 같다는 그 느낌 말씀해 주신 거구나. 실비는 X네?
저도 윌러 선수 말 들어보니까 이게 요새 바텀이 되게 정글 되게 많이 필요로 하다 보니까 저도 5인 것 같은데.
점점 5로 당하네요?
지금 설득되고 있어요.
그럼 엄티만 X인 거네?
엄티 선수.
어쩌다 보니까 약간 혼자 이렇게 됐는데 저는 그래도 X라고 생각하는 게 아무래도 아까 말한 대로 바텀 게임이라 그랬잖아요. 그런데 바텀 게임에서 어쨌든 그거를 도와줄 수 있다는 것 자체가 그러니까 원래라면 이제 이걸 못 도와줄 수 있는 상황이 아니라 도와줄 수 있는 것 자체가 좀 입지가 그렇게 좁진 않다.
그걸 긍정적으로 받아들였네요, 그러면.
네, 저는 약간 그런 의견이에요.
근데 일단은 전반적인 흐름 자체가 거의 지금 바꿨으니까 지금 9대1 정도 되는 거거든요. 9대1 정도? 3년 정도 전에 정글러 인권위원회 발족 이런 얘기가 있었어요. 정글러의 인권이 좀 말이 아니다 요즘에. 별명도 너무 이상하고 이게 말이 되느냐. 정글러가 게임에 영향을 미치는 게 정말 기가 막힌데 우리 인권을 어디까지 떨궈야 된다. 이런 거에 대해서 굉장히 많은 분들께서 힘들어하셨다고.
좀 초반에 좀 센 거 해줘야 되고 아니면 정말 2대2가 좋거나 그런 식으로 해야 돼가지고 저번 패치로 그냥 오히려 돌리는 것도
돌려가기만
뭐 여러분들도 지금 느낀 감정 똑같은 감정 아니에요?
가장 필요한 게 아닌가 싶다는 생각을 하고 있긴 하고
그런 거랑 또 좀 연결되는 것 같아요. 왜냐면 정글러에 대한 오해들을 여러분들은 정말 숱하게 지금 받으면서 여기까지 온 거 아니겠어요? 어떤 오해가 대표적으로 있을까요? 정글러에 대한 오해. 들어봤던 오해 중에서. 영재 있어요, 혹시? 들은 거?
뭐 AI랑 싸우는 기계 뭐 어쩌고저쩌고 하는데 기분이 매우 나빠져요.
제가 지금 뭐 하는 거야?
게임 중 선수들이 가장 많이 하는 말은 뭘까요?
또 되나요?
또 있나요?
너무 날로 먹으려는 거 아니야? 나왔다. 우와, 하지 그럼.
팬 보고 있어?
나? 난 그냥 안 보았어.
관중석 그냥 보는 중.
그냥 아리 볼게. 공 다 빠지긴 했다. 아리. 야 천천히 봐. 아리 다시 야 제리. 야 이거 쳐. 야 오모부터. 야 제리 옆에. 아리 잡고. 아리 나이스.
아니 앞으로 가.
나이스. 롤러부터. 용하다 용.
이번엔 보는 건.
야 제리 누구? 야 천천히 해봐. 저거.
아리 잡았어.
야 제리. 야 오은 걸게. 맞아. 야 천천히. 야 이겼어.
근데 전판 내가 잘하긴 했어. 내가 그 통나무 들고 있었어. 너랑 나랑.
배치기 먼저 할게. 2초. 천천히. 잡았어. 빼. 나 토스 가면 볼게. 바로스 가면 볼게. 바로스. 넘겼어. 바로스 맞아.
예면 가는 중.
봤어? 빼봐.
그만.
내 위치만 봐봐. 나 바로스 토스 앞도 볼게. 미드. 바로스 맞아.
바루스.
미칼 쏘고.
바루스 나왔어.
빼봐. 미칼 없고.
야 바루스 그냥 풀 슬랭. 바루스.
나 없다. 미칼 없어.
야 제리 찍혀. 제리.
괜찮아.
야 마오. 야 들어오네 바로.
마오.
야 제. 야 끝내.
아, 이게 좋네.
끝내.
미드.
끝났다. 아 행복하다 진짜.
재훈아, 하이파이브?
박 사장 MVP야.
나?
오.
4년 중에 부두들 잘해보자. 존중하면서 게임해야 돼. 얘네도 이럴 거 없어. 그 이럴 거 없는 친구들 굉장히 무섭다.
저 마음 잘 알지.
어?
여거 바텀 여 비비빅 웨이브다.
야 그냥 나 비비빅 웨이브나 미드라인 다 버리고 갈게.
비빅 먹으러 와. 볼만한데? 정하고 치고. 와, 이거 설계한 거야, 너네? 거짓말 치지. 워럭 난 거잖아.
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
볼만해. 나이스. 그 궁합 박죠, 거냐? 버려.
나이스. 타워깰게.
신들 너플. 다음 웨이브 포키 한번 보고서 클리어되면 우리 끝내. 끝내고 싶다. 이 잡았어. 나이스. 포스. 나이스. 저플. 아무도 안 맞고. 유지.
나이스. 잘했다.
나이스.
선 1대1 할까?
유릿.
뭐 할까? 나 AP 할게.
저 AD 열 듯?
아 크리샤를 했네. 먹어. 선아 이거 어떻게 할 건데? 이 패시브 어떻게 할 거냐고.
바텀 오면 다이브가 오면 잡아요.
그대로 가.
그대로.
죽일게.
그냥 빼세요.
야. 간다. 가비.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. It's time for the last series of this week. One more week remains after this one of regular season play. We have to get through Gen.G versus Kwangdong Freaks in order to get there. A lot on the line here for Gen.G, not a whole lot on the line for Kwangdong Freaks. However, CV Max has been outspoken, saying that these last few games, even though it doesn't mean anything for playoffs, are very important for their stance moving into summer, which I think is a great mindset to have.
It is. We memed a lot about the spring is a scrim, but the point of scrims is to learn. And if we look at Kwangdong, this team has gotten substantially better. As the weeks have come along, is it enough to beat Gen.G today? Prior to what we saw in our first series, we said no, but now I believe in miracles just a little bit more, Atlas.
Oh, I love to see it. See, Bro Leaf does wonders for the soul. Let's jump into the standings here and have a look at how things are sitting, as very similar type matchup to our first one of today. Gen.G taking on Kwangdong Freaks, 3rd versus 7th, and this is all about that second place. With a 2-0 victory here, Gen.G tie D+ Kia for 2nd place. And going into next week, things definitely looking better for Gen.G's chances of victory, as D+ Kia are yet to face off against T1, which should be a very difficult match for them.
Will also mean that if Gen.G win here, KT no longer is able to get 2nd place. Then it will always be one of D+ and Gen.G. So if you're a KT fan, you're really hoping Kwangdong pull out the upset here. It's really important. Otherwise, KT might still get 3rd place. Still a good spot to be with how rough at the moment Sandbox, who are looking to be 6th place, have looked. So there is still ample opportunity there, but that does mean that the straight buy into the round 2 of playoffs is no longer available. And that is really what Gen.G and D+ have been fighting for today. And there is also the fact that Kwangdong might actually end up getting 7th, because they are currently even with Bro, and every single game is going to be big for them.
Definitely incredibly important. We'll see whether that one win that Bro picked up against DK is actually going to matter as far as that position is concerned, although not super important here. Matchup of the two teams that need to maintain their momentum, which is a really interesting thing to say. The last couple of matches for Kwangdong Freaks have been victories, as, this is a very, very cute little photo as well. But yes, there'll have to be everything on the line here. Dudu, happy birthday for last week. And looking absolutely glorious. I love the tiara. Absolutely fantastic. I don't know what this Doran CV Max thumbs is about, but it's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, it's the completed work versus developing player.
Yeah, there we go.
And Doran, even though he is not the front runner for being like one of the best top laners, I think fits really well within this team. He is a perfectly serviceable top laner that is happy to take the beating for his team, teleports towards bot, and we are going to continue with
CV Max is just an ethereal figure behind all of these players. As even Chovy doesn't really believe in his punching thing. He's just not a very aggressive guy outside of League of Legends.
He doesn't have the anger in his eyes like Showmaker does.
He really doesn't quite have it. And also not all that intimidating is Bulldog as well. Both of them just cuties here. As Chovy, 1 win away from 300 wins here in the LCK, which is actually a huge milestone for the guy. Will he use Bulldog as a sacrificial lamb for his 300 wins? Well, I mean, I guess he kind of has to if he's going to get there. With any sort of 2-0, he is going to be able to, get to any sort of 2-0 or 2-1.
Any win.
301,
We'll do it, and Gen.G have, of course, not been able to best T1 crucially in what still was one of the highlight series that we've had this split. And with D+ in particular looking stronger and stronger, it feels like Gen.G have maybe missed the boat a little bit. Most notably their KT loss. I think that's the one that stung the most, and that kind of both upgraded our view of KT and kind of downgraded our view of Gen.G, who for a large part of the split were looking like the #1 team to match T1. Now, actually matching T1 is a whole nother thing, which we won't really get into.
Yeah, maybe that doesn't exist. We'll have to see. Maybe it's time to count your blessings that there's 2 spots at MSI, because T1 are basically already
2-team region
flights. Yep, 2-team region, baby. We already went over that in the POG State. Another episode going to be filmed tonight if you guys are looking forward to some more POG State action. But let's welcome Kwangdong Freaks to LoL Park here. as we'll see whether they can once again get an upset. Of course, if you're a D+ Kia fan, you definitely want any sort of game wins from this team. After dropping a game to Bro, it now becomes that little bit more difficult for D+ Kia to confirm that that second place. Gen.G after this will definitely move up to neck and neck with D+. As far as the percentage chance of getting there. Having a look at the mid lane here, Chovy, he has pretty good stats, guys. It's no secret.
It just always happens.
Yeah.
It's never going to go away. It's just going to keep on happening. And Chovy has been a mainstay of one of our best top laners. It was him and Faker, Showmaker, and BDD. Then BDD left for a little bit, was replaced by Zeka very temporarily.
Yeah.
BDD is now back.
He is.
So the balance has been restored.
Zeka kind of still there, but jury's still a little bit out on that one.
Not to the extent I think that maybe we were expecting afterwards.
Yeah.
That's the big thing for me, but Chovy is still very much at the forefront. Peanut, as much as he is beloved by friends and foes alike, just a very lovable player.
Man. Yep.
Likeable dude. Has had, I think, more inconsistencies. Peanut in summer, to me, was as impressive as he was because he was able to both go for monster aggressive plays while simultaneously looking really, really consistent. And that is something we haven't really seen. We've seen some highs from Peanut. We've also seen, you know, some face checks that come to mind. And this part was the biggest question mark coming into the split. And their laning phase still is something that I think with time will get better and better.
Yep.
But the team fighting of these two players and tanks ports coming back into the meta make me really scared, because if Paze and the Light are already this good, when the meta wasn't perfect, when Paze was still getting used to the LCK, what is going to happen is Taeyoon, you're gonna need those shoulders tonight.
Yeah. CVMAX understanding that this is the guy that they often lean on to get those victories. Moham as well, you remember, very emotional in his first victory here on the Lore Park stage, and has gone from strength to strength since then. See whether Kwangdong Freaks can once again leverage some good play and some creative drafting, which they do like to do with CVMAX as head coach.
There's only two options. Either it's creative or it's the same draft.
Yeah, or it's a disaster. It's there's the whole
Those
spectrum.
are the free paths.
Yeah, the whole spectrum is available for CVMAX drafting. That is why it is so interesting to jump into Champion Select, as I believe we're going to have a referee lean over and start it real soon. Gen.G have chosen the blue side, no surprises, as you do get a lot more ban flexibility. And here we go. Into pick and ban for game number 1. Gen.G taking on Kwangdong Freaks. It has to be a 2-0 if Gen.G want to tie D+ Kia for that second place. See whether they can do so with a Sejuani as the first ban. Oh, illegal. That's illegal, isn't it?
Yeah, this is looking worrying for the not wanting to see any Caitlyn or Ashe.
Yeah, and the reason I say it is because, any Caitlyn, Ashe just generally have to be banned. So now, are we giving away first pick Annie to Chovy? No, we're not, because they're going to ban it themselves.
So you can do one or two things is going to happen. Either they're going to ban away the Ashe, and Ashe is not going to get picked, and we're probably going to get a Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami handshake. Or Varus is still up, so Gen.G can also opt into that one. We do know that the Varus is still incredibly strong.
I'm just going to ride Ashe here.
It really should be.
Yeah.
Because if it's not Ashe, then you're going to try and trade.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
So,
never mind.
Ashe also, as we have seen, is a pick that is a little bit more flexible than it was before.
Oh, Varus is kind of cute here. Because now you have to pick the Ashe away, deny it.
Yes, but do you feel bad about that?
Well, yeah, that's a good point.
You can even go Ashe Karma if you really want to put the pressure on. We have seen that the AD variation of Ashe, while I do think a bit more limited in where it works well, we saw the full damage build from Def. That was with frontline, but wouldn't be surprised if that's the direction that Kwangdong end up going in.
Actually kind of crazy that the Ashe doesn't get snapped up. Delight not wanting to play that one this game. Paze as well, deciding not to, as Young J considering a Gragas here. Bit of a bouncy castle to be set up here for Gen.G. I think the Karma makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, you got it now. But so the main issue I have with Karma is that Karma still loses to Ashe. Like, Ashe wins that level 1 really hard. And I do think that creates some issue. I wonder if Gen G have a specific plan ready here to deal with the Ashe.
Yeah, because you have to imagine that they knew that the Ashe was coming.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, when you don't look at it, you are very aware of what is going where. And maybe Gen G are going to keep the creativity flowing here. This is most likely for Chovy, but I'm saying most likely because I've been burned too many times by things being flexed into weird positions.
That's true. I mean, if Kwangdong Freaks are for Azir, I almost guarantee that like Chovy's going to play Varus, and we're going to have Vigo Rakan bot lane. That's what I'm feeling. That's what my waters are telling me. They are often wrong, but it would be fun.
I do like
fun if that happens.
Your waters create some great framing for what is about to happen. As far as accuracy goes, they can be debated. What Kwangdong already have, though, is the makings of an incredible team fight composition. They have the AoE CC that's provided by both the Gragas and the Wukong, and then the hard engage that Ashe provides. The hard engage of Ashe, by very non-committal, the follow-up is so easy.
Oh, yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised, yeah, Ezreal is one.
Ezreal Siva, maybe?
Well, we don't know where this
Ashe
is going yet. And I think if you add a Rakan to the Kwangdong composition, like playing team fights becomes impossible.
Yeah, true.
So it's actually really tough here. And it's one of the reasons why the Ashe is still as highly prioritized in the ban list, is because it is still a flex pick. I do expect it to be support, that's most likely. And Kwangdong also banning away things like the Karma do kind of make sense. I wonder if Heimer is going to be next, but no, it's going to be the Kalista, which of course still remains as a strong support option.
Yep. Final ban here for Gen G. See what they do decide to take away. Wouldn't be surprised if it was just Heimerdinger just to eliminate that lane that D+Kia just won on a couple of days ago. Could be an option, we'll see. A lot of flexibility here for Gen G though, as Zeri going to be the option here, removed. Zeri Ashe, not one we see all the time, but I'm pretty sure it won last time we did. Kwangdong Freaks, is it going to be the Azir? Are they going to give me my potential mega flex of Varus mid, Vigo Rakan bot lane? Is it going to happen?
It's Bulldog, so maybe it's just Victor.
Yeah, maybe. As the Siva is going to be the choice. We did mention that it is possible. It's one of these lanes that has been employed before. Now Gen G, what is it going to be?
Yeah, we need to figure out what is actually happening here in Gen G's corner. Even things as crazy as a Veigar supporter are not unheard of when it as
Jarman. Oh,
it might end up being Jarvan Varus. I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the case here.
Jarvan Vigo.
No, I think it's Jarvan Varus. But they do keep that, they keep the flex potential.
There we go.
Maybe if Kwangdong don't go for top lane or for mid lane Gragas, which I do think is most likely. Dudu can go Jax here. Be perfectly happy. It's a matchup that we've seen in the Cassante countless times.
Cassante mid. Jarvan top.
Okay.
Lee Sin top. Cassante mid.
Okay.
Vigo jungle.
No, that's where I draw the line. No Vigo jungle. No Atlas.
You're not going to let Peanut cook?
So my guess is that it's just basic, and it's Cassante top, it's Vigo mid, and it's Varus and... It's just Varus and Jarvan bot. Nothing too insane. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it's just the hard engage for the double AD lane, right? That kind of makes sense.
And both Ashe and Sivir are extremely, extremely weak against Jarvan's ultimate. Now, getting there is very hard. I do want to reiterate, you don't have any substantial pressure on mid. Like, Chovy's going to be fine with clearing waves. I don't think he'll be under any threat, but you will not have the prio there consistently, I don't think, unless Bulldog or Chovy really goes full Chovy, but I have a hard time seeing how that'll work. It's mostly a neutralizing lane until you become a big threat. But that does mean that Ashe and Sivir are going to have free reign in this 2v2. So Peanut needs to either bridge, because post-6, the Gen G comp, I think, particularly in the bot side of the map, there are so many opportunities, but you need to actually get there.
Yep.
That's what I'm a little worried about.
It is going to be a very tough ask. Although, Taeyun and Moham haven't necessarily been linchpins for their team. There have been some hiccups for them. I think they'll need to be playing very, very well, because if you do fall behind, things can get very, very dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
As the double AD bot lanes that we've seen in the past. It's not quite as bad as some of our need to snowball bot lanes, but it is still a rough time. The problem is that they still have Ashe, right? And she just has so much inherent control of the map with Hawkshot and the ability to start fights and do whatever the heck you want with your arrows later on. Is something that Gen G are going to have to play around, absolutely. The rest of the map also just looking pretty clean. Outside of the fact that it is solo AP Gragas, so they will be very heavy on the AD side, but not going to be an issue. It's Bulldog anyway, and he's fantastic. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 1. All right, here we are. Onto the Rift for game number 1. Gen G taking on Kwangdong Freak. Some risks have been taken in the draft here on the Gen G side of things. But still, they're a team that is very, very strong here in the LCK, and they have got some answers. I just not entirely sure whether the support Jarvan that Life already debuted this week, I believe.
Yeah.
You know, it is still, you know, you can drop flags and you have a great time. I just don't know how they ever make it to level 6 without being way too far behind.
So I do really like the rune setup here. Pace has gone for the Comet, which is the premier choice when you're not expecting to actually auto your opponents ever, which they won't. So that's a good call. Because you should not be trading autos early on with Halo Blades Ashe. Moham also going for Ghost, so level 1 for this Taeyun Moham combo is insane. We also see both junglers starting on the top half of the map, so expected to path down. One of the few upsides, and this is, again, oh, I love this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep, they are going to get pushed very far out of this one as Hail of Arrows comes through, and Pade's already taking so much from that boomerang, but Delight answering back kind of well, as they do have to heal, and it's still a bit of an issue. But
yeah,
still, could have been worse.
Mortal Caden's doing a lot of work there, fortunately, on Taeyun. And the trade is not horrible. And we also do need to know that we talk about level 6. Level 2, if Delight is able to catch someone with a flag and drag, this lane can be very volatile. So I definitely like the play there from Taeyun and Moham, but in the longer trade, it doesn't end up being amazing for them. And just keep track of both these two junglers, right? That's where really what we're looking at, as the Varus is on a win streak, unsurprisingly. Pick has been very versatile, very, very strong.
Yep.
And even able to counteract with the right support matchup, picks like Caitlyn.
It's been working out quite well. And now that level 2 has been hit, I'm very interested to see whether we're going to see the flags and the drags. As the flag comes down, that's actually the really cute thing about this, is that you want to just constantly drop flags. And so the flag and drag isn't as expected as when it's, you know, jungle.
Yeah.
Like you see a flag go down, you know that he's on his way. But this, you never really know. So if there is a jungler lying in wait, harder for Kwangdong Freaks to know exactly what the play is going to be. And speaking of which,
Peanut will get spotted here on the ward.
Yeah.
But they're still low. So they kind of telegraph here that there is a ward in that Tribe Rush. But their freeze isn't broken, right? Pace and Delight are just fine here. Peanut is going to walk back. I love this from Bulldog. Threatening a little bit early on here.
Yeah, ward.
Oh, Trophy.
Right on top of it.
Yeah, good read.
Oh.
As Peanut and Youngjae are just chilling.
And more flags just going to be put down on top of them. Taeyun very low on mana. So won't be able to perpetually throw these boomerangs. As back is going to be completed here by Moham. Youngjae spotted on this Rift Scuttler. And so far, I've been very impressed with how Gen G played this bottom lane.
Yeah, this is really well done. Because this is, I think, one of the major win conditions that Kwangdong have available. And Taeyun and Moham are not really able to get the kind of decisive lead that you're looking for early on here. And now Pace and Delight are going to have tempo in this lane, right? If they want it back, they can. Even with Taeyun being Sivir, like it takes a decent amount of mana and some levels and at least a Noon Quiver generally to really be able to shred through those waves quickly. So you now have the opportunity, if you're Gen G, to go for a back, then Teo and Moam are going to be behind the curve, and that should allow you to hit level 6 relatively easily. And if you're even, it's a scary prospect here. Look, early lead for Pace and Delight, and once 6 hits, good luck to Teo and Moam. Because post-flash,
Youngjae is going to look for this. Chovy immediately flashes, gets the heck out of there, and does have teleport, as both mid laners now without their flashes. So prime targets for both junglers. Man, everything is so even on this map, though. As you can see, like, gold entirely mirrored. Both of these flashes from our mid laners have gone down, and I guess there's an ignite advantage for Delight right now. As Delight is also going to find Moham in the jungle, and Jarvan very happy just to fight this Ashe, as she has to walk all the way back. Actually kind of huge for the added space that Paze is going to get now, as teleports back in for both of our top laners. Is all right. He's just dead. Is Moham just dead? The ignite is still ticking, but he does drink the potion, and so is going to be all right. But man, now that's no Ghost, no Flash, and the Ashe also has to go home.
And the main thing there is no Flash, because the Ghost, it's nice, you know, you can get to lane back faster, and it's pretty beneficial in that way. But not having a Flash available probably means that Delight and Pace can get a guaranteed kill on Moham. And if he doesn't, then you have an Ashe who is not playing aggressively, which takes away a lot of the value of the pick. Now, of course, Hawkshot and Ultimate are still going to be completely fine, but it really is the critical mass of strong laning plus the utility that she provides that makes the Ashe so incredibly obnoxious to play into. But with Peanut hovering towards bot side and good laning from Pace and Delight, we are currently seeing Teo and Moam being behind in this lane, and I'm very worried for what's about to happen.
That was very cute. Did you notice even Jonas Strong doing a bit of a zoom in when both top laners just dash away from each other? As Youngjae making his way over, but he's spotted on a ward.
Yeah,
Spell shield there from Team.
They're breaking the code.
Yeah.
You're a top laner. You can only go in.
Exactly. But both of them broke it at the same time, so I guess it's even.
Yeah, gentleman's agreement. Doran does use his Ghost there, with Youngjae appearing on the ward, and Youngjae will take that, but not the most unfortunate.
Chovy's going to be behind like 1 or 2 CS. It's going to be a disaster in that lane.
Well,
this is very even. Outside of the Moham situation, that's the only downside here so far that can be really noted. And that does bode well for Genji. As we mentioned, there were going to be issues, like you were saying, for this bottom lane to try and get towards the level 6. Now, we're very, very close. As Moham's still going to be able to push this one forward, but nice hail of arrows there onto Taeun. They are looking just to clear this one out. And there we go. Level 6 now going to be collected. Taeun does have On the Hunt now available, but level 6 is there for Paze as well, so Chains of Corruption can be flying around here. That was a strange boomerang. Trying to predict a juke, I guess.
Delight is pretty substantially behind when it comes to the experience. Has, of course, gone for the roam, as has Moam. Does mean that Taeun and Paze are both level 6. Not going to be the case, as Taeun says thank you for the mana. And as long as Delight isn't 6 and they know roughly where Peanut is, everything's okay for the Guangdong bot lane. Here we go.
Yeah, knockback not going to connect there, as Peanut is still looking to move his way in. Doran doesn't quite find the angles that he's looking for, though, and so Peanut going to slink back into the fog of war. Bulldog also going to go back home. Slight advantage there as he pushes another wave into Chovy's turret. Chovy just looking for the Rod of Ages by the looks of things. Going for that Seraph's build this time as well, keeping him a bit tankier. But I'm just very impressed with how Genji have navigated this bottom side. 6 CS in the lead is now level 6, not even there yet for Delight, as Chains of Corruption not going to land either, but that is double summoner spells out for the Sivir because Delight walked at him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and with Pace still having his ultimate and Delight about to have it and have an experience bar, life is about to be not good for the Guangdong bot lane.
I think Life, he's great.
Life, okay, Life the player is great, and I know he's not in this game, but we still have to talk about him because Delight is playing
his champion. Yeah. Or at least one of them. I mean, Life is like support Jarvan and Set. That is the Life. They're the Life picks. But yeah, this Varus is just the most happy with how this game has gone so far.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, when we get towards mid games as well, It's basically like Genji has two junglers if Peanut and Delight are gonna like, do some Bash Brothers type stuff as they get around this map. And with Chovy having so much set up CC as well, like someone's gonna die if you are ever without map control. And thankfully they have an Ashe, right? So it is very difficult for Genji to create these pockets of darkness at times, when Hawkshot's available, but still,
God.
It's roughy.
Delight went back. And now he has Booch and Stopwatch. He's ready.
That's the support Jarvan survival kit right there. That's all you need.
No, that's.
He will be building probably first items on Yus.
Yeah.
That is the most popular on this support.
You could go
Jarvan.
Locket next. Locket is nice into the AoE ultimates from Kwangdong.
True.
Wouldn't mind that. We'll see what he ends up going with. It's Delight, so if it was Life or Lahans, I'd be like Everfrost Jarvan. I don't think that's happening here. And do note, no flash on Taeyoon. Moam just got his available though.
Yeah.
But Delight has his as well.
Yeah, Peanut's going to be spotted. Delight, level 6, as he just puts a flag on top of the Ashe.
Yeah, this is what I was worried about, is that, well, they don't die. But you do get fully zoned off this wave.
And as an Ashe lane, like these double AD lanes, it's still really bad news. This cannon is definitely going to die. And yeah, Jonah Strong does a bit of a zoom for condolences for the cannon. -1s in the chat, everyone. As Chovy doesn't have a lot of mana, as we check in on this mid lane. Actually, no, he does. His Clarity was picked up with his Unsealed Spellbook. There you go.
Nice. Also is very far ahead. Started with Tear, actually. Level 1, didn't talk about it, but as he heals, as we talked about, Chovy is not looking to impact the map early at all.
Doran is going all out, though, as he gets the Dominus out of Dudu. Great knockback there with the Q. As the flash has to come out, Doran not going to go for the dive. Diving a Dominus Renekton, definitely a tough one.
Oh, Chovy has TP.
Yeah, Dudu does as well, as does Doran. As all these piercing arrows, his arrow is going to hit Chovy. Not under too much threat. There's the Cataclysm, just dives in on top. But where's the follow-up? Oh no, the Chains of Corruption. Still, it's going to be enough. What the heck?
God, he lives!
You lord! What a monster. Still going to go down as Bulldog picks up that kill. But now Peanut, can he find the Q? The answer is no. But still, Genji able to find that one. This guy, this Delight guy. Amazing Jarvaning.
Oh, I love Delight on engaged support, man. Just makes me happy. And that's exactly the combo that we talked about, Atlas. It is, you have a bunch of immobile characters that are going to be locked in by this Jarvan. You throw, in this case, it's Paze, right, who throws an ultimate on top of it. But Chovy doesn't even do damage yet. Imagine what happens once his meteors start hurting and once you put a cage on top of that. Because right now, Bulldog and Youngjae and Dudu can all get out, and once that cage comes in, that is no longer the case. Also, what we're seeing here, I think, is a really great showcase of why Genji is looking better and better, and why they put so much priority on the Varus. It's the amount of confidence that they have in Pace to win these lanes together with Delight.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Peanut shadowed, which was definitely valuable, but it's really just a 2v2 between these two guys. And what we've been seeing with how incredibly high Genji has been prioritizing this Varus pick, it's paying off here. And of course, if this goes to late, Kwangdong still has a Sivir, a lot of utility, a lot of power. Thank you, Swifties, much appreciated there.
Oh, we also didn't really talk about the fact that Paze took the heal instead of cleanse against an Ashe as well, which can be dangerous.
So that's actually, I'm glad you pointed out, because when you look as, oh man, this isn't even like that well done.
Yeah.
Like in terms of cohesion with the rest of the team.
Yeah, the follow-up just kind of isn't there.
Follow-up
we're going to have to watch Paze try to escape this one as the piercing arrow is going to put down the Sivir. You mentioned that Peanut was shadowing the bottom lane. Well, it's a scary shadow here as Taeyoon picks up his Mythic from the grave. But man, that's real bad news. That could have been huge for Taeyoon.
Yeah, that could have been a really big kill. Instead, Pace is going to further accelerate his lead. So we got to take a look at this, and yeah, it's just Pace running down. Yeah, generally don't want to take the double, the double boomerang, but he knows Peanut is on his way. So provided that he can hide away. Really, yeah. Good flash there from Taeyoon on the chains, but that also means, again, and we're going to keep going back to this because it is a little boring, but it's very important to mention. No flash, Taeyoon can't play the game.
Yep.
If Bulldog, you know, with his ultimate, who can help a little bit, but life's not looking too hot for Kwangdong right now.
Keep saying these things about life as Dudu is once again going to have to defensively dominate. This time Peanut is in. The arrow will connect as, oh my goodness, okay. Doran going to be able to pick that one up, and despite the arrow landing, it wasn't enough to save the Croc.
Good to be the case. Bulldog maybe hunting.
He is, but Peanut able to slink his way into the river. They are going to be okay. Shirley,
yeah,
going to be started.
I think maybe he was looking for, if Peanut isn't there, he can like get in and just throw a cheeky ultimate and last hit, but not going to be the case here. And now I don't think you can contest this. Kwangdong, I think you got to try and cross map. It's not looking too hot, but what you going to do?
Well, you're going to try and take this mid turret by pushing the wave, but that is about it. And there is a minion wave on its way, and Pei's going to come back with Delight as well. So they're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah, so what I was saying about this Ashe, right?
Yeah.
So Pei's didn't go cleanse. But if you look at Genji, they have 2 champions which can completely negate the Ashe arrow. That's Delight. If you time your EQ buffer well, you can catch the arrow and then EQ away. And then obviously Doran goes without saying as...
Yeah, did he actually do the W buffer for the Unstoppable in this instance? I actually didn't quite see.
Not sure? No, I don't think so.
No, it was Peanut who got hit
because
anyway.
it was Peanut who got hit by it. But that is another opportunity, right? And then Chovy also obviously... Right now, as the cleanse won't always have that, but E also on the Veigar creates a situation where it actually is really hard to go in, even if you do hit an Ashe arrow. So I do think that this plan from Genji is able to mitigate the Ashe fairly well. Not the laning part, right? That still has to come from the players, but with how well Genji's played.
That test has been passed.
That test has been passed, and the kind of, oh man, Ashe is really balanced with her arrows in mid-game. I think might still become a factor as we get deeper and deeper into this game and the cooldown goes lower. But I actually think the Genji composition has a pretty decent skill set for dealing with it, and that is one of the big win conditions for Kwangdong, because outside of that, unless you can get a big flank or some wombo combos.
Oh, arrow going to connect, then Chovy going to cleanse it immediately as there's the dive forward. Dudu able to slice his way out as Bulldog in a bit of trouble here, but they managed to pick off the Jarvan. He just explodes. But now that's some cooldowns that have been expended. Doran dashes away, low health bars on Kwangdong Freaks. Genji still wanting to fight here. Chovy without a lot of mana as piercing arrows flying through, and Event Horizon does now go down. Dudu inside the baby cage. Genji gonna back away now.
This is big. Infernal Dragons are huge. Delight getting caught off guard there because Bulldog that set that one up. Now Delight is on his way back. Also have the TP fresh coming in. Chovy, if he wants to, can go back as well. Looks like that's going to be the case. Round 2 coming up, Atlas.
Exactly. And Shirley going to hop down into this mid lane as well, which is why Kwangdong Freaks had to move back. They don't want to lose too many turrets here. As Event Horizon is going to catch the Gragas, and Shelly is going to get that work done. As Doran may be stepping up a little bit too far. As Arrow going to connect once again, but Doran just going to press W, and he's absolutely K.
Yeah.
Not the target that you really want to be going for with that one, as now another Event Horizon comes in. Dudu possibly in trouble. Great Q to come through from Doran, and they lock down Bulldog. Young Jay also now trying to get himself out of there. Doran's playing a really nice Cassante game, at least here in this particular moment, and they should be rewarded with the Infernal now.
Chovy also looking for those aggressive cages, and Cage with Lethality Varus has so much power. Right, because if you ever hit, not only do you get a Veigar Q and a W to the face, but if Paze is still very accelerated in this game. He's not like monster fed by any means, but he steals up a kill. He has a 20-30 CS lead. So if you get hit by a cage, it doesn't matter what your itemization is of who you are, you're probably going to be chunked, if not outright die. As Bulldog starts off this fight, I think, quite nicely with the bait, comes through here, gets the Everfrost into the cask. So this part was great. Nice target selection from Kwangdong, utilizing their displacement. But then I think here they kind of lack the killer instinct that I'd love to see. If Youngjae flash ults there, when they're up a member, they might be able to make something work. But instead, get caught off guard here. This is where the chain CC starts to come in, and if Gen.G just gets to put down their cages, use their chains of corruptions, I don't think they're really going to win fights. Front-to-back fighting into Gen.G's comp is a exercise in futility. Kwangdong need to get out of the flanks, or like Bulldog did, isolate a target, and otherwise, game's going to be very, very hard.
Indeed. Chovy does pick up a blue buff. He's been struggling on the mana front just a little bit. Does want to get his Seraphs up and available pretty soon. He's well and truly on the way to that. And Rod of Ages now sitting at 5. And Chovy's now ghosting after Dudu. Puts him in the cage as Dark Matter rains from the sky. These Qs kind of working out as teleport from Bulldog is going to come in. The arrow will pierce the heavens, but not the Gen.G players. And therefore, they will be able to make it out.
It looks like Chovy also going for Q-Max, which of course always go for that with Vega. And then a few points in his W, but now going for Emax. Emax a couple of patches, I don't remember how much it was exactly. Did get a pretty substantial buff to its cooldown. And seeing Chovy have more of those available for the short-range composition of Kwangdong is a really big deal. The only one that can approach them relatively safely is Taeyeon because of Spell Shield. But even the Sivir might struggle actually getting out a lot of meaningful damage here. And Vhagar is a pick that, in the right situation, can be extremely obnoxious to play into.
Youngjae going to make his way in here as Doran probably pretty happy. And actually, he's going to go all out. Oh, no, never mind. Spell Shield does come in. Youngjae going to be the next option, though. And there is the piercing arrow. Nice Q from Doran. Can he actually escape, though, is the question. The answer's no. But now Peanut's here. Dudu's in trouble, and FaZe is just raining these arrows down. Moham trying to chase after them as, oh, the flash has to come through from Taeyeon. Didn't have the Spell Shield up that time around. And Gen.G on the pursuit here in this mid lane. There's a Baron available, Chronicler. Are they going for it? Is that what's happening right now?
Could very well. You have Vhagar, right? Like, Vhagar chunks Baron, even this early on in the game. Be surprised. There is no jungler. Youngjae still isn't going to be here, and I don't know if they have the damage available.
Yeah, and they're going to zone him out.
Do anything.
Utilizing this event horizon, and Gen.G, 5 members strong, should be able to lock this one up. As Bulldog, he throws a cask in just to have a bit of fun, as Peanut should be able to lock this one up. They look to chase down Bulldog, and Peanut eventually just going to press that smite button. No worries there at all. So 21.5 minutes, and Gen.G grab themselves a Baron.
Do really hope we're going to see Chovy go for a Death Cap next, because this is Infernal. And Vhagar,
oh god,
plus Death Cap, plus Infernal.
That's a lot of ability power.
Yeah, that's going to be very fun. For Kwangdong, unfortunately, again, their mistakes aren't really making macro mistakes or people not being ready for the fights. It's people just getting caught off guard, right? Like Taeyeon is just in mid lane here, and he actually ends up being safe with the great spell shield usage, even though Doran does find him.
Yeah.
But then this is like the way that Gen.G are able to utilize Pace's Varus. Like, I think it's really cool to see. Because his positioning always has been a strong suit of his. And then with the rest of his team playing as aggressive as they do, like he even forces a flash there as well. They play around it so well, and in this comp, he's just not threatened at all.
Nope. Yeah, you saw it was entirely a battle with Doran, and they managed to take him down. It's, oh, Peanut is going to be able to safeguard his way out. That looked a little bit dicey for a moment, but he gives his patented penguin.
He knows.
And will back away. As Bulldog now underneath his turret, we'll see how safe he's actually going to be as Moham able to keep track of them at least. Oh, this is really dangerous times. And as we can see, 5,000 gold is the lead here for Gen.G, but this Baron power play still has a minute and a half to go. That could be even more gold raining through as the arrow is going to connect to the Kasante's W. And he's going to say, I'm unstoppable, it's fine. Youngjae moving on over, possible flanking position here for the Wukong. And the Renekton splitting on the top side. Gen.G just focusing now on this bottom lane. And Delight, will he? No, he won't. Just going to put down a flag, not going to drag. Taking it a bit slow here at Gen.G.
Hey, Chovy, that's a rod. Looking good, buddy.
Getting ready for that Shadow Flame.
Oh my god, he hasn't even had 10 stacks yet. He's level 15. Oh no!
There it is. He's level 16 now.
Yeah.
So that's yeah.
He doesn't have Death Cap yet, and he has 620 AP.
That is a big ultimate now available.
No.
Okay. Yeah, Yeah, that's a scary Viger. Has he even? I haven't even noticed the trophy.
I don't think he's ulted anyone yet. Or maybe he's like thrown in an ultimate left or right, but game hasn't really been about him. It's more Genji's entire map movement, and even with like Paze as fed as he is, look at Doran, dude.
Yeah, man.
Look at him go.
Damn, he's having a game. Honestly, K'Sante in general has just gotten back to being really good again without any buffs. Like, it's very strange. I guess it's mastery of the champ, I guess.
Well, yeah, we actually have been witness to kind of a K'Sante renaissance with the champion really like growing in our appreciation. A champion with as many dashes and shenanigans, I'd like to say.
But the amount of nerfs that he had, it just shows how stupidly busted he was at the beginning of the season.
Well, and I actually think that like with how he is right now, it's still a very skill-intensive champion. We see really big differences between some of our best players playing him and some of our not-so-good players playing him. And I really like him. I think now that his laning phase has been kind of pushed down, which it should have because it was not okay.
Oh, yeah.
Still see a very skill-intensive tank. Can be fun. Might maybe need some more nerfs if he keeps being as omnipresent as he is right now. But we'll see. Yep, that is 2 rods now.
Oh dear.
I am not great at math, but I guarantee you that once that death cap is finished,
I have a feeling that he will do a lot of damages.
Yeah, I don't know how much AP he'll have, but I do know that Kwang Nong's game will kind of be over.
Yeah.
I don't think they're coming back from that one.
He has close to 700 now.
Yes.
We'll just have to keep tabs. Of course, it will increase by a severe number. Is it just 1,000 when he completes his Rabbids? Probably. The stacks that he's going to build up at the same time.
Paze is also about to transform.
Just fighting Young Jae as the arrow will connect. He might die, but does flash, and so therefore he will be all right.
Flash intro, come on!
Horizon close as Chains of Corruption were optimistic at best.
Ooh.
He may as well go for it though.
Bit disappointed.
Yeah.
Where's the aggression?
What's Viger's ultimate again? Is Primordial Blast?
I think it's Primordial Burst, but I'm not sure. Might be. It's definitely one of those two.
It's been a while. I know Baleful Strike is the cue. All right, we're just going to kidnap a Renekton, and Paze is going to pick up that kill so comfortably here. Really nicely done there. Doran goes all out, and the Event Horizon is going to land onto Young Jae's clone, and thankfully that means he will survive. Delight dives into the backline, has his Zhonya's put together. Drags his way out as well as they're underneath this turret, and now the baby cage once again. Oh, Jesus! Pop goes the Ashe. And Kwangdong Freaks just lose 2 without even really notice. Like, it just sort of happened. Blink of the eye. They were gone.
Doran just calmly taking a sip of his drink. He's like, yeah. It is Primordial Burst, as we we just have been told. I have a hard time knowing who to vote, because Genji is cruising towards a very smooth victory.
It's Doran for me. For some reason.
Well, it's tough, right? It's Doran or Paze.
Or maybe Delight. Maybe it's Delight.
I don't think it's Delight.
You don't?
No, I think it's Doran or Paze. But I don't know which of the two.
They took my vote away for a reason. I think it was too many K'Sante votes.
Or K'Sante. I think Doran is a perfectly fine vote.
I just think he's been playing very, very well.
He has been. I agree. Oh, there we go.
Okay, yep, 940.
Yeah, that's per W. That's almost 1,200 damage.
Yeah. Balance.
They don't have soul yet, Atlas.
No. And that's going to be up in 42 seconds.
Yeah.
994. 6 away from 4 digits.
We had a conversation in the previous game about what is the scariest character in League of Legends. I said it was Fiddlesticks.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure.
He is evil. Stop laughing. That's a Viger quote.
No, I know. Yeah, I've been playing.
It's been a while since I've listened to the English client. I was just hoping that I still remember.
No, it is 100% a Viger quote.
Good. All right, Doran. Just looking to chase out. Look, this man is not afraid of anything. Not even a little bit of fear. And he's just going to walk into the enemy jungle. Continuing to do so here. Mohamed Tayoun on the escape. And look at this. This is Soul. This is something that Kwangdong Freaks have to fight for. But they have just been waltzed out of their jungle. As Peanut is now going to find Bulldog here. He's thrown back, knocked up, and just ragdolled to death. Hayes picks that one up, and oh man, I can hear Valdez in the back of my mind saying, you just land. One piece of CC, and it's all over. Oh, this meta. But this is, it's beautifully done by Genji.
1,038!
Oh my goodness. And it all comes back to how Genji played out the bottom lane.
Get him!
Event Horizon, oh, boop. Bye-bye. That is going to be set up for Pays as well. Picks it up with the, okay, Delight goes golden. Puts down the Cataclysm, gets the flash out of Taeyun. And
this is just a shooting range.
It is, absolutely a shooting gallery.
It's fish in a barrel.
Yep. And they're just going to continue walking towards them. They have Baron for another minute and a half as Chains of Corruption once again are going to go through as Dudu goes golden. That is going to save his life for now. It's Peanut, he really wants to press that Q button again. And it's not going to happen this time. They'll take their second inhibitor. Top lane pushing towards Kwangdong Freak's base as well, but it's not even going to matter. Q comes forward, another all-out as Bulldog goes golden. Is it going to save his life, though? The answer is absolutely not, as Doran could be in trouble. There's a Ruthless Predator, and Doran does go down, but goodbye, Siva. And the follow-up here, Pays and Chovy, they just choose a target and end them. They just do not play the game anymore. Young Jay's clone is going to get thrown back. Dudu's inside the cage, just swept up with his flag and drag as Delight, having a lot of fun, and the Nexus will now go down. Genji, they lose Pays in the aftermath, and they are going to hold on to the Nexus for a little while longer before Chovy crab raves and takes it down. 300 victories here for Chovy in game number 1.
Peanut with the LGD flash right there.
He does do that quite a lot, doesn't he?
At the end, and Chovy, a player that took a decent amount of time to finally pick up his first LCK win, but what a moment it was last summer. And you know, you can talk about tournament wins and you can talk about international performances, but the fact that he is in this list with these players, taking into account when he debuted, is mind-blowing.
No, it's incredibly impressive. And number 8, with another win, he'll overtake Prey as well. These are names that have been around for many, many years. And Chovy now really starting to become one of our true veterans. And I feel like an old man talking about that because, you know, I'd been in the LCK already for a year or two before Chovy even qualified on Griffin. Now able to grab his 300th win against his former coach on that exact team. Kind of poetic. As Genji, I mean, this was just a beautiful game by Genji.
Like, there were some individual mistakes being made by Kwangdong, but you mostly just want to credit Genji for a very clean game plan and execution.
They played it really, really nicely. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space and game number 2. We'll see whether Kwangdong can turn it around.
그라. 하죠. 그리고 시계. 11을 노플이고 천천히. 가져. 랜딩 노플. 11을. 천천히 4번 50.
그냥 이거 나 타워 칠 테니까 오면 들 봐줄게.
랜딩 노플이고. 여기자. 애쉬 도공.
네네.
네, 포지션 하면 돼, 니코이. 저공 돌아요.
그런지.
줄게요. 애쉬 풀 뺀 거 나머졌다. 잘했대. 나이스. 굿.
해주실 분.
깨고 있어. 지지.
네.
팬 보고 있어?
나? 아니 난 그냥 안 보았어.
관중석 그냥 보는 중.
야, 아리 볼게. 공 다 빠지긴 했다.
아리. 야 천천히 봐. 아리 나, 야 제리.
야, 이거 쳐. 야, 오모부터.
야 제리 너클.
아리 잡고. 아리, 나이스.
아니 앞으로 가.
나이스. 롤러부터. 용하다, 용.
이번엔 보는 건. 야 제리 누구? 야 천천히 해봐.
저거.
제리. 야 오공 볼게.
헬프.
야 천천히. 야 이겼어.
아, 내 전판 내가 잘하긴 했어. 내가 그 통나무 들고 있었어. 너랑 나랑.
배치기 먼저 할게. 2초. 천천히.
잡았어. 빼.
나 토스가 한번 볼게, 바로스. 바로스 한번 볼게, 바로스. 넘겼어. 바로스 맞아.
야면 가는 중.
봤어? 빼봐.
그만.
내 위치 한번 봐봐. 나 바로스 토스 앞도 볼게.
미드.
바로스 맞아.
바루스.
미칼 쏟고.
바루스 나왔어.
빼봐. 미칼 없고.
야 바루스 그냥 풀 슬랭. 바루스.
나 없다. 미칼 없어.
야 제리 찍혀.
괜찮아.
야 마마. 야 들어오네 봐.
마오.
야 제리. 야 끝내.
아, 이게 좋네.
끝내.
미드.
아 끝났다. 아 행복하다 진짜.
재훈아, 하이파이브.
박 사장 MVP야.
나? 오.
4연승의 부두들.
잘해보자. 존중하면서 게임해야 돼. 얘네도 이럴 거 없어. 그 이럴 거 없는 친구들 굉장히 무섭다.
저 마음 잘 알지.
어?
여가 바타 여 비비빅 웨이브다. 야 그냥 나 비비빅 웨이브다. 미드라인 다 버리고 갈게. 비비빅 먹으러 와. 볼만한데? 정황 치고. 와, 이거 설계한 거야 너네? 거짓말 치지. 워럭난 거잖아.
파란 팀의 포탑이 파괴되었습니다.
아, 볼만해. 나이스. 그 궁합 쪽 거냐? 버려.
나이스. 타워게.
신들 너플. 다음 웨이브 포키 한번 보고서 클리어되면 우리 끝내. 와, 끝내고 싶다. 이 잡았어. 나이스. 코스. 나이스. 저플. 아무도 안 맞고. GG.
나이스. 잘했다.
나이스.
선 1대1 할까?
그릇.
뭐 할까? 나 AP 할게.
저 AD 열 듯?
아 크리샤를 했네. 먹어. 선아 이거 어떻게 할 건데? 이 패시브 어떻게 할 거냐고.
바텀 오면 다이브가 오면 잡아요.
그대로 가.
그대로.
죽일게.
그냥 빼세요.
야. 간다. 가비.
All right, Chovy got the
Aha, I win. You stop clapping
Both
first.
wins.
I'm the bigger Chovy fan.
LCK total 9th is actually massive. This guy has been around now for quite a while and very well deserved. So congratulations, Chovy, on his 300th win. Let's take a look at the draft from this game number 1 because this one was the draft from okay, there it is. We do have Jarvan coming on out, and what do you think about that one?
I mean, I thought that the draft was really interesting here. Gen.G had a plan, and I think they felt comfortable playing into the Ashe with the Varus and the kind of sudden Jarvan pick coming through, banning away some of these other picks that could have been played potentially with the Ashe, the Ezreal, and the Zeri. And the Jarvan, we put it in yellow here because while they did have a good plan and it worked extremely well with the Veigar, the laning phase could have been really hard to play out, and even in the very beginning of it, it was. Well, there was some mistakes made by Moham in particular, especially when he was caught trying to get back to lane where he was in mid and then ended up getting found there by the Jarvan, having to use the summoners. That really hurt the power they had in the lane. So the bottom lane, which should have been a winning lane win condition for Kwangdong, fell apart so early. And then we just saw the utilization of the Event Horizon Cataclysm combo over and over and over again. So much damage built up. And Pace on the Varus, man, his accuracy was out of control. He did so much damage. He out-damaged a 1,000 AP Veigar in that game.
Pace is actually insane. It's easy to see. Let's take a look at the first highlight from this game, though, because we do want to show what they were able to do and how they did get this big lead.
Yeah, so this is the fight, of course, on this Drake, and this is the first time we see the stopwatch timing here. When you have level 6 as the Jarvan, you can engage with Cataclysm and use your stasis instantly to buy time, and this is something that's very obvious for Kwangdong Freaks that is coming their way. That's why they're backing away here. The arrows, this game also not great for Moham, unfortunately, but once the arrow's off cooldown, he's like, all right, I can engage, I'm coming through here. And even though Chovy isn't here instantly, you can see how much damage he's doing even this early in the game with this combo. And Kwangdong Freaks, you know, it felt like they knew it was coming, but still kind of stayed a little bit too grouped up for that one. The arrow didn't hit. They're trying to collapse, but that combo is just so strong, and you have this timing when you hit level 6 as Jarvan on an objective fight. You have the stopwatch ready. Well played.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before. Event Horizon is, in my opinion, the best normal, non-ultimate ability in the game, and if you have stuff to stack it on in this meta where CC is so important, Veigar is just insane, and that was just one example with the Jarvan that was obvious in their team comp. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which will also show off some of this.
Yeah, Doran had a pretty good game. In this exchange, he does end up basically sacrificing himself to look for the engage. All out spell shielded, so he's not able to pull the Sivir through, but continues to force this fight anyways. And they actually get the Cyclone and Youngjae early in this fight. And Doran eventually goes down here, but this is a huge win because at this moment in time, Kwangdong Freaks were trying to spring a trap here and try to punish the K'Sante. And while they did, they lose the fight and then subsequently are going to lose control of Baron. So Gen.G in this exchange, winning out hard. They had Chovy's teleport, so he can get right back into the mix here. And Bulldog, there's nothing he can do to stop this. And the Baron will go over to Gen.G, and that's the winning moment in this game, actually, just to catch there in mid set up by Doran.
That's the way it goes. I think that a lot of our teams are realizing that K'Sante is still really strong. So just his kit and his ability to set up team fights and the fact that he's so tanky, you can just place yourself right in front. Even if you get poked a little bit, doesn't really matter. We saw this from Kingen yesterday against T1, was really insane. So K'Sante more and more prio here in the LCK. Let's take a look at the POG from game number 1 as here on the side of Gen.G. I think there were a lot of choices, but it will go to Delight.
Delight, his Jarvan setup for Chovy's Event Horizons, especially that level 6 timing, right, where they get that first rake was incredible. This play also, I think, will be one that Korean commentators highlighted a lot, because at that moment, the lane was over, unfortunately, for Kwangdong Freaks, and that was what we were talking about, that one mistake from Moham and the catch there from Delight, where he was being proactive to find the Ashe, is really what gave them a massive lead there in the lane, and the rest is history. I voted for Pace. I thought his accuracy was incredible. His follow-up was so critical this game, and just overall his game sense really strong here. Never backing down, missing some chains of corruption, but just always fishing for potential picks. I think Chovy will also pick up some votes here.
Yeah, this is going to be a
a 3 out of 11
winner. We had 3 for top as well for Doran. We had 2 for bot, 1 for jungle, and 2 for mid. So everybody gets a vote, and he wins with 3 out of 11, which is, I believe, the smallest number that you can actually win with. So congratulations, I guess, in the end. Delight picks up his second POG, and we are done here on the Space Guys. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. What an incredible split vote there. It's the second time, I believe, that we've seen a 3 out of 11 actually win. Twice this season. And otherwise, we've never had it. So, understandable, honestly, in that game, there were a lot of options. I don't think that, I think for us, it was Pays and Doran that were front runners, but
Delight.
If I still had my vote, I'd probably have to just sling it over to the Jarvan column.
Delight's
he was so good.
I think the only ones that I wouldn't make sense of is Peanut. Not because he didn't have a good game, but he was just
he was just there. Yeah, and so was Chovy, kind of.
You know,
he had a lot of AP.
Chovy had a lot of high impact, like E moments, but at that point the game was kind of over. But yeah, anyone between Pays, Doran, and Delight, I thought were perfect. So happy for Delight. You know, he's kind of been he's been here for the entirety of the split, but the team hasn't really been about it.
True.
And everyone has been there, except when you're a sub. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what I mean.
Jun hasn't been there the whole time.
No, and neither has Moam because they're subs, as I was saying.
Yeah,
never listen to you.
I was listening to you. I was just being a little bit of a jerk. Elise going to be the first ban here as we hop into the pick and ban for game 2. Annie. They're going to do their due diligence here on the red side, I believe. Genji probably going to ban Annie, Caitlyn, and Ashe, the general bans. But maybe the Caitlyn sort of slips out just because Kwangdong Freaks don't necessarily play it. And Pays and Delight have just kind of been schooling them.
Maybe you just don't care about Ashe anymore. Maybe that's the lesson we take away from this.
Maybe the Varus is just too strong, and they are going to ban that one away, prevent that first pick from happening.
Lucian Nami, Zeri Lulu, Xayah Rakan, all still available. Aphelios would also not be surprising. That is something that we know Genji likes to play toward. And
not wanting to give the Ashe over to Delight is actually a bit of power lost here in this draft. Kwangdong Freaks looking for a different first pick option.
Caitlyn.
Yep, Caitlyn is going to do that.
Particularly with the Karma and the Varus both being gone, I think the Caitlyn ban is just playing it safe.
Young J 20 games on Sejuani?
Yeah, probably. They might pick it away here. Genji does.
Gragas priority absolutely gigantic, and they're considering a first pick of it here. Of course, 3-way flex does mean that it can be versatile in these drafts. Doesn't give away too much. I wasn't all that impressed with how the Gragas was played in game 1. He was kind of just present. But he wasn't the problem, of course.
Yeah, he had the one pick, but he also got picked a bunch of times, so...
Lucian being available is kind of dangerous.
That seems like a no-brainer. You can go Lucian Sedge here, you can also go Lucian Nami, both are fine. Pays going to be playing that one has been a little bit more muted than ideally you'd want Lucians to be in the laning phase. I think has had some great late-game Lucian, actually, where he was able to output a lot of damage and really play kind of at the edges of fights very well. But we got a blueprint, 2 blueprints actually, by D+ playing earlier today. So hopefully we will see Genji emulate that.
Yeah.
Are they going to pick Asante here? Because I actually love it. I think Peanut's champion pool allows for it. It is a double flex here that you can use to either give to Doran or Chovy. Doran had a great game on it. It's good into the Gragas. We know Chovy loves playing it.
I think Asante is
kind of feeling it.
Yeah, I'd love it. Also with the fact,
yeah, it makes sense.
But it does make some sense here. I just thought that it could also give them a potential Renekton Nidalee angle if they wanted to.
Yeah, could be the case. But not going to be the case.
Just Vi. Here comes Vi.
Here comes Vi and Zeri, Lulu, Lucian, Nami. Woo!
Okay, Wukong and Sejuani to be banned by Genji. Kwangdong Freaks going to ban Renekton. Although Cassante, Renekton, maybe. As they do keep Chovy's pick a secret. Chovy did play a bunch of mid Vi a couple of years ago.
They might even have to ban Veigar here. I don't think Veigar was the reason why Gen G won, but it definitely made the game a lot harder for Kwangdong to play.
Lee Sin also going to be taken away here. Have to respect this Gragas flex a lot. Just focusing on the jungle here. As Renekton and Jace going to be the choices. So Cassante just going to be picked up here in the 4th slot.
Yeah, Cassante or Oh, yeah, I wouldn't mind Veigar. Yeah, personally. Does take away from your flex potential, but Doran will still have counter pick. And most likely this is going to be a mid lane. Now, if Bulldog wants to style and just like pull out a Xerath or something, then I'm all there for it.
Oh, yeah. Yordle battle? Mid-Yordle battle?
I love this. This is, I think, one of the few picks that can put a ton of pressure on Veigar early. Veigar does have wave clear issues before he is able to build up some AP.
Well, it still might
still happen. Yeah.
Well, Sedge is going to be locked in.
The downside.
18th game of Sejuani for Youngjae or something like that.
Yeah, downside is that you probably end up with like Gnar into top, into Gragas, which is not a matchup you're very happy about. It's something that we saw a ton when Gragas was blinded as a tank top.
Oh.
That's full AD.
Yeah. With Gragas, maybe it's like they could even flex Gragas jungle, solo AP, as Yone is going to be locked in. Does a little bit of mixed damage, I guess, but most of it going to be of the AD variety.
Don't know who's going where, because there are actually a ton of flex potential depending on what the final lock-in is here.
Yeah. I mean, the entire top side, the top 3 picks could be all muddled around, apart from Yone in the jungle. 1 second to go. Cassante just going to be locked away, because why not?
So, for Gen G, there isn't any flex potential, unless they want to like play Lucian mid.
Yeah, Veigar top.
Veigar bot, right?
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think they're going to do that because that's a waste of your Nami, so there's no reason to do it at all. And that means that it's going to be Bulldog here. The 2v2 obviously insanely strong here. And I do think Chovy is going to struggle a lot more in his lane. But I'm a little worried. I do still think that the Veigar is incredibly strong into the Gen G composition. And we have seen the Cassante do really well into the Gragas. There is an aggressive bot lane, so Gen G is expected to have a ton of prowess around the bot side of the map. Now, the upside is that I do think Chovy might actually struggle in this lane, and if he's not able to keep control of the lane, then maybe you can keep down the Lucian Nami, because the scaling battle, I think, for Kwangdong is looking very, very strong here.
Yeah, it's looking pretty nice. I would have, I think, liked the Tristana a little bit more. But Yone in a side lane, and especially Yone and Sejuani paired together, is very, very strong, especially in that mid game. You only need to reach a couple of items to be absurdly strong as well. So there are definitely some upsides here for the Yone pick. Plenty of PaYS fans here in the audience. Actually, really, really cool, given the fact that there are so many huge names on Gen G. But PaYS really has captured the hearts of the fans here at LoL Park, especially today. And after his Varus play, you cannot blame anyone for it either. But Kwangdong, kind of like what outside of the bottom lane, just the top side of the map, looking great. Not a huge Zeri Lulu into Lucian Nami fan, but I don't know whether anyone is, so it's not like I'm alone or anything like that in that one. Still, very interesting. Once again, Chovy, let's see how much AP he can build on the Veigar as we look to hop onto the Rift for game number 2. All right, here we go, onto the Rift for game number 2. Let's see whether Kwangdong Freaks have made enough adjustments to make this one work. As Dudu has gone for the Grasp variety, still starting with Doran's Ring, but it should be the Tank Gragas version. Lots of mixed damage, honestly, on Kwangdong Freak's side, so I don't think that the AD situation with a Tank Gragas is going to be too much of a worry.
So I do think Dudu is still going for the Roa build. We've actually seen this in mid a lot as well, where they go for Grasp into melee matchups, but then still go for Roa Zeraths. My main issue is that I do think that Dudu will do decent AP damage, but on the flip side, like if Doran builds full armor, he's still not dying.
Yeah, true.
To anyone on Kwangdong. Gragas will still have a respectable amount of damage for some of the other picks on Genji's team, but
it's okay, because if Doran presses his R button, then he loses all of his resistances. So that's when they can kill him.
I guess, yeah. That's not the best angle, though. As Pei's actually able to pick up an early ward here. So Taeyoon and Moam need to be very respectful here.
Yeah. The battle for level 2.
Be careful, yeah.
The part of the game that decides how this lane works. And already Delight actually having a really good time getting a bit of extra damage. But he has to sacrifice a bit of his health bar in order to do so. 4 and 7 on the Zeri is in a great scoreline. And Youngjae, 5 and 12. So his 18th game on the Sejuani. I think that's what I said. Didn't actually have the stat in front of me, though. It just felt like an 18th Sejuani type situation. And yep, level 2 gained here by the Quantum Freaks bottom lane. Going to be able to get this one shoved forward. And Pays and Delight not going to miss out on too much. So not the end of the world on either side for anyone. And there we go. A little bit of a move forward here from Pays. Has gone for the first strike variety, not the press the attack that we've seen Gumushi especially employ a few times, but this is sort of the classic for the Zeri Lulu lane. And yeah, just hanging out down here.
We haven't seen that one a lot yet, have we? Yeah.
Did we just panda mid so that we could watch Chovy miss a cannon? Is that what we just did? Is that what happened?
I don't know if he missed it or not. I
didn't see the money.
Might not have gotten it.
Oh, that would be it. It's a sad time to pan, isn't it?
Well, you know, Chovy's Veigar, he's always having a good time.
That's true. And this skin as well, the Big Bad Veigar is very, very cute. In fact, this is the only Veigar skin that we've seen so far, I think.
Isn't Big Bad Veigar, is it?
Sorry, it's the other one.
It's the TFT one.
The TFT.
Yeah, Spatula Veigar.
Yeah.
No, Big Bad is the one where he's like a
that's
like
the big boss.
60-bit. Yeah.
The one that reminds me of Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, the arcade noises.
Yep.
Yeah. I like that one as well. This is the most popular one, though.
Yeah, it is definitely the most popular. I can't remember what it's called. I'm always a Gandalf Veigar player. That's
Greybeard?
Yeah, it's my favorite.
We have had a segment on this.
We have.
With a very controversial tier list.
Indeed. It's because we don't like Leprechaun Veigar because we think it's cheating.
I just don't like how it looks.
Yeah, neither do I. Not a huge fan. As Bulldog, just picking up farm where he can. You can see Chovy pretty happy so far, but of course this isn't the time where you just win as Yone or anything like that. It's going to take a little while before he has a great time. Currently in a cage. Dark Matter flying towards him.
Not where you want to be.
No.
Oh, Peanut is going to take out the ward here. Taeyoon and Moham, though, get the crash that they were looking for. Not going to be too bothered. And yeah, post 6, that's when Chovy's going to have to be a lot more respectful. Bulldog does, of course, have the ability to try and look for all-ins, but that can't happen.
Nope. Although, not exactly.
Well, right now it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it's a tier, so yeah. We're okay. It's no trouble.
Indeed. Bulldog was thinking about trying to stop. Oh, it's Fury Horn, right? He does the Fury. He jumps on the Fury Horn when he goes back.
Ah,
yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
You're a bit of a TFT gamer, aren't you?
Yeah, I haven't.
Not as much recently.
Haven't played so much this set, but I was a bit of a TFT gamer for a while there. As Chovy holding the wave, just wandering around. It's been a pretty slow early game.
Game 1 as well. Yeah. We at least had some semblance of actions. Maybe we're just doing a no-rush 6, so everyone's allowed to get their ultimates, and then we get then we actually play.
We could have played a bit of the Doc Tongues versus Observers match. Just commentated a bit of that. Looked a bit of fun.
Yeah, there was a lot more action in that one.
Yeah. Pretty epic.
Early Catalyst here for Chovy. Going to feel good. Help him out. Make sure that he can stay in his lane a little bit longer. Getting some autos in. I'd be surprised if he picks up like an early exhaust or something of the sort. Says,
ooh, Free Dragon going over to Quantum Freaks. Good news for them. See whether they are able to also battle for the Rift Herald. It's going to be coming up in a minute and a half. As Moham just not going to get caught by that bubble. Man, I actually thought that was going to hit, but it does not. Chovy, ward not going to see anything, as I believe there is a control ward in the Pixel Brush. That is the most exciting thing that's going on right now, is meanwhile trading in the bottom lane, kind of.
Also, do note, we have
Bubble connects here as Pays getting traded on pretty heavily, though, as Taeyeon's going to step forward. Dash going to be used defensively. Nice double tap there as Pays is slinging light at the Quantum Freaks bottom lane. Bubble is going to miss once again, and they're going to go back. Excitement over.
Yeah, pretty decent trade for Gen G, I'd say. They have the ability to still stay in the lane. Also, Pays has not gone for the Dirk. This is a choice that we see more and more, as Lucians just rush headfirst towards their... yeah, nicely done by Bulldog there.
Yep.
Just rush headfirst into their...
Gale Force.
Gale Force, so that they can... Well, I was going to say Gore Drinker.
Yeah.
After what happened earlier.
Or the Gore Force.
Yeah, that's the best item, actually. It has a dash and a heal.
I like Gale Drinker. It's pretty cool. But it doesn't have either of those things. It's just the other text.
It's just a stats thing. It doesn't actually have a cool active.
It has nothing.
It feels really disappointing when you finish it.
It's very sad. It's just got the rough end of the stick. That's all right. As Bulldog, continuing to just shove waves towards Chovy. And when does this game find the action? When does it happen? Because right now, the gold could not be closer, as Event Horizon is going to come down onto Bulldog. Doran is moving in behind him, though, and that was very, very strange, that whole interaction there. But it is going to mean that Bulldog will be absolutely K. And Doran holds on to the all-out.
He'll be okay, as in he won't die, but I'm pretty sure that Gen G should be able to leverage this into getting themselves an early Rift Herald, although Dudu has shoved in the wave, so it looks like Gen G doesn't actually want to go for it. And I'm personally do think that it's a good idea for them to avoid the early 2v2, 3v3 on the top side of the map. Gragas, Sejuani, and Yone are very, very spooky.
Yeah.
Also, you are correct. It is indeed going to be the tank Gragas here, reduced to the early bomb. He's picked up. Tier has also been picked up here by Dudu, but it might very well be one of the get tier and then just sell
Tempo
it.
tier?
Yeah, tempo tier. Variety.
Might also be tempo Barmies. You never know. There's a lot of tempo options.
Okay, yeah, I don't.
The Build-A-Bear Gragas.
I don't want to be reminded of.
Yeah.
What was it? Dundun going?
I think it was Dundun with like every component possible.
Yeah. So Warden's Mail. No. Bramble Vest and Barmies.
Yeah. Catalyst. And then Radiant Virtuous. Bulldog is just dying to Peanut here, and Voltbreaker is going to kill him. That's a solo kill. For the Vi, as Doran is fighting against Youngjae and Dudu. Not entirely sure what happened to Bulldog there, but we can go back to it, I think, in the replay as Glacial Prison comes out, and Doran, he's going to go all out and wants to get over that wall, doesn't find the Q. And, okay, we'll need the replay, because that was kind of odd.
Yeah, I have no idea how Bulldog just died in the one.
Yeah.
Peanut did have a really nice interrupt there. Already was able to get in between Bulldog and his ultimate. Pays and Delight actually have been struggling here. It's a great example of the Lucian-Nami matchup being very dependent on how you play it out.
Yeah.
We know that you can hard win the matchup because we saw Def do that today.
Well, Youngjae going to get turned on here by an angry Peanut. Chovy going to put the Sejuani in the baby cage, but doesn't exactly have massive amounts of damage right now. Primordial Burst available, but not going to be invested or anything like that. Kind of cool that you don't get the added damage based on enemy AP when no one's going to be building it. That's Quantum Freaks' strategy. Limit Chovy's effectiveness by not having AP.
I don't think it's still there.
Is that not there?
No, I think they removed that.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to do a checkup on that as, just gets caught in the back and then very nicely done there.
In front of the ult.
Yeah, Chovy makes sure that he gets hit by the ult so you don't go to full distance and then just takes the kill. So Pays, Bulldog rather, getting caught off guard there is actually really big because giving over an early kill means that Gen G is still even in gold. Gen G was actually falling behind by a decent amount because of some of the plates that have dropped of top and bot side. But with that kill now dead even again, Chovy slowly starting to stack up the AP. Because of course, as we saw there, he does no damage at the moment.
No. Bulldog is going to be able to avoid the Event Horizon, or at least any issues with it. by utilizing his unbound soul. Shelly gets a charge here in this mid lane. Thought it was her sister for a moment there, but no, she's going to be here on the Rift in 4 minutes' time. Doran's just going to walk towards Guangdong Freaks. Muted start to this game, though, seems to be benefiting Guangdong Freaks here quite a bit. Even with Bulldog falling down, they have themselves that first Drake. And Genji, they are looking to grab this second. We'll see what kind of soul it's going to be. Cloud and Chemtech still on the table, but Hextech Soul, Mountain Soul, two very big ones. They are able to lock them down, and it is going to be Mountain Soul this game.
Oh, yeah.
That's a biggie.
That might be tough, because that is one of the situations where I think Guangdong and Genji both can run into real damage issues. Because both these compositions have a top side that is much more tank and frontline and CC oriented, and have then all their damage kind of being have to be done rather by their mid and by their AD. Now for Genji, the problem is they're very short range, but they do have a mixed damage profile, and both of them scale particularly well, right? Outside of the range, I do think that Pace, depending on his build, can actually get a lot done even in the later stages. And then on the flip side, both Zeri and Yone scale absurdly well, but you also will be playing double AD into a mountain comp.
Yeah.
Which makes it very tough.
Peanut's going to be spotted there by the sweeper.
But he's not scared. That's what matters. He's just standing there, menacingly.
He is. He's very menacing. He's already solo killed Bulldog so far. So certainly danger times as Dark Matter raining from the sky. But Chovy just hanging out, trying to get this second plate on this bottom side in the minute that he has left. Dudu just living his best life between turrets here in the top lane.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear, Paze diving on top of Taeyun here, who does ult, actually doing a lot of work towards Paze, and the flash comes in, but Dudu's going to answer immediately! Cease and desist is going to be used, and Taeyun is going to acquiesce, never mind, flashes over the wall! And now Peanut is looking for the Zeri. Doran should be able to find him here as Delight is left out to the Wolves. And Delight is going to flash, so might keep himself alive, but never mind. Glacial Prison is going to come through, and now Doran going all out onto Moham. See whether Moham will survive this as Dudu gets over the wall. Dashes forward, and Doran's going to be able to lock that one down. But this Sejuani is doing a lot of work alongside the Gragas, and they do manage to take him out as well. And as the dust settles, slight advantage here for Guangdong Freaks.
And that is a tank getting fed, which can be a really, really big risk if you're playing into those Mountain Drakes.
Oh, yeah.
Paze really wanted to kill there on Taeyun. That's the type of explosive mid-game play that you're looking for, but crucially, the timing from Dudu there is perfect. Oh, getting a kill on Chovy here would be really, really big. Bulldog going in forward.
Yeah, there's the Primordial Burst, actually, and Bulldog going to have to try and get out of there. The flash comes in. Amazing mitigation, and Peanut's going to die. Bulldog not going to be taken down this time.
Oh, boy. This game is quickly getting out of hand. Genji is getting in more and more trouble as a number of individual plays not working out the way they were hoping for.
Oh, this, I can't believe that the Taeyun Moham Zeri Lulu lane has worked out as well as it has. And on top of that, you've now got Bulldog able to pick up that kill. Chovy looking to go home here. And we'll just collect the farm and do exactly that. It's by no means a game that's over or anything like that, as Chovy's Event Horizon will be actually very difficult for Taeyun to deal with, especially without Cleanse. Dashing around these fights is hard when there's a giant cage in the middle of them. And finally, we do have the Imperial Mandate now completed for Delight. So a big spike here for Paze in theory, but are they going to be able to utilize it is the question, because 3,000 gold is no small number. Let's have a look at this one more time.
And I understand the decision-making from Paze here. But you were aware, right? Like, Dudu was on the top half of the map proxying the wave, so just miscalculating, gets taken down there, gets a little bit too excited for the kill, and then this ensuing skirmish could have been done a lot cleaner as well.
In the meantime, yeah, Dudu able to get the mini stun as well as Peanut getting taken down into the prison. Peanut survives for a long time, but it's another kill for the Zeri. They do trade some tanks as Bulldog's going to move on over. Genji wanting to regroup here as that's massive. The ultimate from Bulldog pulls everyone in. And Genji, they do manage to put the cage down, but the damage has been done. And Taeyun picks up yet another one. I have a feeling we're going to 3 games here.
Wouldn't be shocked as Bulldog gets taken down early, but rewards the faithful by getting a humongous play there over the wall, even with the early kill that they get on Peanut. It looks like Gen.G is able to trade and then get away as... Oh, this is an incredible amount of damage comes down from Chovy, but then crucially Bulldog able to get away there, and then Peanut trying to flash Q, but then actually gets interrupted by the Q.
Yeah.
Q from Bulldog, the knock up there as... Take a look at this.
내가 갈게.
So clean.
야 가볼래? 야 그 상태. 야 전령. 아까비. 야 바로 먹어봐. 야 먹자.
Man, Bulldog actually calling basically the whole fight.
A giggle at the end.
Yeah.
As, oh boy, we're not done.
Oh, we are straight back into it here as they put down the cage. Baleful Strikes flying forward. Torren just trying to guarantee the Drake as they do manage to collect it. Hayes, with the Tidecaller's Blessing, is dangerous as there is another one. Kwangdong Freak sort of milling about here momentarily as Youngjae finds Peanut off on the side. Beautifully done. Peanut tries to turn into a re-engage, but it's just going to be another kill. Double bubble does come through there as the all-out going to be used. Doran trying to do a whole lot of things. Survives for such a long time, but it doesn't matter. There's no follow-up from the rest of the team. And congrats on your Drake, but you lost 2 for it.
They just don't have damage, right? Like, look at how much. This is even without the Mountain. Pace and the Light aren't fed just yet. Or Pace most notably, right, is actually behind the curve compared to his opponent. Chovy is sitting on 1 item.
Yeah.
He has a 2-stack Rod of Ages here. So getting that Drake is big, but yeah, the trade is not even remotely worth it. You give up 2 kills, Peanut really having a tough game here, as getting the Smite should have been enough. They should have just disengaged. It's really hard to engage in this comp with Wave and E available, but Gen.G just keep chewing off way more than they can actually afford, right? Like, they can't eat all this.
Nope.
They're trying to eat way too much at the same time, and now as a result, look at how little damage they have here. Right, like this is with a great cage. Like Bulldog doesn't take any damage, Youngjae doesn't take any damage.
Yeah, Bulldog ate an entire Primordial Burst.
Didn't matter.
And it took his shield from his shield bow. That's it. That's what it did. And now, Kwangdong Freak's kind of running the map. And I think that it might come back to bite Kwangdong Freaks that they didn't manage to secure that Drake. I actually think that these Mountain Drakes are going to be very important. If Gen.G is somehow able to get another one, then it could start becoming a real issue. But right now, I mean, Kwangdong probably the last thing on their mind is Dragons as they're looking to take down this inner turret. Okay, it's an interesting tidal wave. As now looking for a flank angle.
Yeah, they're 7k gold behind.
Yeah, it is a gigantic lead here for Kwangdong.
Gen.G really just making like 3 back-to-back calls that backfire immensely, not respecting Kwangdong. And if there's one thing we learned, Atlas, is that you gotta respect these quote-unquote lower-tier teams because they're still LCK teams.
They are.
And right now, looking like Kwangdong is just going to run over Gen.G. More gold getting into the pockets here. Chovy doesn't have his next item yet. Surely gonna get another one, and I think that just like Brion earlier today,
and
Blue Shell Day.
Yeah, it exactly is. And it will mean that the outcome is still kind of exactly what we expected, except the number is now 1 lower.
It doesn't
for both Gen.G and DK. That is assuming that Gen.G can actually win a game 3 if that's where we go.
Yeah.
As Youngjae, oh dear. See whether this is enough of a turnaround. He is very, very tanky as Pei's going to chase him down. Cease and desist going to be used, and there we go. Chovy collects the kill. Don't know whether that is going to be the throw to end this one, but we'll put a bit of a dampener on Kwangdong Freaks. 1.5 minutes left on this Drake, and so there will be a Sejuani available for when that one is taken.
Definitely not enough.
Do you like Kindle Gems?
It's because of the amount of Kindle Gems that are on the Kwangdong top side.
Kindling a lot of gems here.
Well, Dudus is gone.
Aww.
Yeah. So he didn't want to stick with the theme.
That's a bit.
I think it's a great item. Yeah, particularly if you're a tank. Chovy needs his Seraphs, which I'm pretty sure he will get now, and then he needs Death Cap, and then kind of Void Staff as well. As it really is just a single mistaker from Youngjae. Nicely done by Gen.G as well, right? Like waiting until the flash comes in, waiting until Youngjae actually disengages to use the Peanut ultimate. But the only thing this does is ensure that they don't get Baron right now. That's it.
Yeah.
Because you still can't fight for the mountain. And with more mountains, it's going to come more need for Gen G to like go into itemization that I don't think they really want to go into. Pace. This can either become a Quick Blades or this can become a Lord Doms. And ideally, you'd want it to be Quick Blades. It's a much stronger spike.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he has the luxury of doing so.
Huge spikes being picked up for Bulldog and Taeyun as well. In the last fight that they won, that was pre-Infinity Edge, and now they have one. And Taeyun also with the double lifesteal. Youngjae probably can't get picked twice in a row. No. Especially not with this Drake coming up in 20 seconds. But still, I think Gen G might just be giving this one up, as there is not any semblance of vision towards this bottom side. Doran going to wrap around to try and answer this push. And Peanut walking on in as well. Maybe we are going to fight for it, but I don't know whether I'd recommend it here, as there could be another fight that they could potentially win in the future instead of having to walk into all this darkness. Taeyun going to start this one up, and it looks like Kwangdong going to even out the Dragons here. And as we were saying, definitely good news for Gen G that they managed to get that first one, because it's not now a sole point situation. It is just a second one. So there it goes. Vision going to be cleared around the Baron for Gen G. Certainly good news.
And yeah, one of the big issues you do run into is as good as I think the possible scaling can be on this Veigar, you're also making it very obvious that like that is the main win condition that you're looking at. Veigar hates it when all his opponents are becoming tankier and tankier. With Mountain, that's definitely going to be the case. And Pace, even if he does go for Quick Blades, I think is going to need a Lord Doms to actually be a big threat in team fights. So there's still so much time, so much space for Kwangdong. The only thing they shouldn't do is flip a Baron. As long as they don't do that, as long as Bulldog and Dudu, which, to be frank, are amazing zoners in their own rights, keep Peanut away. And you can go for some of these more aggressive plays, as long as you keep in mind that Chovy can also smite.
Yeah. I think if Gen G get a steal, it's going to be a huge mistake. Off the back of a huge mistake of Kwangdong.
Shouldn't happen.
Because you're right, there are a lot of mitigating factors that they can utilize in order to get them out of this pit. And also, they're already controlling this vision really beautifully. Around the Baron pit, homework 100% being done. As Gen G moving into position now, Gen G does have to be a little careful as Doran here towards his bottom side, getting answered by Dudu, as there is a lot of fighting going on. Maybe Dudu just trying to get out Doran's ult here, as Dudu is so tanky. Wow. Really not taking very much damage at all. Okay, on the way is this Zeri, and Doran is ghosting out of this one. He's just running, sprinting for the hills. Dashing around, does have that all-out activated. And Youngjae is going to find him. Yeah, the merry jaunt of Doran is really not working out for him here. He does survive for quite some time, but that's just a dead top laner.
And crucially, if you can lead them towards the other end of the map, that might be a win, because maybe you get Baron, right? Like they were trying to do this. I don't think they have the damage. It's a Hail Mary nonetheless. But actually, pathing towards, now Kwangdong are going to start this up. Do note, with Bulldog and Dudu, there should be enough tools to make sure that Peanut never gets near this pit.
Yeah. There's the Glacial Prison as they just go for the turn. Immediately, Pace just blows up. It's a fantastic event horizon to try and mitigate this, but Chovy's at 50% health, and Delight, he's been slowed down. Dudu now just zoning 3 people. Santa Claus going to give them a Baron for Christmas, I think. As Peanut gets over the wall, he wants to try and have an opportunity to get in here. Great knock up there from Bulldog. As Peanut, Cease and Desist going to be utilized. The Unbound Soul does come in. Teleport to come over from Doran. And Peanut is still alive, but the Baron is not. Secured here by Kwangdong Freaks. Man, they are playing this so cleanly. Kwangdong, Breon, what happened today?
So what we have talked about a lot is that no matter how high you are up the standings, take a few bad skirmishes, make a few bad calls, and you will lose.
Yeah.
And this is another example here today. Doran, even in levels, but definitely behind in gold, ends up going in this direction here. And yeah, as mentioned, looked like the response from the rest of his team. Like, they know that this is going on, but if Doran can find a different angle, then maybe it buys the time. Not going to be the case even remotely, as we do see Gen G very quickly peel off. And then, as they should, just for an ultimate, Bulldog goes in, And this Yone pick really being, I think, one of the big reasons, actually working out tremendously well here. And add to that, Taeyeon and Moham's individual performance.
Yeah.
And there needs to be a miracle and a bit of help from Kwangdong for Gen.G to win this game.
Absolutely. Pays now does have his Lord Doms. There is at least that. Taeyeon's sitting on 2,000 gold, which is why his quick blades aren't done yet. So that might be something to worry about here, as Peanut just dives towards Youngjae. Peanut takes a lot more damage than he does, though, as the Glacial Prison kind of eaten here, as Bulldog going to have to get out of there, has to utilize his flash. Great Bubble is going to connect, as Taeyeon might be caught! He gets over the wall, but it's because of the all-out. And Doran is going to be able to lock him down. Bulldog now in trouble. Another Q is going to land. Gen.G, have they done it? Is this the throw? Oh man, Taeyeon's wallet was so heavy.
That's going to be soul point for Gen.G as well.
That is absolutely massive. 36 seconds on that Dragon. Arctic Assault gets Youngjae out of there as the teleport to come forward. Doran not going to be able to stop this. And Gen.G unable to kill the Gragas, but that is both of the carries dead in that play.
Oh, might have spoken too soon though. I think the Dragon timer here might not be perfect. Might not be an opportunity for Gen.G, but really, really big moment here. Because Kwangdong were looking like they were in full control here, but the event horizon by itself not enough. But then look at this bubble from the light might be a game-turning play here, because this is what gets them the kill. It's Doran that isolates, but with the extra damage from pace, more than enough. And now it looks like in the picture-in-picture, they are getting the soul points. That's a bounty, but more importantly, that buys so much extra time here for Gen.G. And that is a tough hit to take for Kwangdong.
Gen.G not necessarily back in it just yet.
Oh no.
But that is 1,000 gold of bounties that they have claimed on this map so far. Man, it feels like Doran giveth, Doran taketh away, you know? Gets caught, leads to a Baron for Kwangdong Freaks, but then also finds that that all-out onto Taeyeon. Gets him over that wall, and the Baron that Kwangdong Freaks just had only just wore off, right? Like, actually kind of huge for mitigating the impact that it did have. Still strong, still 8,000 gold, right? So Kwangdong Freaks still in a commanding position. That is certainly a worry here if you're a Kwangdong fan.
And as Atlas can testify to, this Gen.G team has a mental of titanium. I know that the bot lane has changed, but I don't think it matters.
No.
You remember?
Yes. Peanut had probably the worst time ever on his Hecarim. I lost my hair for it because they did manage to come back. But that took a throw.
Not only, well, we had a little bit. We had a little bump there. But more importantly, it was also very different compositions. I think the Kwangdong comp still scales insanely well. The main reason why I'm worried for Kwangdong now is not because of what they have in terms of tools, but what a throw like that does for your mental, right? You have the Baron, you have an immense lead, and Kwangdong still have bounties on the map. They still have a 7k gold lead, even more so actually. But the real question becomes, can they actually break open the base? Because as long as that doesn't happen, if Paze is able to get either IE or Quick Blades, if Chovy is able to get a death cap to which he's getting closer and closer, then anything is possible. As I don't know if they kill Dudu here.
Do they kill the turret here?
They do that.
Question.
Yeah.
They'll at least be able to take that one down, as Dudu going to be thrown around like a ragdoll, but does the same back to his opposition. Maybe. Teleports absolutely everywhere as Doran activates his damage button, and now Bulldog dives in. Immediately they turn on top of him. He's thrown into the event horizon, and there is the primordial burst, and Gen.G had the answer, but now Kwangdong Freaks are coming down, looking to close in as the Glacial Prison is eaten by Peanut. And he's going to be the first one to fall, I think, in this fight. The Q connects onto Taeyeon, and now Doran once again.
The hero!
Yeah, trying to take them on another merry ride.
Oh, he's dead.
Yeah, he's super dead. However, he's going to take a while to die because he runs real fast because of his ghost.
Yeah, he's just going to keep going.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to die.
Wait, hang on.
No, he's dead.
All right, yeah. Moham is going to be able to stop.
No, he never lives. But Doran actually is a great sacrifice, because if Chovy dies there, if Peanut dies there...
Why does he take so long to kill? Oh, Cassante. Just Cassante things, I guess. Because they managed to take down Bulldog, it doesn't actually change the state of the map whatsoever.
No.
We're just waiting for the next Baron anyway. 20 seconds until that one does come back.
Good trap by Gen.G. You're relying on Kwangdong to make a mistake there, which was in this case Bulldog teleporting before the rest of the reinforcements were there. And then you get a teleport in as well. You obviously are able to take them down due to the power of Chovy, who now does have his death cap finished. But that by itself is still not enough. This is still a 7k gold deficit. The one thing I'm worried about is Kwangdong trading a Baron for a Mountain Soul and then not being able to actually close out the game. Because one thing that the Kwangdong comp does struggle with, as we saw, is sieging.
Yeah.
With Baron it gets better, but even with Baron, they have very little range. And yeah, I don't think you're going to kill Dudu, so I think that was a great call. And if Genji gets Mountain, if Chovy can get a Void Staff, it shouldn't happen.
No, but it really shouldn't.
Getting scared.
That's a lot of damage once again from this Dark Matter raining from the sky. About 970 on the old, 971 on the AP for Chovy. Rabbidan's big spike, but still, Kwangdong Freaks should be strong in this game. Taeyoon exists, and he has 4 items.
Oh, they might have spotted.
Yeah, Chovy, Event Horizon comes down as Chovy has to flash. Actually huge. As Doran just walking towards them. That is his move. He's been doing this a lot. Taeyoon over the wall, though. Safe for now. There's Event Horizon coming in. Everyone just getting hit by a whole bunch of buttons, but not a whole lot of actual outcome.
Wildgrove and Wave
looking
used.
for it. Yeah, exactly. Support ultimates now on cooldown. Pace hitting level 16 finally. Is actually an item down in this fight. Last time around he wasn't. Oh, Doran diving into an extendo beam. I don't know whether he wanted to do that, and I think he's just dead. He goes all out, trying to dash this one away, but he's still just going to be dead. Glacial Prison going to be utilized here in Genji. They just lose their tank one more time. Doran, oh man, he's had some great moments and he's had some odd moments. That was an odd moment.
Oh, and Genji, this Baron might be all that they need to look at Chovy. Doesn't have flash.
Yeah, Dudu going to find yet another one. Chovy gonna go golden. Can they take down Bulldog? He does get back into the Baron pit, but surrounded is Chovy, and now Taeyoon looking to dive on top of Pace. They'll just move themselves back towards this Baron. And Genji, they want to go for a little bit of a cheeky Mountain Soul, but I don't think they're going to be able to do so. As Baron going to be locked down yet again. Kwangdong Freaks.
There's no way that
huge for them.
Yeah, Peanut doesn't have the time. And if Taeyoon rotates over and Peanut dies, they just lose the game. And with Doran dead, that is another objective. Kwangdong Freaks getting it done. Look at the vision control as well. Teleport comes in. Peanut going to try and get some vision. Oh, the auto? No, not going to be enough. Dudu actually gets the last hit there. And this is what you bought yourself, Genji. You bought yourself not Soul.
Yep. That's a bit of time that they collect, but now the gold is back to a 10,000 gold lead. Yep. Stopwatch done for Taeyoon. And we're going to have a look at this yet again, because one more time, Doran's just, he's having some odd times here. Some odd times.
He might be in trouble even if he opts the W back. Maybe it was like a preemptive W because he was expecting an ultimate and he got caught off guard. And then here, Chovy doesn't have flash available. So Dudu throws an ultimate. Bulldog again goes deep into the enemy backline, is able to be completely fine. And the tankiness is more than enough. Taeyoon goes in deep, is not able to kill Pace, but forces a flash as well. And we are right back to where we were. Kwangdong now, the pressure of Wave should be enough here that they can start and break open the base. And the most important thing is don't allow Genji to pick off a single target. Don't walk into any big Chovy E's.
Yeah.
Doesn't have Void Stuff yet, so Youngjae and Dudu should still be relatively safe here.
Yeah, Event Horizon just to stun up the Siege minion. As Chovy does have it off cooldown.
Big wave on top
these days, yeah.
From Bulldog. Has TP as well in case something happens.
All of the waves currently being chaperoned by the Kwangdong Freaks. They're not wanting to get rid of this vision where he can.
Man, sieging Veigar is not fun.
No, it seems to be a really rough time. But Bulldog, he doesn't have to deal with the Veigar, as he does get himself back towards his Unbound Soul. Chovy going to heal after getting hit by that extendo beam.
Should be mid-inhib here.
Yeah. Inhib number 1 going to be taken here by Kwangdong Freaks. Genji don't like that, but I don't know whether they're going to be able to do anything about it. As Peanut just doesn't have very many targets that are presenting themselves outside of Youngjae and Dudu, but they're very happy if the Vi is going to go on top of them. She is not able to really do too much damage to them, as once again, Kwangdong Freaks dive forward. They do manage to find the Glacial Prison. Peanut, he goes golden. Taeyun knocked up into the sky, but he just does not care about it. Peanut's going to be taken. The culling going to come through as Bulldog. Going to get double tapped there. Lightslinger actually doing a fair bit of work. Pace does damage, but he just cannot get to anyone that takes any damage.
Triple inhib. That's going to be the death sentence here. There's no way to come back from that one. And Gen.G. Kwangno are not going to make any mistakes. They're not going to overstep. They're going to play this one slow and methodical.
Dotting the T's and crossing the I's, Chronicler.
Holding on here. Yeah, Chovy has almost 1150 as Doran.
Doran is...
He's not letting them back.
No.
But it doesn't really set up for anything. Both the Dragon and the Baron are still very far away. Inhibitors are going to be down. And Gen.G has no choice but to just watch as the objectives will go down. Yeah, what do you do here? Peanut gets caught here. Not looking too hot, but he has to at least threaten a little bit. If he doesn't, then the same result is going to come through here. I should point out, yeah, Pace just can't walk up. It's too much threat.
Yeah. Taeyun going to be grabbing himself a red buff here. Doesn't quite have his GA completed, but also doesn't need to. He's got a stopwatch. And probably sitting on a whole bunch of gold as well. As, yep, Super Minion's going to be moving towards the base. Baron has worn off.
Double BT. Ooh. They have all the tools, Atlas.
They do.
Kwangno about to bring us to a game number 3.
But it is taking some time. Event Horizon is going to put the boar in there. He gets taken down to half health, has to flash. As Glacial Prison going to be used a little bit late here. Kwangno Freaks able to weather the storm, and that's onto a Warmox target, guys. Young Jay's health bar is already rocketing back up to full. As Bulldog tagged just a little bit here. And Event Horizon does go down, not quite fully committing just yet as Bulldog dives in, tries to find the ultimate, not exactly a massive amount of value. So they don't manage to take everyone down as Taeyun's inside the baby cage. He flashes and gets himself out of there. Extendo beam avoided by Doran, but the body slam is going to connect. He's still very, very low as Gen.G spent some time on the fountain to try and get their health bar back. And Taeyun is just having the time of his life here. Extendo beam doing a lot of work onto Chovy. He's not dead just yet. Peanut going to be the first one to fall, actually. As Bulldog's diving forward, they're just going to focus these turrets, though. They just explode the amount of damage from Kwangno Freaks, and we are going to a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Still, Gen.G kind of holding on for a moment, but I think Kwangno are just playing with their food at this point in time. The most important 50 gold will go to Kwangno Freaks, and we'll all go to a game number 3.
And Kwangno Freaks repeat the miracle of Brion earlier today, showcasing that no team in the LCK can be underestimated.
Absolutely. And it was really nicely played. And once again, we see that this Zerilulu does stand a chance sometimes in these lanes against the Lucian and the Nami. I think that, you know, Pace and Delight haven't been our premier Lucian Nami players. However, Taeyun and Moham here actually playing some pretty amazing League of Legends in the laning phase and then afterwards as well. Of course, it was played very slowly towards the end, and Bulldog, absolutely fantastic performance there as well. So having a look at the damage numbers, it was all about the Zeri situation. Chovy unable to do enough meaningful damage to make that 34.7k mean a victory.
And it's the double front line from Dudu and Youngjae doing a lot of heavy lifting. To me though, Bulldog, those catches that he found in the mid-game were maybe the biggest reason. It's that and a lot of the flaws of Gen.G coming together. Peanut's inconsistent games, Lucian Nami for Delight and Pace have not looked amazing. And the Bull Mom, definitely going to be happy with this one.
Oh, definitely. And Bulldog tends to get POGs when his mom's here. So we'll see whether he's going to be able to win it for this game as well. I think his Yone was absolutely fantastic. But we are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the deciding game of the evening and of the week is going to be upon us, as well as the space to break down that game.
봐줘 큰한테 루시안 노플 살짝 빠지면서 나 살긴 했어 살짝 빠지면서 얘들아 야 어때? 대리 좀 봐줘 천천히 봐 타워 쳐볼래? 괜찮아 타워 멜수 있어 나 미카리 있고 얘가 노궁이야 큰한테 봐줘 큰한테 루시안 가봤어 맞을래? 천천히 타워 발 닿았어 베이가 베이가 노플 타워에 큰한테 공 있어 나 타워 칠래? 집 칠래 집? 난 살았다 어때? 천천히 해봐 끝내야 돼 오케이 타 큰한테 알았어 깨봐 나이스
Yesterday, I helped fight a giant snake, purple with 1,000 eyes and huge pointy teeth. But whoosh, boom! My fire looked so scary, it rushed off into the jungle, never to be seen again. Pretty amazing, right? Yeah, you're so brave, Milio. Tell us more. Fine, but only 'cause you asked. I've done so many new things since leaving my village. You won't believe this, but I battled a green monster too. It had 8 legs and massive claws, taller than the trees. I learned to heal a lot of people at once, way more than I did at home.
Wow, that sounds tough. How do you do it, Emilio?
After I get it once, it's easy. Wherever I go, I try to make new friends. And it always works. Yeah! Eventually. I know it's surprising, but fire doesn't have to hurt. It's nice to help people see it differently.
That's great training to get stronger, too.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, we think a lot alike. My family is gonna love those stories. They're probably waiting for my next letter.
I wish they were here right now.
They are here right now. And remember, we're gonna make them so proud. Ooh, I'm sleepy. I bet they have comfy beds in Ishaokan.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We just had Kwangdong Freaks with the upset victory here in the game against Gen G. Pretty interesting stuff. Wolf, how do you think they were able to manage that? Let's look at the draft as well.
Yeah, I mean, the draft was really similar to Game 1 in a lot of ways, but they didn't have as many combos or setup for the Veigar here. It was really just about, got a winning bottom side. The Veigar is kind of an insurance policy in terms of late game scaling here. But I really like the Yone coming through here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks into this Veigar. You play the lane well, you can get some advantages, but your mid-game skirmish power is amazing. If you can get the Zeri ahead during that time, you feel great, and it's a risky draft. Like, don't get me wrong here for Kwangdong Freaks, especially when you consider the lack of damage profile here because the Gragas is going tank. And I was really worried about that at the beginning of the game, but when Zeri started to get some kills in the mid game, started getting ahead, Bulldog started getting ahead, they had really great engage. They had two amazing front lines to push through to get the Zeri into position, and it was just impossible to kill the Sejuani or the Gragas, basically ever, in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, the amount of damage they have between the Veigar and the Lucian is, like, good up to a point, but into two tanks, it becomes like, I don't know, and we saw multiple times, like, if they catch someone, they can blow them up, but it was so difficult to do so, and a lot of the times it was just the Sejuani, right?
You can't kill anyone who's behind the tanks if the tanks are always in position, and burst damage is useless unless you can kill your target every time. So Chovy's damage numbers were quite high, but it was never effective damage. So without a traditional late game AD carry here, there's no way to chew through those health bars of the Sejuani, even when she's caught, when Doran's in position, because Doran played very well. But it wasn't enough ultimately, because where's the follow-up? There just isn't any.
Yeah, and like you said, Kwangdong had to get ahead, and they did. Let's take a look at how they got ahead with this 13-minute fight in the jungle that we do have here.
Yeah, this is where things got a little bit out of hand here, and Hayes decides he's going to flash the wall here without knowing that he's running straight into Dudu. So he goes down, and actually, surprisingly enough, Taeyun does get out here. And this is just a huge win in the team fight here. Once again, Kwangdong Freaks are putting a lot of gold on this Zeri. He ends up going down with the chase there, but they end up getting an additional kill back. And this is a skirmish that absolutely went the way of Kwangdong Freaks. One big fight here where you're getting the Zeri accelerated and you're getting a bunch of gold for your front line. You know, your Gragas as well, making a huge impact here. At this point in time, we were like, wow, this is looking a little bit scary. This is looking a little bit weird here for Gen G. And getting a kill for Taeyun, also losing the flash on the Lucian, so less ability to pick, try to outmaneuver that front line. It was a huge turning point in this game, very early on.
Yeah, it absolutely was, and quickly after that, we did have the 15-minute fight that did come in, also in favor of Kwangdong Freaks, and this one was a huge play from exactly one thing you mentioned, Wolf, in the draft, the mid-game Yone.
Yeah, Yone here just so powerful when everybody is clumped up, and at this moment, yeah, Bulldog is like, I see this opportunity, and they know they have the chase because they have such a great front line, right? Like, they can just keep pushing it forward, and Veigar's like, I'm trying to chunk him, I'm trying to do what I can, maybe I could get him, but you only have one event horizon, right? It's on such a long cooldown, the chase is real, and Bulldog is getting so excited, he's like, they're all going through that tri-brush. This is the perfect Yone ult angle. And, I mean, there's a few different players that could have picked up POG here. I think great game from Youngjae on the Sejuani as well, really pushing the limits. But for me, Bulldog was the X factor. Got solo killed once, punished Peanut a second time, and had so many great follow-ups to the frontline engages.
Absolutely did a lot for his team, as Gen G did go ahead and select the blue side here, so makes sense. I mean, this is kind of what you see all the time. Not going to play with any shenanigans. They had to play on red side here, but now they won't for game 3.
I think we're going to have to see a change up in the draft, maybe a little bit more priority on a mid laner that offers a lot more utility rather than burst damage, so you can set up for your AD carry to get ahead earlier. Because Veigar, while he is great, they didn't have as much setup CC this time around, and they also fell behind in the mid game.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the POG ready. Let's check out who did pick it up from the side of the Kwangdong Freaks. It will be Bulldog, in fact.
Yep, 500 POG points this season. We're getting to the end of it, but he's had his ups and downs, and I think that when we started off the season, we're like, okay, his laning phase seems really good, but he's got a lot of decision-making problems. I think as the season has come on, he's really developed quite a lot as a player, and this is something we've all been tracking, is how quickly do these Nongshin players, for example, these newer Kwangdong players coming through, how quickly can they grow throughout the course of a season, especially once they're eliminated from playoffs. And I thought this was a big game for him, honestly, and these are the kind of performances you do want to see.
As a lot of plays that we did see around the Baron. It's pretty rough when, Doran was getting caught. The guy had so much armor, so he was living against a lot of the AD, but, eventually he goes down if they can hold him in place for long enough. As 5 votes here.
Even the vote for support was really nice. I thought the wild growth usage was very good this game.
Absolutely. That's a pretty uncommon Lulu vote, but sometimes you get it. But guys, we are done here on the space after this game 2. Let's go to the casters for the 3rd and final game.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your breakdown of game number 2. We are going the distance here today, Chronicler, as game number 3. Gen.G, can they hold on? Or will Kwangdong Freaks give KT a chance at 2nd place?
That'd be mind-blowing. Both D+ and KT fans together looking at this and going, nice.
Already united, as already with the fact that Gen.G lost one of these games means that one loss to Breon actually doesn't affect D+ Kia as much at all. But a series loss would be devastating for Gen.G because that means that they would definitely really have to make sure that they beat DK in their series next week.
And just like we saw some of the less impressive D+ earlier today, a team that didn't really know where to go, what to do, couldn't find the comeback angles. We saw in the last game, Doran from his worst side getting caught multiple times, Peanut having a very unfortunate Vi game, and even the bot lane not really coming together, but particularly those experienced players, you're kind of relying on them to be the stable factor. That wasn't the case, and they got Kwangdong a single win here. But if they can string another one, that we talk so much about the 2nd place, and yes, that is big, but it also would mean that Kwangdong actually pulls further and further ahead from their opponents for that 7th place, which is Breon, right?
Exactly.
Like, if Kwangdong can get a win here, they're up to 5-11, and for a team with this many up-and-coming, or in case of Bulldog, inexperienced players, getting a 7th spot at the start when you look at how some of the earlier weeks played out, not going to be anything to scoff at.
Well, Elise Kate going to remain on the ban list here for Kwangdong Freaks from the last time they were on the red side. Their final ban was a Jace, leaving the Ashe available. Annie, last ban here. Xayah is left up.
Oh no.
They did ban that one 2nd last time. Are we running into the Ashe yet again? Or will it be that Jace ban one more time? CV Max having a chat to his players here. 10 seconds to think about what exactly they want to do. And it's Jarvan. All right.
Oh, I love that adaptation. Because now, Gen.G, unless they have another trump card, can't just lock in Varus. I think giving over Varus Ashe is a move that you can do that
if you want to lose, you can do it.
Yeah. Karma's available. So Karma Varus, I think, is the type of combination that can make its way through. Jace Ashe makes complete sense here. To me, very flexible. Mo, I'm going to be picking up the Ashe here again. He's like, oh, Jarvan's banned. What are you going to do now, huh?
Yeah, exactly. No options at all. As Delight might just play Rakan, we'll see. Not exactly a really fun thing to play into Ashe, especially not in the laning phase.
Although, yeah, I mentioned already, I think the Karma into Ashe is okay, but it doesn't solve the core issues. Ashe is still stronger. Ashe is still able to threaten so much damage towards the Karma early on. Varus helps a little bit, but it's going to be very important what Delight picks up here. Going to be a deciding factor.
Could definitely just be the Karma like you're talking about.
What if it's like Blitz?
Oh, I'd love that.
Yeah, what if we go a little bit crazier?
Oh,
Karma's the expectation.
They could also, priority pick mid lane, as Veigar is going to be locked in yet again for Chovy. A bit of a right grin on his face there, as we can see. Few things have been removed, the Gragas Sejuani being the most important ones that were kind of ruining their day in the 2nd game. And I kind of like this because that Blitzcrank angle that you were talking about, but things like Thresh, Karma, there's a lot of things that now need to be banned away. And so Kwangdong Freaks, see how many of them they can get rid of. Taeyeon back to his Ezreal again. He loves this champion. Ezreal Ashe going to be the option here on the bottom side. And you can see, even behind the mask, CV Max pretty happy with how the beginning of this draft went.
Ashe or Ezreal are very strong into Cho'Gath. Or Cho'Gath?
Cho'Gath?
Yeah, well, hey, hold up, maybe. No, not happening. I don't know, Atlas. We've had a long game.
So
long day.
It's Varus top. They're just picking all their champions.
Don't try the in order?
Yeah.
No. So Ezreal, very good into Veigar for obvious reasons, is able to dodge a lot of the damage, can get out of the cage scot-free. But I do think that whichever support you end up with here, you do lose a decent amount of laning power. Ezreal, while with PTA, can still be somewhat of a threat. Not going to be nearly as threatening as some of the other varieties that we have seen with Ashe lanes. Maokai, we're really going deep into the jungle pool here.
Yeah. Vi hasn't been getting a lot of success. Of course, we saw Peanut lose on it in the game prior, but even before that, in other series, Vi has felt a little bit lackluster recently. But that might just be a vibe that I'm getting from her being on the vibe. I get.
Wasn't on purpose?
No, it wasn't.
Wow.
She's going to be locked in. Young Jay going to take that one away. And an Ahri possibility here for Bulldog, who does theoretically have counter pick, but he can also just be playing the Jace. So very flexible is Kwandong's draft right now.
Do we Cassante again?
Probably. Ooh, Jax. And that is a Kalista. Okay, so it's the Kalista support alongside the Varus. We'll see how Delight is going to be able to pilot this. Definitely a fun one, though. Means that Pays can play very upfront and personal in this game. But now, where is the Jace going? And Aurelion Sol. Bulldog, are you doing it again? Is it happening again? Oh, look at CV Max. You can see him. He's calculating.
Not a Victor. It's not a Victor, right?
Oh, they lock it in! Okay, so we're dragoning.
Oh, look how happy he is.
And this is like the battle of the scaling. Who can scale the goodest in the mid lane?
Call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure Aurelion Sol is not too sad playing into Veigar.
Absolutely not. I'd imagine that he's pretty happy about the whole situation. Of course, Veigar doesn't do a lot of anything until a couple of items. Aurelion Sol also handshakes that one. So I kind of like what Kwandong Freaks have put together here. A lot of power in a lot of these lanes.
This is a nightmare Veigar draft for Gen G. Because you're playing Veigar into Jace, Ezreal, and Aesol.
I feel like you're somewhat outranged. Would you agree?
I would agree, and I don't. Call me crazy, but I don't.
You're crazy.
Veigar. Oh, thank you. I don't think Veigar likes being outranged.
No,
man. Is Kwandong going to beat Gen G?
Well,
I'm kind of feeling it, Atlas.
I'm starting to feel like it could happen as well.
Well, that's because Aesol was locked in, and we all know.
I am a bit of a fan of good old Aurelion Sol. He is very, very cool, and does do a lot of stacking of things.
Now, there is the risk,
yes,
that you just get run over by the Kalista lane. And your Ezreal and your Aesol don't get the skill at all. And you're playing a 5 from behind.
Yeah.
And it's into Kalista, and it's into Veigar, and it's all terrible. That can happen. But if not, if the Aesol and the Ezreal can get to the late game,
I'm seeing it, and I'm seeing that there's a lot of lane priority, in theory, in the side lanes. So maybe it's an opportunity here. We'll have to find out as we hop onto the Rift for the final game of the night. Oh, Young Jay, he doesn't have his sunglasses on yet. It's a little bit of a worry. Bulldog also adjusting his skin choice, or at least the chroma. So that's cool as well. And Gen G, can they do it? Can they keep themselves in the running here for second place? Or will Kwandong Freaks, even though they have been eliminated from playoffs, can they deliver this blue shell to the cart of Gen G?
And Gen G, they were looking great.
Oh yeah.
You know, they might not have gotten the gold trophy, but at the very least they were going to get silver.
Yeah. And they are a team that's got that a few times.
They don't bring that back up. They've moved past that, okay, Atlas?
True, true.
That one time. And Doran here with the grasp. This matchup can definitely be volatile.
Yeah.
Would personally think the Jace has a pretty decent angle as...
Look at how interactive this lane is going to be, man.
Hey.
Oh, it's going to be just so much farming.
Yeah, not a lot is happening in that one.
No.
Until both...
I hope we just watch this for 20 minutes. That's what I want. Not this bottom lane of 4 80 carries. That's silly. That's too many 80
That's definitely
carries.
where all of the action is going to be.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
But we don't want to watch that. We want to watch this. Look at that. Look at that event horizon. Oh, sorry, not the event.
Sure.
Oh, man, this is actually really hard because it's like Singularity and event horizon.
There's a lot
of black hole vibes.
Yeah. There's a lot of space fiends things happening. They both called out meteors?
They do? Oh my goodness. Pays and Delight struggling here as Taeun hits that level 2. He's going to dive on in. The heal already utilized. Delight going for the Ignite here. Very aggressive choices. Moham once again with the barrier available.
Oh, big moment here. Peanut can get a gank off. Taeun and Moham, they need to suspect something is up here, but they don't really have the wave in an awesome spot.
Yeah, diving forward here. There's the flash from Delight. As the render's gone down, can Peanut find the Q is the question. He does find it onto Moham, almost hits the Tempest as the flash has to come through, and Peanut, he does survive, but so does the Kwangdong bottom lane. Not a lot of summoner spells left. Just a barrier here for Moham. But not a colossal problem.
Gen G is going to get the better end of that play. Pays in the light this time, going to get themselves an early laning lead. Sure, they don't get the kill, but at the very least, they'll be able to shove in this wave, build up a big item lead for themselves here on the first back. Taeun goes back, only is able to pick up a refillable pot and a control ward. We've talked a lot about the refillable value in previous games. In the Brionne series, where it actually ended up working out quite well. Chovy is just farming up his Q by hitting Bulldog and also minions, but it's been mostly Bulldog thus far.
Yeah, Bulldog needs to do the same thing here. As 18 for the Viger. 20. How many of you got Bulldog? We had 11 last time.
We are really just going to do stack comparison.
Oh, that's 100%. That's the whole game. As Doran is going to be treated like a baseball. Well, more like a golf ball, I guess, with the way that he hits it with this hammer. Feels a little bit more like a golf swing.
Is it not? Is it maybe cricket?
Oh, well. Moham possibly in trouble here. Doesn't have flash, remember. The barrier is going to be utilized as the flash comes forward and Pace picks up first blood. And it looks like Gen G are angry, and so's Taeun. Delight getting taken down pretty low. And Taeun standing his ground. Has the health lead. Doesn't find the essence flux, though. And that's a difficult word to say really fast.
There is also a ton of cookies still available, so Pays in the light.
A ton of cookies? Delicious.
Yeah, free cookies. Not as in they don't cost anything, but then 1, 2, free. Well, combined.
Yeah.
Pays only as one. And we might... Oh, Taeun. We might reach the point where we have to just start banning this Varus permanently against Gen G, because their bot lane on Varus looks a little different, as Peanut will be fine, but
yeah, needs to safeguard the Pays. Pays doesn't actually move up for him until quite late, but it is going to mean that Peanut will be okay eventually. And Pays is now pretty low here in this lane. End of the world, though, or anything like that. We'll be able to clear out most of this farm. And as we take stock of the map, there is a slight CS advantage for Dudu on his Jace. Young Jay wrapping around for a possible gank here onto Chovy as Singularity comes down. A lot of breathing going on as Chovy not going to flash. Bulldog not a lot of mana.
That's a stacks advantage, right? That's a stacks gank.
Oh, yeah, but why aren't we... Can we it's 33. Yep, 33, but what's the Aurelion Soul stacks at? There we go. 26. Chovy's winning thus far. And, Bulldog's only got, like, I don't know, 3,000 or something stacks to go before he does, like, absurd amounts of damage.
Been watching YouTube videos again, Atlas?
Oh, it's the same ones from before.
But those are not an accurate representation of what happens in normal Aurelion Soul games, right?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Just, it's good to have the information on hand. I think, to insta-kill someone with your Singularity with your stacks, I think it's like 30,000 stacks or something that you need.
Yeah, that's not happening.
You're not supposed to get to that. We're going to have a look at this once again. Moham, unfortunately, caught warding.
Yeah, just making a mistake, walking up there. If you don't know where the Kalista Varus duo is, you cannot do that.
As Dudu is fighting Doran here towards his top side. Doran having an okay time thus far, although the CS is still in favor of the Jace, as Jaces generally do manage to find advantages, as piercing arrows and pierce are going to both be used there, as it's kind of confusing, but, you know, Kalista kind of
they really are making this hard for you.
They are. That's why you're not supposed to have Varus and Kalista in the same lane together.
That's the reason.
Yeah, because it's perplexing. Is it piercing arrow or is it just pierce? Have I abbreviated the Varus Q, or am I talking about Kalista Q? You
Are
don't
you
know.
talking about, in general, things piercing?
No, exactly.
You don't know.
Oh. Anyway, it's a tale for a different time. Maybe we can discuss that on the Pog state later. As Taeyun on this bottom side, trying to stand his ground, does have his Ashe back at home, as a nice little pierce is going to connect there from Delight. He's going to clear out that ward. Right now, Pays with a slight CS deficit, but it's going to be difficult for Taeyun to... oh, does manage to get the cannon. Ooh. And has to Arcane Shift to get himself out of the way, and now he has to go home.
Youngjae on a mission.
All right, Chovy not going to face check immediately, just walks away. And the ulti's going to be used here. Chovy going to bring the Vi under the turret and doesn't have a way of escaping, has to flash. The Ignite's still ticking down the minions. Oh, there's at least another auto there, but we're going to pan towards this bottom side because Moham is trying to keep himself alive underneath this turret. Does have barrier, does also have flash. The plate is all that Gen G are going to get for now.
Yeah, but that's played in the Dragon. If that gank doesn't work out, and you spend a lot of time trying to take down the Veigar and it doesn't end up working, Chovy just TPs back to lane. We have the bot lane Prio with the Varus and Kalista duo. And then additionally, an early Infernal Drake here.
Oh dear, Chains of Corruption are going to connect here as Moham once again struggling on this Ashe. The True Shot Barrage connects onto Pays. And Delight just going to stand in front of him. What a great support here is. I don't know about that one. Oh my goodness, that was very close. If Dan had to hit that, that was a killback. As Youngjae looking to start up Shelly.
You have the heal as well timed there from Pace. I think you're always fine, but if he's a little bit slow, then... And Taeyun gets a return kill there? That's a disaster. Uh-oh. Taeyun, I don't think you can stay here. There is no backup at all.
Has a control ward to distract Peanut for the moment.
Oh, Pace is back. Okay, so Pace complete is back, so Taeyun is actually fine and will be okay.
Yep.
Do note Pace going for... This is as aggressive as it gets. He hasn't built here yet. He's going for straight Ghostblade. So... earliest possible spike, as hard as possible. And I think that this can work out if you keep playing the lane you have, the way you have thus far, right?
Yep.
If you build up such a big item lead that Kwangdong can't play towards any objective, you get more plates, then you can kind of offset the loss of your tier and the spike that it provides. But you can't afford to make any mistakes. This is really high risk. Reward is high as well. And with the individual next Drake also being a great one, Gen G might be looking to ensure that they secure it. But if you don't, if you like die here, and then and Moam is about to hit level 6, and Pace doesn't have cleanse, and you die, and you don't get the early turret, you're gonna be in big trouble.
Yeah. Having a look at the replay here, Moham over the wall and just walks into Gen G. That's just a mistake.
Yeah, not a lot else to say about Moam, unfortunately, after what was a pretty great Game 1. And even Game 2. Game 2 was able to have a very positive impact. Not going to be the case here, as we are hiding something.
Yeah, Peanut going to move forward. Let's see whether he finds the Q. The flash comes out, and the Q not going to land, but they get the flash. That's all they really wanted. Doran actually had to trade his, though, so possible angle here for Youngjae if he wants to head up towards that top side. Pays. Cannon minion going to be taken. Kwangdong Freak's going to look to push this one out.
The light is 6. That's big, because that means that Youngjae can't just go in, but that also means the light needs to play very safe here. He is still a suitable target. Wave clear is great, though, obviously, here for Gen G. So tough to dive this one.
Yeah, they're not going to go for it at this point in time.
Yeah, if it backfires, you're in real trouble.
But so far, Chronicler, we do have the Rylai's on the way for Bulldog.
Yeah, you're saying they're not losing
0-0-0.
that it's not winnable.
Yeah.
For Mr. Acel.
True.
I like it.
1.4k the gold lead for Gen G. Not insurmountable. You can surmount that, I believe. Whether they will is a different story altogether. And this is an angry Gen G after losing that game number 2.
It's also a Gen G with a lot of pressure on them. And Kwangdong, they got nothing.
No
they're
pressure
chilling
whatsoever.
No, they're you know, if they get a big win here, it's great. If not, no one was expecting you to win.
No, it's absolutely fine. Bulldog going to scry some wards. Does manage to clear them out as Chovy's on a mission. Dudu?
Yeah, I think Dudu's dead.
Dudu may just be exactly that. See whether he can take Doran to the grave with him. As the Counter-Strike does come through, but doesn't really do too much there as the Event Horizon goes down. Chovy not wanting to press his ultimate button just yet, as there it is, and Chovy picks up the kill in the end. So, a third one here, as the arrow is going to sail towards the fountain. And Shelly is going to be able to grab a couple, just one plate. In this mid lane, gold going over to Bulldog, though, is definitely good news. And how long can I keep up the hopium of the Aurelion Soul scaling situation?
Indefinitely. Yeah, I mean, I think the composition from Kwangdong, like even into the later stage of the game, the Gen G hard engage is really lackluster. Like, how do they actually catch people? They don't, right? So if we get to the later stage of the game and just the raw damage from the Varus and the threat of getting one-tapped by either Lee or Chovy isn't enough, then it really is going to come down to how well can Gen G actually execute a 1-3-1 or a 1-4, most likely with the Jax just being parked in the side lane. Because Jax will still do a great job. But then you look at Kwangdong, and as long as Youngjae has flash, and even if he doesn't, if he can find a good angle, like they can hard engage. Their poke is great, their range is great, and I do think the composition of Kwangdong actually has a great shot if they can get to the later stage of the game. Even with a like 2-3k gold deficit, I think that there is very few game states, barring like an extreme snowball, which right now Gen G aren't really finding.
Not quite.
Where Kwangdong isn't able to come back.
I mean, first Tower of Blood with plates up is going to be a big deal.
Yeah.
But we don't know whether it's quite going to be enough, as Dudu once again playing golf with the Jax. And Peanut going to grab the second Drake of the game. Oh, Chains of Corruption comes down, and Moham is just dead. Once again, 100-0 over the wall.
Oh, that hurts. Oh, the player cam for Moham as well.
Yeah,
clearly knows.
Looking a bit devastated here.
Really has. The Ashe does not allow for a lot of mistakes, and one of the reasons why the Ashe is so highly coveted is precisely because with Hawkshot and Volley, you should have a lot of innate safety.
Chovy breaks his stopwatch, but the Dragon's going to still be here just to breathe. Look at that gameplay. As the skies do indeed descend. Gets the knock-up onto Chovy there as well, as Peanut not going to be able to save him. And still, the breath is coming down. Bulldog going to be able to follow as well, and that's another kill. This Dragon is popping off.
It's happening!
Yep, more breath comes in, and Youngjae going to be able to lock that kill down, and Bulldog's now 2-0-1. This is not a drill. Aurelion Soul's kind of winning.
You got to hit those Qs. Peanut, you can't miss that Q if you go for that play. Chovy dying there is one thing, and with his Breath of Light, it looks like Bulldog is a light in the darkness here for Kwangdong Atlas.
I loved it. He is indeed.
That's what's happening. Like, Aurelion Soul getting fed is very bad news. Here.
If you're a Gen G fan, yeah.
If you're, oh yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm on the Kwangdong train, okay? I want to see the Dragon win. I want to see the underdog win.
I want to see KT fight for second place. You know, we want more things to talk about in the final week of the LCK. Oh, there's so much on the line here. As Gen G, they still have a gold lead. They are still in a great position.
Yeah. Also, it is Chemtech, and that's Kwangdong.
That Drake doesn't matter very much. All right, let's check this one out. Look at this gameplay.
광 써볼게. 천천히 해봐. 못 잡냐? 야, 천천히. 야, 괜찮은데 더 볼래?
He's just standing there menacingly.
야, 더 볼게.
He's astrally flying at it.
야, 칼리. 해봐. 잡았어.
Look at the play.
I love it.
나이스.
Execute range is pretty good right now, 110 stacks. You know, it's not nothing.
Not too shabby. But most importantly, this is going to accelerate Bulldog by a pretty decent amount. And as mentioned, I still think that Gen G are in full control of this game. I think the Varus in particular is a problem that Kwangdong are going to have to face, and FaZe's movements on this champion, his positioning, have generally been impeccable. But you're playing Veigar into an incredible amount of range. You don't have great hard engage. You're going to get outpoked.
Yeah, there are a lot of upsides here.
Yeah, if this was to kind of put into perspective, if this was a Hextech Soul, I think Gen G win every time. Because Hextech Soul not only forces Kwangdong 100% to fight, because you can't give it up, because, well, obviously both Veigar and Veigar and FaZe will be insurmountably strong.
Yeah.
That is picked up. And we're talking a lot about whether or not things can be surmounted, so I thought it was important to throw in.
Yep.
And then the Hex Gates also allow you to find a lot more angles and get behind this Pokemon position. And without that, Gen G still has the Jax in the side lane. Can get a lot of work done, but look at Dudu also going for defensive atomization here, right? Like the Gore Drinker means that it's a lot harder for the Jax to actually take him down, and Doran, his Jax play thus far hasn't looked particularly inspiring.
Yeah, Riptero going to pop down here in this mid lane, looking to try and break this outer turret if they can. Ooh, some astral flying angles here for Bulldog, unseen right now. As Quantum Freaks looking to lock down Doran. Counter-Strike going to be used as now FaZe has to get ulted. Drive-by from Bulldog, gets the ult. Doesn't do a massive amount, but Delight is going to be forced away from this area. 1 minute on this Dragon. Not the most impactful, but denying a soul would still be a fantastic thing here for Quantum Freaks.
That right there is why we currently call, I think it was Valdez who coined this, Callista is just better Kench.
Yeah.
She helps you win lane, and then she has a ranged Devour.
She does.
And she can, you can throw yourself wherever you'd like afterwards.
Pressing R on FaZe is kind of not the idea for Young Jay, unless that Fate's Call is on cooldown.
Yeah, Delight is a great target. Delight doesn't really have a lot going on if he does get targeted, so his positioning is going to be paramount here. Delight has, of course, had a fair amount of Lulu games under his wing. Oh, that's not a great teleport. No.
That teleport is, they kind of wanted it to go through, I think.
Oh, Bulldog.
Yeah,
we get both faces of Bulldog in this game.
He might have just clicked it on the mini-map or something like that. Didn't see that it was definitely going to die.
Optimistic interpretation, Atlas.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Walks over reward now, though. They do know that this Dragon is making his way in. Doesn't quite have the ult available just yet. Cannot descend from the skies, as the Drake is now live. Soul point for Gen G. Denial for Quandong Freaks. Not the Chemtech Soul, not the end of the world. They still look to be trying to find an angle to fight for this one. Battling over mid control, as there's the kickback onto Dudu. He does a flash immediately, but now going to be burst down, dives on forward, but the Varus is going to be able to grab that one. Peanut also taken out extraordinarily low as Doran just walking menacingly towards the Dragon. The ult does come through. Great little stun there from Bulldog as Moham has to run. Oh man, that Primordial Burst did a lot of damage, but not enough to actually kill the Ashia. And Gen G should be able to take the Drake as their reward.
And as we can see, we are still at the point in the game where Gen G reigns supreme. FaZe and Delight are a force to be reckoned with here. Peanut setup is not amazing, but it's good enough. Gets access to Dudu, sets him up, and with the chain CC that's available to Gen G, they're able to get themselves to Soul Point here. And we often talk in somewhat disparaging tones about the Chemtech Soul, and I do think that it is generally the weakest soul. I would say in this situation, is like, imagine getting an Ocean Soul into a Pokemon. It's going to be feeling very, very happy, as the chains there are the big difference maker, because Dudu actually would not be in range of the cage, but because of the Jace already going down, even with the respectable damage that comes back here, we do see that the rest is fine. Moham, Ice Cold, is almost going to die. Actually didn't barrier there, because he knew.
He knew.
He was fine.
Absolutely okay. Kill participation here for Bulldog, 100%. Very nicely done as we check in on their stats. DPM 100 ahead for Bulldog.
Well, that, makes sense, right? I do think that Chovy is playing a one-tap mage, and Bulldog playing a battle mage for everyone that goes crazy for DPM stats. But Bulldog is still having a wonderful game here. Bound that a teleport, but we can gloss over that.
And he's about to heading towards Leandri's, right? And then he'll have Seraphs on the way when those 3 items are done. This Aurelion Soul is going to be pretty scary. There's Leandri's now completed. Does he get a Kindle Gem? Our favorite item ever. YoungJay's already got his. Can't quite complete it. So now moving back towards Farmdom, which is where they want to be. 2,000 gold is the lead for Gen G. They are still in the lead. They still have that big advantage from the bottom side. Pays back on the Varus once again is huge news if you're a Gen G fan, because he's just so good at this champion. Oh, okay. Skies Descend up and available here for Bulldog. He's picked up enough stacks to unlock that one.
And to me, the Baron solves a lot of the issues that Gen G has. Because Gen G sieging is very tough. Bulldog takes a big chunk there. Nicely done by Doran, but the end trade not maybe as good as he was hoping for.
Yep.
Because Baron solves a lot of the range issues that this comp has, notwithstanding pace. But actually taking Baron against the Kwangdong comp is kind of a nightmare.
Yeah, it's difficult, especially with Jace in the side lane.
It's Jace in the side, but even if Jace is there, like between Ezreal Qs and Ashe, keeping a close eye on you with volley, with ult, as here we go.
Arrow, not going to connect there onto Pays. Nor Delight, nor Boris. Everyone's going to be fine. No being impaled by gigantic arrows. His Bulldog is going to pick up these little pebbles. Head back towards that top side, continue getting his farm on. YoungJay. Ball breaking his way back out of here. Q going to miss there from Peanut as he moves towards his mid lane once again.
Atlas, you want to play my favorite game?
What's that?
Who's going to win this game?
Ooh, I still think that Gen G probably in a pretty good spot. But I want to say Kwangdong.
It's tough, right?
I believe in the Dragon.
Yeah, I just really like the Kwangdong comp. You know, the Dragon just is just a means to an end for me. It's just a character with a lot of range. He is very fun. Doran has now finished his Zhonya's as well, which, when it comes to side laning, not going to have the same power. When it comes to team fighting, though, really going to help, because, as mentioned, I do think that Doran needs to get big counter strikes, needs to get on top of Bulldog, get on top of Moham, blow them up, or at least set up for Pays or Chovy to blow someone up.
Yep.
And Kwangdong is going to have to fight with a pretty substantial deficit here. They might also just give this soul and just fight hard for Elder. I wouldn't even hate that.
No, I think it's fine, especially with a composition that just wants to continue scaling. Hero Mandate now finally done here for Moham. Pretty late on that one. Umbral Glaive still there as, all right, Arrow not going to hit onto Chovy. Event Horizon going to be utilized. The Singularity goes down. Black holes, a lot of thematics and cool stuff, and Chovy's just going to walk it out. Bulldog just going to go back to the minion wave, where he really enjoys, as YoungJay going to annoy the Baron by activating his E. Gen G clearing out vision where they can. Damage dealt. Bulldog most in the game. Nicely done. But still, it does still feel very much like Gen G are in control of this map.
Is it the
I feel like that might turn.
The year of the Bulldog?
I'm not entirely sure what year it is.
I don't know what year.
As far as the animals are concerned.
No, I also don't think there is a year. Well, there's year of the dog.
Yeah.
But not year of the Bulldog. Yeah.
I guess the year of the dog would be also year of the Bulldog, right? Because it's year of all the dogs?
Well, yeah, but I'd rather have year of the actual Bulldog.
You want it specific?
Yeah, sounds cool.
As Doran is going to eat some honey fruit, some souped up honey fruit. As YoungJay takes a bit of damage here. Hail of Arrow is actually doing a fair bit of work, as well as that Dark Matter. Gen G's poke kind of working out.
God.
True Shot Barrage doesn't find any targets. This is what it looks like when you've got poke comp versus poke comp, but only one of them's actually landing their buttons as Dudu takes another piercing arrow.
Gen G isn't even a poke comp.
Yeah, everyone's just
It's just Pays.
Yeah, exactly. As Chains of Corruption go completely wide, that's the one that you probably wanted to hit the most. Not really going to work out here. As Doran off to the side. Kwangdong Freaks, can you actually find a team fight? Event Horizon being on cooldown could actually be a moment to try and get in there. Astral Flight not really going to get Bulldog into any position to do too much as Pays gets hit by that Shock Blast. Kwangdong Freaks sort of milling about for now. Doran looking for an engage angle. And And there it is. Bulldog does have to go golden. He's put inside the cage. Can the Falling Star actually find anything? There we go. Chovy going to get nailed by that one. Huge ripples to come through as well, but not actually doing that much damage as Doran dives forward. They lock down Young Jae. And the Dragon is really cool, but it's just not doing quite enough at this stage of the game. As Taeyoon playing around. He might have gone too far forward though. Oh, the double kill for Pays! Has the event horizon just too good?
But look at the health bars.
True.
They're very, very low. I don't know if Gen G can actually make a move towards this objective.
Well, Peanut is at full health as Bulldog in a very aggressive position. Tavares going to be taken down though. There's the kick away onto Dudu, and he's going to be killed. Gen G locked down that one. 4 members still alive, even though Pays was punished, and it looks like Gen G will be able to take themselves the Chemtech Soul.
And that's execution diff right there, because that was looking dicey at times for Gen G, but the target selection from Kwangdong not quite there. Hit a couple more of those blasts, of those skill shots.
Yeah.
And they might have been able to, but not going to be the case, and this is where the class of Gen G really shines through, because the health bar should not be this even. Right, when we get into a fight between these two teams, Pays in particular doing some real heavy lifting. Good ultimate from the light there. And then it's Doran that actually finds the pick on Youngjae here, and the CC chain there is beautiful. And again, like, look at the cues from Taeyoon. Look at Dudu, a little bit more damage could be the difference maker as Pays is able...
Oh yeah, Chains Corruption.
Yeah, hits his chains, but then immediately dies due to the Shock Blast and the Moham Arrow.
Speaking of Moham Arrow, he's going to have to use it onto Doran here. Does get the volley off there as well. Frost Shot going to deter Doran from doing too much more. Youngjae, successful steal of this blue buff. 5 minutes on the clock for the Elder Drake spawn. Baron up and available as well. It's going to be a weird game with the fact that 4 of these Drakes went down actually pretty quickly. And all of them going to Gen G means that we have Elder involved in this game extraordinarily early. Which doesn't, I don't think that bodes all that well for an Aurelion Soul composition, because they'd be pretty happy for the game to have less relevant objectives to fight over, rather than having the big Elder situation, because sitting back and scaling does benefit Bulldog right now.
Yeah, with how they've been playing thus far, I gotta say Gen G are keeping a tight grip on this game, but their comp is really squishy as well, right? So like either team making a big mistake means that immediately you start losing Baron, and if Kwangdong ever get a Baron, I think the game's just kind of over.
Yeah.
With how insanely strong their siege is, but as long as Gen G can keep denying that between Pays and Chovy, they should be able to keep themselves safe as well. But as you point out, Atlas, like Bulldog's just going to keep on stacking. He's about to finish his Seraphs here.
Yeah.
That he might have it on this back.
And when, you know, he's probably going to go like Rabbit and Void Staff afterwards or something like that. There's the Seraphs that we were talking about. Might build a Zhonya's just because that stopwatch that he used in the last team fight was actually very, very important.
Peanut.
As, oh man, Moham taking a lot of damage there from the piercing arrow. Peanut just clearing vision where he can. Youngjae picks up the Sonic Wave on his way past. Alright, Kwangdong Freaks, can you show us a team fight that Bulldog can really get on top of? He does have the Falling Star available, but hasn't charged up Sky's Descent just yet. Still needs a little bit more for that one. See the icon when we see him next.
He
does have that one ready.
Is very fast, so should be fine here. Yep. Also teleport available from Bulldog.
Oh, Pays going to find the Chains of Corruption. Arrow's going to connect onto the light. Perfect target selection. Event Horizon goes down though. Chovy trying to keep them in a box. The kickback not going to find Bulldog there, but Doran does. Gets on top of him, but the Falling Star is going to connect, and Doran has to back away. Bulldog playing it out really nicely here. The pickup onto Delight successful, but they have to trade it for their jungler. So it's just kind of even in the end.
So well done there by Kwangdong. It's good for Gen G that they're able to find a counter pick, but that is the combination we were talking about earlier. If the light gets tagged, a lot of safety goes away here. I love the double Edge of Night for Pays and the Light. Going to be extremely high impact items.
Yeah.
But this game is still dead even, Atlas, and that is something that scares me. As we get deeper and deeper into the game, Gen G are going to have to find better and better and better angles. Doran going for Wit's End, it looks like, will be really good if he can utilize that in these team fights, maybe against Bulldog. And yeah, I'm liking this from Gen G. I think you have to pull the trigger here.
Yeah, they're just going for it. Singularity actually going to be thrown down. Doran not wanting to soak that one. As we can see, the arrow's going to come through, and Pays blocks down the Baron. A little bit of a dangerous moment there, but Youngjae was still making his way over. Can they find him though, as there's the Skies Descend? Fair bit of work. Pays going to be taken out here first up. Peanut just wants to get out. They want to save the Barons. As Chovy stands his ground, Bulldog has to flash. He cannot go into melee range against this Jackson. Youngjae goes too far forward. Chovy possibly in trouble, but the safeguard from Peanut comes on over. Guangdong Freaks aren't able to actually chase them down. So Baron, heist successful here for Gen G. They have to sacrifice their Varus for it though.
Oh, and again, Gen G get away with a literal heist this time around. That exit against the better team, I didn't think you're making it.
Nope.
And all starts here with Pace looking for some poke here, then gets caught, and everything's okay. But crucially, Bulldog actually procs the Edge of Night here.
Yeah.
And because of that, and no flash available for Delight, Moam is able to find the arrow, and then this is the point where things look somewhat dire, but look at the exit, right? Like that really is, I think, where the Guangdong comp excels. And then here, if a couple of extra Taeyun Qs hit, if they play this a little bit better, if the coordination is there, I wouldn't be surprised if Guangdong can get a lot more done. Like, look here as well. Bulldog just going a little bit overexcited. Look at Peanut here as well, the movement. Like, if that Essence Flux hit, that Q hits, that's a dead lead. Not going to be the case though. Gen G really showcasing that this comp needs to be played on a knife's edge, and they are. And so far, they're still balancing it.
They are. And with the fact that the gold lead has ballooned, it's become more and more difficult, right? Like, we do have Skies Descend up for this fight around the Elder.
It's
but Guangdong Freaks are really starting to fall a little bit further behind. And what that's done is created map control for Gen G. And Exodia can actually just be formed if they manage to take this this Elder Drake. Most stacks we've seen on an Aurelion Soul so far in the LCK, in LCK history.
Nice.
In this game for Bulldog, approaching 400 as Taeyun. My goodness, you cannot take that kind of poke. As Event Horizon is going to interrupt the Vault Breaker. Chains of Corruption go wide though. Stun does come through. True Shot Barrage does a fair bit of work there to Chovy and Delight. Not enough to deter them from hanging around this Elder.
Do know, Gen G actually take a decent amount of damage from the Elder here. Have 4 dragons already. So Dragon's Grudge is going to kind of do a number on them.
Oh, Doran does look for the lockdown onto Youngjae, but doesn't really do anything of much at all. And it looks like Gen G want to win a fight. They don't want to actually just go for a 50-50.
Can't flip it. But even with Baron, they're not able to get Prio.
Well, Bulldog actually going to dive forward. There's a huge Skies Descend as they dive on top of Chovy, but he just says no to the buy. Doran goes golden as well, able to leap strike his way out. Counter-strike is going to be there. The arrow is going to miss crucially. And Bulldog not able to get in there, not able to do enough, but still these health bars are very low on the Gen G side. Pei's going to get tagged by that Shock Blast, but Gen G have already started this up,
Bulldog
and things are so dark.
Oh, they don't know. They have no idea. They don't have Hawk Shot.
They do now.
We'll be aware. Bulldog is coming in from the bottom half.
Yeah, there's the teleport
Help
over.
us, hello!
Oh, they dive in on top of him. Bulldog immediately gets rid of the Jax. Bulldog just going to get kicked. Oh no, he's a ragdoll. Peanut though, they cannot lose the jungler right here as it's a double kill for Pays. Chovy trying to dive in and Taeyun's going to get taken down. It's a triple for the Varus. This guy's Varus is so pivotal, and it happens once again. And it looks like now it won't be Exodia because Baron's worn off, but they'll take an Elder. And Gen G poised to win.
Oh, and it is close, but it's Gen G that gets it done in the end. Bulldog starts off with the ultimate here, is able to knock up Chovy, but because of the cage, the crucial damage isn't there. Dudu not able to hit Chovy, and Taeyun and Bulldog themselves are zoned away by Chovy's defensive cage. And then here, again, the movement from Gen G, so hard to match. This is very funny because Doran actually just gets sucked into the black hole, and then that kick from Peanut might end up being big. Also, watch the flash that comes from Taeyun here. Tries to keep himself alive, but not going to be enough. That Kalista ultimate.
Yeah, the Fate's Call from the grave.
Oh, just in time.
Well, now we have the Soul. charging up these piercing arrows. Sounds like a lot of effort, but honestly, this game sounds like a lot of effort as well. Kwangdong Freaks making sure that Gen.G work for it. Absolutely fantastic to see. I've just been so impressed by both Kwangdong and Breon today. Being able to take wins against both Gen.G and DK, respectively. And even if Kwangdong Freaks lose this game number 3, heads will be held high.
Oh, 100%. 2-0. Elder still for another minute.
Yeah.
Kwangdong cannot fight, so Gen.G must do everything in their power to try and force one.
They can alternate buffs. It's like Elder into Baron, into Elder into Baron, into Elder into Baron. Because this Baron should 100% go over to Gen.G, utilizing the Elder Drake buff. They can also now just use it to get full control of the vision inside this topside jungle. Arrow, not going to find anything. Connects onto the wall.
Yeah, the problem is their siege without Baron buff is not good. So they got Baron, and then they won't have Elder, but they can use the Elder to then, or the Baron to then get Elder.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, they just keep chaining.
1 to 1 to 1.
Yeah, but then you never win.
No,
Just keep chaining.
But you get so many objectives. Think about that.
Yeah,
Think about that stat. Think about percentage of Barons taken. It's Peanut. Does want to safeguard his way out. Doesn't want to have to flash. Isn't going to. Is okay. Now Chovy going to put the event horizon down. And once again, it's Pays. The locks down the Baron. He does do a lot of damage as Peanut has to try and get back again. That was very weird. But he's able to flash his way out. Young Jay flashing as well as Dudu as well. Saying as well too many times. It's okay. It's getting late. Making excuses for myself. 8,000 gold now the lead for Gen.G. Surmountability is something that we have been speaking about quite a bit today, Chronicler, and the surmountability of Gen.G now is teetering on not very possible.
On in?
Yeah.
Teetering on in.
Insurmountable. Yeah, it's teetering towards in.
Yeah.
They're going to add a prefix, and it's not a good one for Kwangdong Freaks.
Cleanse available here for Chovy. And with this buff, they should be able to keep pushing. Yes.
That does big boom.
That is 1,200 AP.
Yeah.
They do have one Infernal Drake, which helps. Yeah, that's nice. Wouldn't even hate if Chovy just went for anything to give him more survivability here, just to try and have him be able to get off more spells.
Yep.
That's all you need.
Bulldog level 8.
God, those Qs.
Yeah. That's a 6-item Varus. 9, 2, and 3. Pays just casually having an absolutely incredible game here. As Bulldog doing a lot of breathing of light onto Doran. Almost in top range. As True Shot Barrage is going to connect. And Dudu is splitting.
Meanwhile,
is this an even trade, inhibitor for inhibitor? It might just be because Jace eats through them so quickly.
It's not even, Atlas. They get a bounty.
Oh,
okay,
baby.
What? No, they don't get the inhib. So
okay.
It's not even at all.
But they do manage to get the bounty.
True.
Who needs inhibitors?
Everyone.
Oh.
Yeah, they're very valuable.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
What you gonna do?
Well, that was just out of range. Arrow immediately gonna get cleansed thanks to the spellbook. True Shot Barrage does so much work here. But Blast Cone is going to get Gen.G out of there. Not going to be consequential damage at all. Dusk Blade completed here for Taeyun. 4 items for the Ezreal. Still 1 behind. Of course, a cheap build for Pays as Teleport.
Nice.
Going to be coming in here.
So
Obi says, no, that you're not allowed to have that cannon. He's my best friend.
They got one inhib.
Right.
It's mid inhib. A mid inhib is kind of whatever. Generally.
And 42 stacks.
It's getting we're getting there. It's getting bigger and bigger.
The numbers are really not giving me the same dopamine as Chovy's numbers are, though.
No,
sadly.
no. But Chovy has the issue of having to be in range. Love the ghost pickup, by the way. Nicely done.
He can run into range better. Huh?
Yeah, and also run away when Kwangdong are trying to hit him.
Yeah, true.
And it does feel like this should be the Elder going to Gen.G. Should. Because this is the tragic irony. It's like almost Shakespearean of 2 compositions, one of which has no engage.
A tale
and
of
the
2
other
compositions?
Yes, and the other one that doesn't want to engage. Because Kwangdong doesn't want to engage. Eventually, maybe with Ashe and Vi, but mostly no.
The force field on this spaceship doesn't actually affect the back of the spaceship, Chronicler. And that kind of bothers me. Also, the nose. Like
okay, well,
the cockpit.
It's
over the spaceship is not in the, like, if you set shields to max, still going to be a problem as Oldia, Youngjae, takes a lot of damage. That's without Primordial Burst.
Yeah, that's just
that was just Haze, I think, as well.
There was a little bit of a 1-2 there.
Yeah.
Ooh, that is 2 Edges of Night for the price of 1.
Okay, and Bulldog, he does have the ulti available. They can't give up a second Elder. I feel like that is going to spell the end of this one as Bulldog dives forward. It's a huge ult. Gets a bit of a knock-up on a Peanut, but otherwise inconsequential here. Hayes going to be picked up and placed back down again.
Are we flipping?
Well, I mean, this Elder's actually down pretty low as Chovy, he managed to make his way back in. Another Event Horizon will be available as Doran dives on top of Youngjae, who goes golden. True Shot Barrage gets a lot of work done, but that's the jungler dead. For Kwangdong Freaks, should mean that this is second Elder going to Gen G. As Doran in a bit of trouble here, goes golden. Your Singularity goes down. He's just said, what is going on? Moham collects it. Moham! What is going on this game? As now Bulldog, he's got a dragon. He is a dragon. He can insta-kill people anyway. Oh my goodness, that could have been the mega throw for Gen G, and I'm not even entirely sure what actually happened. Dudu is down so incredibly low, but he's got a GA. He does not care. True Shot Barrage, and the dragon descends. That is the ace in Kwangdong Freaks. I think they've done it.
How does Moham get it?
I think he used one of his abilities or an auto attack as Ash.
No, there was no smite. He like ordered it from 26 health.
Yep, but that's how he got it. It was with an auto at 26 health. Chronicler.
Oh my god!
I just have no idea, and the game is going to end before we can even look at any sort of replay or anything. And Gen G, they may have just kissed goodbye their possibility of skipping round 1 of the playoffs.
Oh,
the blue shell of destiny from the Kwangdong Freaks. Of course, formerly the Afrika Freaks, whose jersey color was blue. And maybe, if they had have remembered that, they would have known that this could have happened. Taeyun, massive sighs of relief. Bulldog now 1-1 on his Aurelion Soul.
Show me Bull Mom.
Yeah. The Bull Mom buff is just so powerful.
Oh my god. What? Yeah, there they are.
What a day. What an incredible day of League of Legends we had today. Breon not able to get the upset, but Kwangdong Freaks being able to do it. That's an incredibly happy CV Max. And the fans here, especially on the Gen G side, just can't believe it.
I have been watching this kid for
and
like the last year, right? And to see him just pull out the Aesol, it's like, yeah, into Chovy, it's fine. Yeah, I can play Aesol. That's no biggie.
No worries.
To pick up a win this big, oh man, what a moment.
Absolutely huge.
KT.
I don't know how important the Aurelion Soul was.
Don't. Come on, Atlas.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You of all people should know not to ruin the Aesol moment.
That's true.
I gotta say, we need an in-depth, slow down replay because I don't know what the hell happened.
Neither do I have absolutely no idea. Thankfully, we are going to see some replays, and I just want the highlights to just be that. That's all I want.
Oh, Moam.
Not this time. He's holding himself together, and this is a happy moment. And he must be getting used to it. This is 3 in a row. Kwangdong Freaks just taking names left, right, and center. Who are they facing next week? KT? Oh, God. That's the next one on the chopping block. Oh, that is... When is it as well? Is that the first game? No, it's not.
I swear, if Kwangdong ends up beating KT and that's why KT don't get...
Is that our Saturday Showdown?
No.
No.
Saturday Showdown is Gen G DK.
Oh, okay.
But Kwangdong KT is actually going to be really big, particularly if Gen G beats Hanwha Life.
Oh.
And if you're a D+ fan, if you're a KT fan, my God, are you having a good night.
You definitely are. And of course, no one's out of the woods just yet, right? Like, T1 are very likely to beat D+ Kia. And Gen G, if they manage to take down Hanwha Life Esports, they can beat D+ and still get towards that second place. But if they lose again, in any way, KT's coming for them. KT could be coming for D+ Kia as well. They could. It could just be.
It could
our
happen.
telecom teams in first and second, much as it hasn't been for a very long time. I think it was like 2017 or something like that.
And Gen G was the better team for like almost every moment in this game, bar that Elder.
They were winning until they lost.
Oh my god. And what happened to Peanut?
I don't know.
Like what?
I just have no idea what happened in that last fight at all.
Dead.
I was watching the entire time, and I still have no idea. Because, like, I think he was out of the pit, and then he was back into the pit, and then he was out of the pit again. And I think I was just distracted by all of the pretty colors and things that Aurelion Sol was making.
No, this is not then. The game doesn't end here. No. It's the next fight. We need to know.
Yeah.
We deserve an answer.
Doran gets out of this moment, and the arrow does nothing. And, okay, here's the flank. And
no,
this is
still
also
no.
not it. Yeah.
The amount of highlights that must have been put in and cut by the spaces. They're like, no,
Yeah.
this one. Never mind.
Yeah.
It's the first out. No, wait.
Okay, here it is. Here it is.
He goes out of the pit!
Peanut kicks Taeyoon.
Peanut! You have one job! You need to kill the Elder!
He does like what looks like a really cool play at the only time where you're absolutely never allowed to make that play.
Youngjae was dead!
Yeah.
They know.
I'm actually just, my mind is completely blown by what just happened there.
No, man! Look at them!
And they're completely popping up.
Yep, feel that, Bulldog.
That is a very happy Bulldog right there, as Youngjae actually dealing with minions smacking down their own Nexus turrets, but it does not matter.
This is amazing.
That's a very happy Bulldog, a very relieved Youngjae there as well. And as we can see, Bulldog actually did massive amounts of damage on this Aurelion Sol.
Oh man, Pace tried so hard.
I mean, he did, yeah.
Oh.
What a weird game. I'm really looking forward to what the space has to say about this one, because I am kind of at a loss for words as to how this one even happened.
I don't know, man.
I think actually it's just, let's just throw it back to the space and see what they thought.
Thanks, guys, for the wonderful cast. What an ending to a game number 3 where we have a very nice replay coming up, which will showcase this in slow-mo and show you exactly how much health. Not going to spoil it there at the end. Some of you guys may have already caught on to it. But Quantum Freaks, they upset Gen G in game number 3 by stealing the Elder.
So let's talk about the draft first, because there's a lot to break down here. As once again, Chovy wants to commit to the Veigar, and it looks like this time with the Ezreal on lock, Quantum Freaks are like, we could scale up. We have really good poke, Jace, Ezreal, decent engage with Ashe and Vi, and the Ashe isn't really going to be used like a pylon, CC into CC into CC type of composition this time. Just going to be going straight into an Aurelion Sol follow-up, right? Ashe used mostly defensively in this game. There's a lot to discuss about the performance of Moham in this game, but we'll get to that later. But I was concerned about the Aurelion Sol considering all the threats. The Kalista that can get super far ahead, with the Varus that has lethality early in this laning phase where you can get control if errors are made by Moham, which they were. And I was really worried that there was not going to be an angle here for Moham to actually get to the late game and pop off with that burn damage on this Aurelion Sol. And in the mid game, my fears were still there. But then when we got to some of those fights where eventually he had 2-3 items and was able to fight back with good ultimates, it looked better and better. Remember, this is not the first time this player has played Aurelion Sol. He's the only player who's played it in the LCK. It's the second time. His play in this game...
Now it has a win.
Yeah, his play in this game much better than the first. And when you're landing into a Veigar, you feel way more comfortable to just sit back and scale than when you're leaning into a Silas, which was his opponent last time around.
I think that's the big key, right? A lot to discuss with this Aurelion Sol, and we could probably go on for another 10 minutes. You know, if this were like a Pod State episode, we probably would. But let's get into the first highlight, because there's a lot to cover here, and we can talk about what happens earlier on.
And you can see how these fights go, where it's actually Aurelion Sol usually who tries to set up for a pick on the edge here. And you can see the damage is real. And even though Gen.G are able to do so much in these late game fights, because they kept winning the fights, but their health bars are so low, even when they escape, even when they win these fights, quote unquote, with kills, their health bars are so low that they can't actually do objectives. It's just not realistic, right, in a lot of these cases. This time, Guangdong Freaks don't actually commit to come over initially here on the contest, but you see a teleport does come through, and this is insanely greedy, the way that they play this, because they're so panicked. They're like, oh man, Gen.G are solo, we should be able to win this fight, right? Let's come over here and collapse and take them out because the health bars are low. I'm Aurelion Sol at this point. I have that execution damage, but then he goes over the wall and instantly dies. So bit of a panic here from Guangdong Freaks, and I was yelling at the TV at this moment because I was like, man, you could have won that if you slow played it, if you actually had the Aurelion Sol coming in piece by piece with that Ezreal poke and collapsing onto the Elder. You get the wipe there, you secure the Elder and win the game at that moment. But they panicked, right? And they weren't able to punish Gen.G. Good reaction time there by Peanut in this first highlight.
In the first highlight, and yeah, you know, these aren't the cool kids that never panic. They aren't Live Sandbox. So, you know, it's not perfect. It's pretty down and dirty, and I think they did well to somehow lure Gen.G into their play style in this game. And that's where we get to the Elder Flip, which is the second highlight here, and we can showcase just how this happens.
Yeah, and a lot of Elder fights happen where the Elder is secured and then the subsequent fight is crushed by the winner. But Gen.G, knowing that this composition is going to be so much long-term damage here, the burn on that Aurelion Sol is really starting to hurt, they're not confident enough that they can actually continue to win the fight, so they just abandon ship here. And Peanut leaves the pit at the worst possible time. And look at Taeyun here, untouchable. Even if the Elder is secured here, he's got so much range, so Gen.G are like, we just can't win this fight. Full health on this Jace who has GA, but even if we secure this, if we lose all of our players trying to do it, it's going to be a disaster. Peanut actually goes for the kick onto Taeyun.
2 health.
2 health?
2.
And Moham gets the secure with an auto attack. He's just constantly focusing it there. His last auto is what gets it done, and to be totally frank, very few arrows hit this game. Almost nothing that Moham was doing this game was going right. He was killed 3 times in the early game. He got Pays fed, but he did the one thing that mattered in the end, which was hitting that Elder Drake.
Yes, and you know who the coach of Gen.G is? Well, it's Score. A 2 health Elder Drake in this case is what comes back and wins Guangdong Freaks the game against Score and Gen.G.
And you can kind of empathize with the panic there for Gen.G because Peanut's like, if we can't kill this Ezreal, it doesn't matter if we actually get the last hit on this Drake, they will kill us. We don't have the health bars to compete anymore. We have some burst damage in the Veigar and in this Varus, but if they actually continue to stay out of range, we can't do the damage anyways, we just lose the fight after securing it. So he's like suddenly panicking, I gotta kill this Ezreal, because if I don't, we won't win the fight anyways, and in that moment, the Elder is taken. So a bit of a mistake from Peanut, and the game is lost. Big upset here.
Yeah, definitely something that cannot happen regardless. But let's take a look at the POG here for game number 3 on the side of Guangdong Freaks, as it will be Bulldog. We're not going to give... we'll see if anyone votes for Moham. I think autoing the Elder Drake with 2 health, you know, that's... I don't know. But Bulldog actually played this Aurelion Sol really well.
Yeah, much better this time, for sure. And it was not the perfect Aurelion Sol game, and this is not a region where we play a lot of Aurelion Sol. It's been scrimmed a lot, we know this, but I thought that the way he used it, how confidently he took this fight in particular, where he started to actually get 2 kills, get some items, this is where you start to go, okay, wait a minute, like, is this gonna work? Is this possible? And he was very aggressive, sometimes too aggressive. But ultimately, the fact that this Aurelion Sol does so much damage in the late game is why they win this game. That and the Ezreal, right? So you could see some votes for Taeyun here. You could see a Moham vote because the memes. But for me, Bulldog was the most consistent member of the team.
Yeah, no meme voters this time. Everyone going for the boom boom damage that actually did matter a lot in this game. So Bulldog, fantastic game. Everybody does acknowledge that. And yeah, just really cool to see. I hope we get to see more Aurelion Sol. I'm not decided on whether it's good or if it's bad or just middling at this moment. I think we need to see more in the LCK and in more drafts like that where, you know, he's got a little bit of space in the mid lane. But guys, we do have the interview ready. Let's hop over to G-Sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by the solo POG on the side of Gwangdong Freaks Bulldog after taking down Genji. You guys did play a big spoiler up against Genji, who is on a desperate run for the second place of the regular season. Congratulations on the win and also being the solo POG. How do you feel? I have never been this happy in my entire life. Like, this is unbelievable. I'm so happy right now.
자, 그렇다면 하나하나 질문 드려보도록 할게요. 자, 1세트에 상대
So,
Veigar를 막지 못하면서
in the first game, the Veigar from Chovy was so strong. However, in game 2, Sejuani Yone were able to stop him. Tell us about this mid-jungle duo. We were considering Gragas mid actually. And then later in the pick and ban phase, we had to play Sejuani. Like, we didn't really have any other option, and Sejuani Gragas want to play that. So we wanted to look for other option, and that was Yone.
그런 작전이 아니었나 싶습니다. 자, 그렇다면 2세트에서
So, speaking of the game number 2, your Yone was able to show off some cool movements on the roof. So let's take a look at this replay together. How did you see this angle by yourself? Do you remember this team fight? Yeah, absolutely. You just went in, ult, and just found everyone. How did you pull that off? Did you make that shot call? So I arrived there very late, you know, the Herald fight. So I was super late. So I was like, I have to make it up. So I just wanted to like, just hold them back, and I managed to just find the angle. I was just so desperate. And we had a bit of a longer game in game number 2. You know, playing that must have been very challenging as well. So what did you focus on in order to close out the game? Yeah, the game got extended a little bit, but I thought we were not too behind. We thought it was pretty doable. So yeah, so we were able to just hold on to that and end the game eventually. And then in game 3, we saw Aesol one more time from you, Bulldog, and now it's 1-1 throughout this season. But unlike Yone, Aesol is not a champion that can shut Veigar out early on. We kind of figured Veigar is not a champion that we can actually like counter pick, so we wanted to try something that can scale together with Veigar, and I was pretty vocal about that pick because I was confident in the fact that I can scale up together with Chovy's Veigar. And game 3 was also just super incredible, especially your Aesol play. So let's take a look at this replay where you guys were able to create 3 kills with you and Youngjae. Let's take a look at it. Could you break this down for us? Were you confident about this fight? Just a moment, please. We were all yelling watching this replay. We were so surprised that you guys were actually managed to find this angle and get so many kills. So were you the one making shot calls in that fight? Were you confident that you're going to win that skirmish? In that moment, once we got Veigar, I was hitting Lee Sin. I was like doing my damage, and I was like, I realized my damage was pretty huge. You know, Aesol, her damage is pretty massive. Like she cannot really reach the opponents, but once she can hit the opponent, it's pretty powerful. So I was in a pretty good angle, and we were able to get kills. Yeah, and Aesol does rely on some major cooldowns. So, were you the one making shot calls regarding your ults? Yeah, you have to, you know, buy time in order to actually have that, you know, critical ult. But when you have it, you can actually be the one taking fights and making fights. Did your teammates listen to your calls? Yeah, quite a lot. Now let's take a look at the second Elder team fight where you guys are able to seal the deal.
이때 아주 짜릿했을 것 같은데 그때 기분 어떠셨어요?
How did you feel after that team fight?
그 장면은 말로 표현 못할 것 같아요.
I cannot really describe, you know? That was like crazy. With the Ashhold and the double kill coming in, I was having goosebumps.
네, 장로도 먹어주고 또 에이스도 만들어내고.
You guys got the Elder and also the bottom duo were able to secure double kill and the ace. Any message over to your bottom duo? They're really talented, you know? Our bottom duo, they're doing great.
항상 고맙고.
I'm so grateful.
사랑한다고 하셨잖아요.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to all of them.
이대로 쭉 가자.
Let's keep up the great work.
가자. 너무 좋습니다. 자, 오늘 또 정말 많은 팬분들도 와주셨지만
We have so many fans out here. Also, the Bull Mom giving you the best support in the world. So, any word back to your friends and your family? Any ceremony for them? Any ASOL ceremony?
세레머니 한번 가볼까요? 가볼까요? 하나, 둘.
On the count of 3.
오, 좋아요.
I played ASOL today, so stop getting away from me though.
세레머니 오늘 준비해 주셨다고 하셨는데 하고 싶은 거 한번 해보세요.
Just show us any kind of ceremony you prepared.
솔로를 쳐서 제니의 솔로를 추고 싶었는데.
I just wanted to Jenny's solo dance move because I played ASOL, but I forgot the moves.
이렇게 빛나는 솔로 이렇게 해볼까요? 오케이. 자, 그렇다면 광동 프릭스의 아우렐리온 솔로 정말 멋진 플레이를 보여준 우리
Please give it up for Bulldog for his solo performance.
하나, 둘, 셋. 나는 빛나는 솔로.
That was the dance move from Jenny's solo because he got a win on ASOL.
승리 정말 축하드립니다. 네, 또 엄마께 한마디 하고 싶으시면
And also,
한마디 하세요.
is there anything you want to say to your mom, the Bull Mom we all love?
네. 요즘 맨날 이기는 모습만 보여드리니까.
I'm so happy, you know, to show you us winning so many times. I'm pretty sure you're sick of it now because we've been winning so many times recently. Just kidding.
저희도 승리가 지옥.
I hope one day we can also get sick of winning, you know. Hope that day comes.
파이팅!
파이팅!
승리가 지겹게 느껴질 수 있도록 더 열심히 화이팅하겠다라는 불독 선수의
Maybe in the future, yes, Kwangdong Freaks players can get sick of winning so much and hope that that day actually happens in the future. Kwangdong Freaks, you guys are on an unstoppable momentum right now, and your upcoming opponents are DRX and KT Roaster. What is your mindset heading into that run? We will not let our guards down just because we got 3 wins in a row. We're gonna continue this winning streak. And this will be the end of the interview with Bulldog, and I'm gonna pass it back to Valdez and Wolf. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation. As Bulldog, cute as ever. Love to see him so happy there on stage alongside of Bull Mom, who is also very happy, of course. Let's take a look at the standings after this win for Kwangdong Freaks, and importantly as well for playoffs, what this means for Genji.
Yeah, it is now possible for KT Roaster to get second place, but it's very difficult because Genji needs to lose to, or the D Plus has to lose to Genji because they did win. But also, Genji needs to beat D Plus, but also lose to their other opponent. So it's really, really tough. You can see the chances actually going down for KT, weirdly, because of this unique scenario. But it is still possible that KT get top 2 here. But it is very likely that with this loss for Genji that D Plus get through.
Yep, absolutely. It's a pretty funny one, and most likely DK will get there. They are 1 game win ahead of both Genji and KT, which is why you see, you know, around 70% of the time this is going to happen. This isn't looking at every single, you know, scenario, but it's just looking at, you know, the percentage chance of probability as we're going to take a look at the weeks ahead, or the week ahead, I should say.
So KT's next opponents too, as was just shown moments ago, will be Kwangdong, interestingly, as we did just see, and then DRX, so very likely to win those. It's possible that Genji beats D+, but also loses to Hanwha Life Esports. That needs to happen while KT also wins both of their series with 2-0s, basically, in order for them to advance. So again, very unlikely scenario, but still possible. Our match of the week, or Saturday showdown rather, Genji versus D+, so important. I think a very exciting matchup in general. And we'll see how it goes. Obviously, the winner of today, D+, definitely going in as favorites, but I think Genji definitely getting a little bit rattled in this best of 3.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, you know, the situation to even get themselves into that place in that game. You know, there's a lot to go over for Genji for sure. As, of course, guys, starting tomorrow and then the day after that, Monday and Tuesday, we will be casting in English for some challenger matches.
Yeah, KT Rolster versus Hanwha on Tuesday is actually a really good matchup. KT looking so good in challengers right now. I think Hanwha Life Esports also on the up and up, definitely looking like a top 4 matchup between these two teams. Potentially, we could see also in playoffs again when that rolls around in just a few weeks' time. So, some banger games.
Yeah, make sure you guys are tuning into that. Tomorrow will be a lot of fun. Tomorrow and Tuesday, I should say, as we do cast those in English. But we are all done here. 6 games, a very long day, but a lot of entertainment for you guys. Hope you did all enjoy it. And we'll catch you next week for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
On the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch. Standing on the edge of this big love, I'm not looking down, baby,